time is running out for the teams in the North Luzon group stage. Galaxy Racer, Action PH, Team Secret, Nexplay Esports. We're seeing two very dominant teams and two wildcards. And the question remains as to whether these two wildcards get the luck of the draw here on day 3 of the North Luzon group stages at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Season Philippines. Mika Fabs over here as your panel host with Otlus and Yuko as your analysts. And of course, none of this would be possible without PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here. And this event is organized by Mineski and Globe.
Also, get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 and Oppo A94. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery and a powerful processor and a vivid screen display. Picture life together with Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999 and Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999. For Oppo A94, get it for only 13,999. Check on shop.globe.com.ph for more details. Also, bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. Wanna play like the pro? Use Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, everything is now online. So let's get hashtag all together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports bring events and programs like no other. Starting with apprenticeship programs, of course, that is going to be led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And while you all are hanging out virtually, you might want to top up on some wild cores. Of course, you can top up on Coda Shop using your Globe SIM.
We made it all very convenient for you guys. Now, I do want to discuss what happened over the past 2 days. We have a lot to discuss, and a lot of revelations were made. Yesterday, we did have the first series, which was Galaxy Racer versus Action PH, the battle of the new teams. Otelus, what were your thoughts on this match?
We dubbed this match the Dark Horse Battle. This was the match wherein during the first game, Cinch was picked, but it was the Lee Sin by Xpeer that did pop off. Now, Xpeer might be flying under the radar right now as we look into the highlights, but do not be shocked if this guy will pop off more in the games moving forward. He has proven to be a very dominant player in Southeast Asia in the previous titles. And did you know that he did a role swap from being a range AD carry to a roaming jungler? Just proves to show that he is very versatile. Now for game number 2, however, we have seen a bit of a very hotly contested battle. Yamada was put on the carry Akali, but it was JC. It was his introductory game. The new kid on the block was MVP, made Ziggs plays, doing a lot of damage, team fight after team fight. And another point was GXR's pick in the jungle. It was a thing of beauty, just like the Doctor Order. Dr. Mundo has now dominated the summer season and now has warranted multiple bans from different teams. 80% win rate on that Dr. Mundo is just proving to say that Dr. Mundo is really in the meta right now. So we will see both this team today. It is very important for them to get wins to improve their chances in reaching the playoffs.
We are definitely impressed with what we saw from Galaxy Racer yesterday. Now, unfortunately, on the side of Action PH, we know that there were some very unfortunate circumstances yesterday, and Team Secret won by default during Series 2. But you know what? We did catch a little bit of their draft. So with this information, analysts, how do you think that series should have gone? Otelus, let's start with you.
I believe during game number 1 between Action PH and Nexplay could have been a very different game if that was different with the different circumstances, because that was the first game that AIM did not use Vi as the champion. He went for a more aggressive one in the Lee Sin, and I think if he was allowed to play the game as he wanted to, we could have a very even close matchup. In fact, during our predictions, I did go for a 2-1, giving at least a win for Action PH. But hopefully for today, we will have a better showing from this Dark Horse teams.
And Yuko, what about you? What did you think of their draft today?
first off, I believe that it was very, very smart. They definitely knew the meta and they knew how to play around it. And they focused more on the burst type of champions, which I personally love because that just shows more skirmish in every part of the map, more action Jackson, despite it being in the early game. However, sadly, they did not get to check their win conditions, which is fine. We all understand that. But it could have gotten a different way, and it still shows that our dark horses really are the dark horses, and they can still take out the top two teams for our week number 1.
Speaking of one of the dark horses, that was Galaxy Racer. The last match of yesterday was Galaxy Racer versus Nexplay Esports, and this was quite a good series to watch. The win did go over to Nexplay Esports as predicted, but I do feel like Galaxy Racer gave them a really good fight. Yuko, I know you have a lot of thoughts on this match. Why don't you break it down for us?
It was a 2-0, yes. However, I felt like Galaxy Racers, with their unorthodox picks, they can still make things happen. However, NXP was able to win the series with these two things: flawless rotation and good resets. Also, they always protect Uzi, especially in game number 1. Ezreal can just have the time of his life, just taking out champions from the back lines. For GXR, they usually group together, which is a good thing for Oriana because she has a shockwave, but it's actually not a good thing for them because they get CC'd, and from there, NXP just burst them out. However, for game number 2, Galaxy Racers, they had an amazing early game. Could be because of the assault, but sadly, they were just not able to keep that lead.
And I think, Autolus mentioned this yesterday as well. We are a fan of the Aurelion Sol staying on the side of Galaxy Racer just because
Of course.
it just fits so well with their branding. I mean, he's kind of already on their jerseys, with the nebula and all the stars in there. So, and we do feel like, all jokes aside, he was working very well for the side of Galaxy Racer. They could bring him out again today, but we will definitely find out once we get into the series for today. Now, wrapping this up, I feel like this is a very crucial day, especially for Galaxy Racer and Action PH. And panel, I just want to ask you guys, do you think that there is still a chance for Galaxy Racer and Action PH to at least catch up a little bit to Nexplay Esports and Team Secret? Let's start with you, Octopus.
The chance will always be there, but again and again, today is when they will be facing with the Behemoth teams or the Goliath teams that we have here in North Luzon. So in order for that chance to really come into fruition, they really have to step it up. And they have to win games as early as now. If we actually go back to the records, Action PH never has won any game at all, including their match score is a 0-3, if I'm not mistaken, and their map score is 0-6. So that just goes to show that Action PH is kind of behind from this North Luzon group, and we want to see them pop off today.
What about you, Yuko? What do you think? Can they actually catch up? Let's actually take a closer look with our standings so far so that we can see just how wide the gap is currently between the two dominant teams and Galaxy Racer and Action PH. But Yuko, what are your thoughts on this?
The mere fact that we are seeing their names right now on this scoreboard, they still have a chance. So I'm going to have to agree with what Otla said. However, if I'm gonna base on the stats and the standings, Team Secret and Nexplay Esports, they definitely will not let the points out easy because, of course, they still want to be at the top. They want to secure as much 2-0s as they can. However, Galaxy Racer and Action PH, I still think they still have something in store for us, and that they can keep up. Yeah, they're the new teams on the block. Yes, they're relatively new teams for Wild Rift, but it's also a yes that they can keep up with other teams.
Yes, and I
That's
think
right.
Galaxy Racer did actually pull off a pick yesterday. They showed that they have something in their bags, and they showed their Jax pick for the jungle. And I think we will be in for a more surprising pick later down the line and later this day, because that's basically how you win against this Goliath teams. You have to play your comfort, you have to stick with your game plan, and I think they have proven that they have that.
Well, I am prepared to be surprised today. I mean, I told you guys I do love an underdog story, and I feel like that is where the best moments in esports really do come out. But in the meantime, guess who else is getting surprised? We do have something to give away for our community. We have 10 winners of 1,650 wild cores simply by watching the C Icon Series PH live stream. All you have to do, this is really simple, guys. Just like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Post a photo of yourself with us. We'll even smile for you virtually, hanging out with us over here at the PPGL and the Wild Rift C Icon Series PH summer season. Make sure the post is public with the following hashtags. Hashtag C Icon Series, hashtag SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag OL Together Now. That's a total of 10 winners. We will be announcing the winners of this 1,650 wild cores later on in the show, so do stick around until the post show to find out whether you are in one of those lucky in the lucky batch for today. Now, this giveaway is only applicable to Facebook, so if you're watching via Twitch, just head on over to Facebook and like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. And once the winners are announced, please do message the PPGL Facebook page to know how to claim your prize. But wait, there is more, isn't there, Yuko?
Of course, you know what they say, more raffles, more chances of winning. Get a chance to win 380 wild cards by voting your favorite team. 3 things. First, like and follow Oppo Philippines, the Facebook page, and like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. Lastly, make sure the post is public with the hashtags hashtag OppoGameOn, hashtag OppoReno5, hashtag PictureLifeTogether, hashtag OppoA94, and hashtag LiveLife at full speed. Yes, it's a lot, but might as well take your chances and join the raffle. 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day. So after the last game of the last series, you will know if you won the 380 wild cores. Once winners are announced, please message this page, PPGL Facebook page, to know how to claim it. And like what Miss Mika said, this raffle is only applicable to our Facebook viewers. So if you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, hi. But jump on over to our Facebook live stream real quick and join the raffle.
Yes. Hello. Hi. That's just what you said. Anyway, jumping back into our matches for today. We have I feel like this is a very important day, especially for Action PH and Galaxy Racer. Just checking out the schedule that we have for today. This if we take a look at who are doing 2 games today, it's the 2 top dogs. We have Nexplay, Esports, and Team Secret, which means that by the end of the day, the top 2 and the bottom 2 in our standings will have an even bigger gap. And remember, we're only taking the top 2 teams from this group stage to advance into the playoffs. So I just feel like this is so important for Galaxy Racer and for Action PH, especially for Action PH, which, as Othelus mentioned, have yet to score any points so far. And for Galaxy Racer, which I think they're almost there. I feel like they're just about to break into that gap, so to say. So I feel like this is really, really exciting, and I really have my eyes on our first match, which is Galaxy Racer versus Team Secret. And just a reminder, guys, this is the North Luzon group stage. We also do have the South Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao group stages later on in the season. And I do believe the South Luzon qualifiers are actually happening, wrapping up rather this weekend, today. So
Yes.
Good luck to all of the teams. Just glancing a little bit at the results, at all the things that we're hearing on the side, it's going to get so exciting. But going back into the series that we have for today, our first match, which will be Galaxy Racer versus Team Secret. Now, as we mentioned earlier, I feel like we are at the point of no return now for the North Luzon group stage. 2 teams at the bottom of the standings, Galaxy Racer and Action PH. They cannot afford to lose a fight at this point because Team Secret and Nexplay Esports, they have a massive lead. Action PH, we'll get to them a little bit later in the show, but Galaxy Racer, I feel if there's any team in the group stage that has a chance of taking one of those slots away from Team Secret and Nexplay, it's Galaxy Racer. Let's actually take a closer look at their lineup. They haven't been able to break in just yet, into the top 2 just yet. They haven't been able to get ahead of Nexplay Esports and Team Secret. What do you guys think? Is today their day? From what you saw, they actually put up a really good fight against Nexplay Esports. Do you think they could actually take one from Team Secret today? Oculus, let's start with you.
Yeah, this was the same matchup that we had during day number one, in where JC did attempt to put out the Katarina, but it was punished by the 1-3-1 setup. Come game two, well, there was an adjustment coming from Galaxy Racer, and if there is one word that I can pair with Galaxy Racer, it's the adjustment word, right? They are able to adjust to whatever is being given to them. Another thing to note is we have Xpeer in the jungle. Did you know that this guy is actually a teammate of the jungler of Team Secret in Trevor? So we could be seeing some familiarity between the two. Right, so Xpeer knows Trevor's plays and the other way around, I know, but right, if there's one ace in the hole, I guess, for Galaxy Racer, it's in the jungle, and I would love to see Xpeer match up against his former teammate in Trevor.
This is really interesting that you brought this up. You know, the fact that they do have a history with each other could mean that Galaxy Racer does have some inside information on Team Secret. Yuko, what about you? What are your thoughts on this? And can Galaxy Racer actually, you know, step it up a bit and maybe take one today from Team Secret? I do believe we have Xpeer, a little highlight on Xpeer over here, and let's take a closer look at that.
Right, so it is a best of 3. So at most, you're gonna have 3 games or 3 chances to try and get 1 score from Team Secret. And in retrospect, I know that Oculus wanted to highlight Xpeer, but for me, I just really want to highlight their mid laner, JC. He showed up in day number 2. I knew this guy was talented, I knew this guy is good, but seeing him perform, it just blew my mind. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he has more in store for us.
And Oculus, you know, you mentioned that these guys, these junglers, it might be a jungler show today between Xpeer and Trevor. And, you know, just looking at Xpeer's stats over here, how do you think he will fare against Trevor?
More in particular with the most used champions or the recent champions that has been picked. Now, we know that Trevor has a Dr. Mundo. We know that Xpeer also has a Dr. Mundo. So expect both of them to receive a respect ban on that champion, because so far in our Summer Icon series, only one team has beaten a Dr. Mundo, and that was Team Secret. So I think Dr. Mundo in the current meta is very strong right now. So let's see how they will fare up. If Dr. Mundo is open, let's see if Team Secret can answer to that, or Galaxy Racer can answer to that as well.
That's really interesting. That could be like, you know, Galaxy Racer having the Doctor on their side could be their edge, but I don't think Team Secret is going to let them get away with it. And speaking of Team Secret, let's take a closer look at their lineup over here. You know, currently, just amazing plays, amazing series so far. And Yuko, I want to get your thoughts on this superstar lineup that we have here.
Team Secret really showed us what they're made of in game number 1, surprising us by winning against NXP 2-1 again in day number 1, and it's an entrance I did not see coming. Rather, even though yes, I did vote for the 2-1 Team Secret, but the idea that they can just play around with the meta. I have seen a lot of comments saying that yes, Seraphine is good, but she's not that stable when you put her in the pro scene. Game 1, yes, Team Secret did lose. However, game 2 and 3, you definitely saw all those kill shots from Seraphine. It was amazing. It was on point. Also, the mechanical prowess that Azar has, the fact that he can just draw attention to his side and give space to his teammates, that already says a lot.
And, you know, highlighting one of the players of Team Secret over here, which we have Trevor. You know, you mentioned Azar, we mentioned JC a while ago, but Trevor over here, I just remember him in the earlier matches, just how he would cripple the other team. You know, we mentioned this in one of the previous mid panel sessions. You can't do anything against this guy. And the moment you see him, it's already too late. You can't, you know, you can barely defend yourself against him. And, you know, if he's right beside you, it probably means that you're a goner. Oculus, I know you have a lot to say about Trevor over here and how his matchup against Xpeer is going to go today.
All right. Well, first off, Trevor has proven that he can go to toe against the superstar jungler of NXP and Just Chi. We all know, or we have put Just Chi on top of the ladder when it comes to the jungler power ranks. But Trevor, in the first couple of days, has been a revelation for Team Secret. Using different champions, we have the Camille and the Vi, plus the Dr. Mundo, just proving that he has a different set of playstyle that can really fit the mold of Team Secret. If they're going with Seraphine, I think it's Trevor that really is the key here. In order for Seraphine to work, you have to have a jungler that can really make sure to stabilize the game for you, and Trevor has been doing that as of late.
Also, can I just say that Trevor's most used champions focuses more on 1v1s or 1v2s. It just goes to show that he's much more comfortable with just staying lane. And again, like what I said earlier, just being the distraction for his team, and he can just go up against the very good Baron laners. I'm not gonna name any players because I know there's a lot of good Baron laners here in the Icon series. And I also would like to commend his Vi. In again, looking back into game 1, this guy, this jungler, whenever he just jumps in, it's almost always a secured kill. Not he knows when to jump in, but at the same time, you just get surprised by how much damage this champion has.
Definitely scary, and keep your eyes on the jungle for this series, because it's going to be very, very exciting. But other players that you also definitely have to look out for are the players in our Globe Key Player Clash. It is going to be the ADC show, Zivs versus Chewy. Now, panelists, I know that these guys, they are amazing ADC players, but what are the differences in their play style? Otilus, let's start with you.
I think they have the same set of playstyle. When you are going for a Seraphine lineup, you have to have an AD carry that can really put out a damage, and Chewy has proven that move many times already in that Kai'Sa pick. And similar with Zivs, in their lone win against Action PH, it was his Kai'Sa that was really popping off. Now, we understand that right now stats are in favor of Chewy, and that's because they are undefeated at the moment. We will see, however, if this is going to turn into Ziv's side, or if this is going to turn into still a stomp for Chewy.
And Yuko, what about you? What differences are you seeing in their stats, and how crucial do you think are these players going to be to this match?
Going to your second question first, it's going to be very crucial because, as we all know, ADCs, they are the king or the queen of the late game, like Kai'Sa, maybe even, I don't know, Ez, if you may. And yeah, the similarities though is they're usually just at the back line, so I'm honestly curious which team won't be scared to penetrate the back lines first, because if you're gonna put the team damage into percentages, once Zivs is down or once Chewy is down, a huge chunk of damage gets taken out from their respective teams. Also, they are both very quiet in the early game. Maybe they can go with the ganks or invades to try and stop the ADC from snowballing.
Well, you know what? I think there's nothing left for us to do except to get into the game. Before we do, let's have some predictions over here. Which way do you think it's going to go? Is it going to go to Galaxy Racer once and for all, or will it remain with Team Secret? Otilus, what are your predictions?
So far, Team Secret has proven that they are ahead in terms of the meta, right? There has been the Seraphine, and there has been the Dr. Mundo. The locks also on Hamez is very scary. So I think this will still favor Team Secret 2-0. I'm sorry to Galaxy Racer, but Team Secret is really on form right now.
And Yugo, what about you?
I would have to agree with what Otto said. I'm still gonna go with 2-0 team in favor of Team Secret. However, if Galaxy Racers and the fan base of Galaxy Racers will prove me wrong, I am more than happy to be proven wrong. So yeah.
I am once again gonna sprinkle a little bit of spice into this and gonna say it's a 2-1 Galaxy Racer. I'm just really fighting. I'm the one fighting for their win at this point, but I feel like this might be a day for them. I feel like this might be a day that they could get one win. We could be having a 3-game series over here, but let's not delay any further. Let's get into the game. Casters, Take us into the rift.
To our panelists, Mika, Autolus, and Yuko. We are back in here. I'm Kaysaya. With me is Riku. Riku, how are you doing on our third day for our first week?
I'm doing great. It's been a blast so far. A lot of spicy things happening, and we are at our second lap of the round robin. So I'm excited how this will pan out. Will it be similar to what we've seen in day 1 and 2, or will it be different?
Talking about similarities, by the way, a while ago we're talking about how this is looking like the first day, right? So we have the same matchup. It's gonna be the first series again between Galaxy Racer versus Team Secret, and the rest of the 2 series for the rest of the day is gonna be. It's just the same as the first day. Will it repeat the history? I'm so excited to just see some more intense team fights. During our first day, it went all out on to who's actually the top leaders currently in the ladder here on the top 4 teams that we've got in the group stage. But a while ago, the panelists mentioned about, what could be their predictions are, and they mentioned they're actually mostly siding onto Team Secret. And admittedly, me, myself as well, I feel like it's just a Team Secret is just on fire. Maybe they're just really wanting to grab that 2-0 right on the bat and just try to flawlessly give their game out there. But how about you, Riku? What are your predictions in this first matchup for today?
Well, I'm afraid that Mika Fabs will be all alone in her prediction, as I'm also going for the 2-0 Team Secret. I'd have to agree with you, Kaysaya. They look really solid since day number 1 and 2. They even defeated the preseason champions, which is Nexplay Esports. So they, considering that we saw at day number 2, it didn't seem like they have any signs of stopping. So I'm looking forward to this match because it's a reset of that round robin. We're at that second lap, and anything can still happen.
Yes, anything can still happen. Especially, I feel like Galaxy Racer seemingly have that good learning curve as well. Not to mention, we saw that happen to Team Secret when they just participated in the preseason stage of this Icon series, showing that they can grab a placement against all the other top-tier teams that is currently present here in the Philippine competitive scene for Wild Rift. So I feel like Galaxy Racer has that edge as well to just be this fast learner, adapt to things, based on how the other teams are actually performing. But maybe we can talk about the matchup between our junglers. So our panelists as well discussed that the history behind Trevor as well as Xpear. But maybe we can talk about their play style in the battle. Anything noticeable, Riku, that we've seen so far for the first 2 days between these 2 junglers that we got from Team Secret and Galaxy Racer?
I think for Team Secret in general, for this matchup, we've got, Trevor on the opposite side of the spectrum. It looks like, for me, Trevor seems more of that, I'm going to focus on objective. I'm going to be patient a little bit more into this farming. I don't know. Well, I wouldn't say he doesn't know, but okay, whatever. If the jungler's doing something, ganking here and there, it's okay, because our goal is to get the objectives, get that first 5v5 win in the Dragon, and then transition that into a Rift Herald, and hopefully they snowball. I think that has been, the formula for Team Secret so far since day number 1 and day number 2. For Xpear, though, what's interesting is that, of course, they do have a little bit of flexibility when it comes to their picks. We've seen Xpear on the Wukong. We've seen him as well on the Jax yesterday, which unfortunately, well, it was really good at the first stages of the game, but unfortunately did not survive the mid to late game.
Well, I think what other things we could add between these two was the matchup from their first day. When the first time that they met, I think something noticeable, the strategy that usually Team Secret will pull off against Galaxy Racer is that they're gonna go for that 1-2-1 setup. Especially if they have the utility support like that of the Lux, they're just gonna go poke out their mid laners, trying to punish JC if they're in the mid. Maybe they're trying to find the loophole as to where can they find of the first pick off, or maybe the first blood that they can take off against Galaxy Racer. But one thing as well that I probably didn't like was the Graves matchup against the Lee Sin. I hope that doesn't happen again though, but for the meantime, we're just about to see as we head on to the drafting phase between the match between Team Secret versus Galaxy Racer. Here we go. Let's see what's gonna be the first ban. Any predictions for the bans and picks in here? Priorities for you.
I have a feeling Akali's gonna get banned. Not surprised, as well as Lee Sin. Both junglers do play a lot, especially Xpear plays a lot of Lee Sin. Very, very effective from what we've seen from day number 2. Not surprised if Galaxy Racer wants to ban that Akali. From what we recall in the first day, when the first day they met in the Icon series, Ikaros lost his matchup at the top portion of the map. I believe Ikaros was on his Darius and Azar was on his Akali. So we'll have to check out as Galio, a not so surprising ban. And Alistar, I believe Draw uses Alistar a lot as his fallback, heavy engage champion on the support role.
Yes, and that was actually pretty effective. If I recall correctly, what's something that was wrong in terms of the first stage of laning that Galaxy Racer did from the first day of the series was that they tried to 3-man gank an Akali. And we know Akali is kind of slippery. And we can remember what an Akali did to just go for the micro plays, try to jerk out and avoid all the skill shots that the members on the side of Team Galaxy Racer has been throwing away from that Azar. But yeah, for the meantime, Camille has been open, one of the top bans as well actually here at the Icon series. Any thoughts about the Camille showing up as the first pick for Team Secret, Riku?
Well, since day number 1, it has been the priority. Either banned, either the first pick on blue side. So no surprises there. You can flex it either on top side or in the jungle role as well. But that means they're not going to prioritize the Ziggs pick, and that will be given towards Galaxy Racer. Now, interesting thing is, this first rotation of Galaxy Racer is not a Ziggs Braum. That means they're willing to give away this lock-in, the Kai'Sa Braum instead. Maybe we're going to be seeing a Saya. Maybe they're going to be waiting for a comfortable, better mid-lane laning phase for JC, and they have the opportunity to do so.
Yes, for sure. And talking about that Kai'Sa and Braum, still 100% pick rate, by the way, here at the Icon series. So I was actually working on the stats last night, and I did share with you guys, like in private with As Talents, that, oh hey, there's not a chance that this Kai'Sa as well as the Braum disappeared from the pickings of the teams. But for the meantime, though, finally in here, not gonna be seeing a Saya or a Kai'Sa on the hands of a JC, because it's gonna be an Ezreal that also has a good showing here at the Icon series. Any thoughts about the almost completed draft that we've got in here so far?
I'm loving the Team Secret draft, as well as the Galaxy Racer, but I want to go through it one by one because we are seeing the Evelynn pick again. It's only been picked once so far, and that was Azar in their Nexplay series, which they won. That was game number 3. And the beauty of that Evelynn pick with the Camille pick is that we don't know if whether or not this is in the jungle role or maybe at the top role. And looks like that switch could be final, so it could be at Azar. Why is Evelynn really good in the top side when it's used by Azar? It is used as a really good wave clear, range wave clear at that. And once you have your ult, you have a ton of safety from ganks. And the thing is, you've got the Gragas at least for that lockdown if you really want to try and burst someone down. But your jungler is a Mundo who doesn't have any follow-up. So they're going to be heavily relying on the Gragas and as well as the Lux for their lockdowns and CC in the fights later on.
Poke fights that might happen between the Seraphine as well as the Lux. But yeah, you mentioned a while ago how good this Evelynn is in the hands of Azar. I think not only that she's got a good wave clear, but at the same time, after that wave clear, she definitely can roam around the map. Not just provide, of course, a vision, but at the same time can actually help out in ganks too. So why not? And again, we keep on mentioning before that she is a distraction. Not just she's that sexy, but at the same time, she's really working on being a distraction. So at least they're gonna give Team Galaxy Racer an option on what to do. Are you going to go for the objective or are you going to go for a defensive play as to where the Evelyn is actually going for a push? So this is going to be very interesting. I'm so excited. One thing that I noticed though in here is the Mundo. Yes, he is tanky, but then again, if we're going to be talking about mobility, there is quite a lack unless, you know, you got that ultimate available. But then again, it's not like the Lee Sin kind of mobility that you've got, or maybe what the Camille has as well. Any thoughts about this one, Riku?
Oh, well, that's the thing. We've seen Mundo being paired most of the time with Seraphine just because, again, just as you mentioned, Mundo doesn't have really access towards your enemies. So you need that movement speed at least to catch up and follow up and start the fight. But at least you do have someone to compensate that. You have the Gragas, you have the binding from the Lux. And again, Galaxy Racer's composition, their win condition definitely is to keep pushing towers. They're a siege and poke composition, and they do have a form of disengage as well in the form of the Gragas. I really, really love this type of composition with the Ziggs and the Lux. It's a very, very strong combination. For Team Secret, they're playing to their strengths. We've got the Kaisa and the Braum once more. That's going to be easy stuns, easy follow-up as well. If the Camille tries to join in, if Trevor tries to start a fight, you've got the Seraphine movement speed to top everything off, and as well as to sustain within the fights.
It's so hard to actually choose which one got a better draft because everyone has its own advantage and disadvantage. It will now just boil down onto execution, but it's hard. But you know, I think I will still go for my prediction earlier on. So I'm just going to be based on the history that they have been pulling off so far for the Icon series. So we'll see how this will go. But yeah, maybe I'll just pass this on to Yuriku because that question, who do you think got the better draft? So let's just divide it. Who got the better draft in terms of teams and who's got the better draft in terms of going for split push?
Maybe because I really like how Lux and Ziggs have been performing for so long, since day number 1 and day number 2. I love their combination. I love how flexible they are. So I think for me, Ziggs and Lux, Galaxy Racer's composition would be more favorable for me, I suppose. So yeah, we'll just have to see. Just as you mentioned, it's all about execution, and maybe Team Secret definitely has their secret off their sleeves, as again the Evelyn pick, which is I think the most surprising thing we've seen. Couple of course, Galaxy Racer did bring up the Aurelion Soul yesterday, and as well as the Jax, but unfortunately we're back to the standard get the strongest picks, the current meta for the Icon series.
Yes, for sure. And now we're heading on to the battlefield again. This is just the first game for our day 3 here at North Luzon group stage for the Icon series. But that was quite fast. We did not actually even see that happen. But that was an Azar getting a kill onto JC onto the top side. So this is quite surprising because on the laning phase, you can see the Ziggs is actually on the top side, and it is the Gragas on the bottom part of the map where the dragon is.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a Gragas Evelyn matchup instead. Very, very interesting choice. But when I do look at it, I suppose Gragas at the Dragon lane will be more beneficial just because you need that additional CC and initiation. And Ziggs ult can access and can make an impact from afar anyways. So that is most likely the train of thought here by Galaxy Racer.
We'll see if that's gonna be that effective. Though for the meantime, that's just one punish anyway. There's no massive lead as of yet for Team Secret, but having that vision in the riverbed will definitely be useful. But for the meantime, for this, they got the same strategy in here. Of course, the ADCs that we've got are both in the middle lane. There is a priority for the side of Team Secret to get both of the scuttlers, and that is quite a bit of an advantage, especially, at least where your opponent is going to be coming from.
Yeah, that is insanely strong, that's an insane good lead, getting both of these scuttlers, despite topside not actually getting priority, but because Chewy and Hamas is able to get their mid lane prio, that means they do have more control over the river sides. And now Great start so far for Team Secret, especially that they're able to get that first blood gold over at top side towards JC.
And not only that, of course, again, this Cutlers, and I'm pretty sure they're all preparing, as we've seen some of the players going for a reset already, right even before we see a countdown appear on that Dragon Pit. But for the meantime, we can see that the 1-to-1 rotation is actually giving a lot of information as to where the junglers are. But for the meantime, Hextech ultimates him onto JC. A soft moment, gonna be saving his life and gonna go under the turret, but the pokes are still incoming. Back up as well, coming from Xphere. Not too sure if they're gonna be successful. But for that one, oh yes, JC indeed. I thought it's gonna go die onto the hands of Azar, but not enough damage as of yet. No casualties from that team fight matchup that we've seen from the top side.
Yeah, it looks like that 2v2 that we saw didn't really equate to anything, but it did burn the flash of JC. So that's going to be extra precious, considering that Azar kept his flash still on that engagement. And the fact that that flash is not going to be available in the next few seconds where the dragon is going to be spawning in a few, I think that's a huge win. I think that's a huge transition towards that objective, as there's 12 seconds on the clock rather, for that first dragon to spawn.
Cool. Unfortunately, though, Tatsuri needs to back away. He is super low down bottom part of the map, and we have to take note that Azar doesn't have his ultimate available as of yet. But pretty good timing in here. Everyone's just gonna go for a reset. Camille got a priority onto the Scuttler as well in the riverbed, but gonna go. I think it was stolen by Xphere. Yes, indeed, and that was quite frustrating, man.
It was. It definitely was. Trevor was first dibs on the river, but because of that Scuttler, Team Secret has to be a little bit worried with their positioning here in the middle of that river. In the meantime, though, we can see Team Secret already positioning themselves over the Dragon Pit. Even Azar rotating already. Team Secret has to be careful because GXR has a ton of long-range poke. He might get poked, but...
Ooh, they're gonna go for the team fight first. Gonna go down. That Zing as well as Expert actually super low, gonna go for the Sadism to save his life, but Azar is in here, gonna go for that kill onto the Mundo. And of course, since the jungler is gone inside the Galaxy Racer, it is time for Team Secret to go for a contest on that Dragon take. So in here, Galaxy Racer, of course, will be in no position as well to go for a shove in the mid.
Yeah, aggressive and confident play by Team Secret. I like it. They went for the person who did not have flash in that fight, and JC was eliminated. It was a 4v5 right off the bat. I love the calls from Team Secret, and now all they gotta do next is wait for the Rift Herald. And this is basically the Team Secret script. Win the first dragon fight, transition over to the Rift Herald, and then win that too, and hopefully you snowball from there.
In the meantime, though, we take a look at the fight that's happening onto the top side, though. Azar taking a lot of damage in here from the Mundo, but he's just gonna get closer and gonna be burnt down by that Xphere, and here we go. But I think that's totally fine because they know that they will still be in position as the Braum, the Kaisa, as well as the Camille will be ready to go for a contest in that area.
I love it. I love that call. GXR, okay, Dragon is not going to be spawning in a few minutes anyway. Let's rotate Ikaros back to top side to get that better matchup towards Azar and the Evelyn. You pair that up with the Mundo here on Xphere, then you get another easy kill. Flash is gone for Azar already. Team Secret, though, their first dibs again on this pit. What will Galaxy? What? There's a kill?
Oh yes, indeed. In the bottom lane, though, we did not see that matchup, though. But I guess that's totally fine. But I think there's still time for Team Secret to actually go for a defensive play down bottom part of the map. But oh, hey, that is actually a Ziggs. If they get caught up in here by a less than 20% HP turret, then it's just gonna be blowing out in your face. And yes, just like that. But for the meantime, if 3v3 or call it 3v4 situation might happen in here, the light binding will not connect apparently. The slows are in there, but that's not gonna get any kill or not gonna give any kill on the Team Secret, but then again, look at the damage coming off from the Kaisa, killing off the Ezreal out of the picture for the meantime. Will the rest of the gang on the side of Team Secret are gonna go for a push in the middle lane together with the Rift Herald Xpear in a kind of dangerous position, gonna make use of his Decim to save his life and give himself some ability. And I think the smite has been used to slow down the rest of the members of Team Secret. They're not yet even done though, because look at Amundo just trying to chase out all the targets, even though it is hype already, just a slither of health. And here we go, gonna go for the stasis. Ikaros will survive, but unfortunately though, not gonna save his life in there because the damage is just way too much coming out from Chewy, Trevor, and Azar.
So many things happening. There's a lot of things happening. The thing is, Team Secret in the mid lane, they did not want to fight anymore. Because the reason why Trevor went towards the jungle, jumped over the terrain and went towards Raptors, that is the signal where, okay, we're not going to fight anymore. But good thing GXR read this well. They wanted to initiate, and that's what they did. It was just such a prolonged fight. They kind of overextended towards the riverside. That's the reason why Team Secret was able to sort of regroup and make it sort of an equal exchange. But looks like GXR is now setting up for this dragon, and let's see if Team Secret would love to get a pick first before committing towards this Infernal Drake.
This is what I love. I mean, right before an Infernal Drake or an objective comes up, you are already trying to contest that area. Clear off the map, make sure there are no wards coming from the side of your opponent, and or just try to scare off your members. But then again, this is just a 2k gold lead. I do believe that Galaxy Racer provided that they will just pull off the perfect target or try to pull off that initiate against Team Secret. Maybe they can still try to get a grip on getting the advantage, go onto their side.
Yeah, I think that is definitely their plan as they're hiding in the brush as Trevor is just trying to clear the wave. The Galaxy Racer may come from two different directions, from their own blue buff and from the laning side.
But then again, looks like the fight still happening in here now in the Dragon Pit. And as we can see, lots of damage, lots of CC in here placed by both of the sides. But then again, who's gonna get the last smite in here? Who's gonna get the last smile? And I think it's gonna go onto the side. Whoa, wait, that was your skill? I did not actually notice because all of the skills, all of the spells is actually going from the side of Team Secret. But I guess it was the smite as well that saved it for the side of, wait, I got
Team
confused.
Secret. Yes.
It was on the side of Team Secret. I thought it was actually stolen by the Mundo. And I guess what contributed to that tracker was all the skills that was thrown out towards the Infernal Drake. And they're gonna get another turret in the middle. This is a happy time for Team Secret.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the second dragon for the game for them. And the thing is, this is a little bit of a throwback-ish. I say throwback because it only happened a day ago, 2 days ago rather, where none of the junglers here was able to secure the smite, but their AD carry was able to secure it. Chewy was able to get that last hit in. Team Secret will be very, very happy with it, just as you mentioned. Azar should be careful here, though.
Definitely gonna get slowed down in here by Spear. The rest of the gang, light binding not gonna be connecting though, but the backup is in here, coming from the rest of the members of Team Secret. Look at that explosive cast available, but the Hextech ultimatum will be there to lock in the locks, and the locks will be able to do anything. Look at that ultimate coming out from that Azar. Not gonna be enough to actually take down Xpear, but look at the killer instinct coming out from Chewy. But then again, the Mundo is still all alive. Now gonna get chased by Tatsuri. Tatsuri's just try to slow down and try to get more buy time just to try to take off Xpear, but no, Xpear is still all alive. That was quite a prolonged fight, but then again, Team Secret got what they want from this area.
I can't believe Tatsuri lived after all that. He tried his best healing himself, and as well as the heal from his teammates there, from I believe James, and it worked out. But now that's a fast Baron. That's an open Baron, fast Baron, and this is classic Team Secret. Very objective focused, and now they're aiming to finish the game with this lead that they have at the moment.
For sure, why not? But I guess they're still gonna be giving some respect onto Galaxy Racer. Just gonna be balancing off the minion waves in all of the lanes so far, and especially, yes, if they get a grip on the upcoming Mountain Drake, sure, why not? That's gonna give them a lot more sustain to actually be safe up against the Mundo.
Yeah, I think for Galaxy Racer, possibly poke them out under tower. But the thing is, we saw earlier a little bit of sample how Team Secret can be fearless when they want to tower dive in. Chewy has a lot of trust. You can see how much he trusts his teammates. He's going to dive alone, and the rest of the squad will just follow. Now, they're just doing a 1-3-1 as of this moment, as the rest of the squad is going to get this tier 2 tower.
Oh yes, indeed, they do have the chance, and just like that, it is gonna go down. Here we can see, ooh, they're gonna go for more targets up against Galaxy Racer. Double kill onto a Seraphine, and very confident Hextech ultimate him. Even under the turret, Trevor will do that. Gonna go for the stasis just to make sure he's not gonna die and not gonna give any casualties. Just like one of the panelists said, once they are actually allergic to dying, they're gonna focus fire onto the Nexus. We're gonna give it to Team Secret for the first game between Galaxy Racer.
What a crazy clean finish from Team Secret. Very confident, just as we keep mentioning over towards the game. They got to their win conditions. They just wanted to get that early win on the first dragon of the game, win that Rift Herald, that first Rift Herald, and then snowball into oblivion and just take whatever they want and win whatever fight they encounter. We fortunately got to see how crazy the combo is for Seraphine and the Braum. The Glacial Fissure and the Echo on top of each other can prove to be deadly in any sort of situation, as long as they line up. Either they're under tower or they're on a choke point in the jungle.
Well, I kind of feel like as well that somehow Galaxy Racer was forced to pick up that Mundo, because we wouldn't want to see that combo between the Seraphine, the Kaisa, the Braum, and the Mundo again, because it has been working so well for the side of Team Secret. And however, though, even with the lack of the Mundo and the combo that they have been pulling off and showing off here at the Icon series, it still works well. I think the idea in here is that for as long as there is enough protection for the Kaisa in the form of a CC shielding and some bits of healing as well, and for as long as you build tanky, since hey, this is a tanky meta as of the moment, you just definitely can get the win. But to be fair though, in here there is actually the Camille didn't really go for an early tanky itemization in here, so he just went onto the try first for some balance, and of course the death dance as well, just to give him some bits of life steal to make sure that they're gonna be sustaining all the damages that will be put off by either the Ezreal or whoever's gonna be poking them down.
Yeah, that's true, especially considering that, you know, Trevor is usually the one who goes first into the fight. It is their, I suppose, the only engaged tool on their side. So the one that presses the go button, if you will. So you're right. Building those sustain items or protective items for yourself is very, very important. But yeah, that was a strong and convincing finish. I think even more like in your face compared to game number one. So I'm probably expecting something interesting in the draft later on, but I'm curious to see who the master of the match is going to be, and as well some of the highlights that we truly enjoyed in game earlier.
Oh yeah, speaking of highlights, I do believe that there were a lot of flashes that happened. So here we go with the highlights that we've got, for brought to you by Oppo Reno, our play of the game. So in here, just in the lanes, in the objectives area or the pits, dragon pits, we've seen they're just gonna go all out team fights, right, Miku?
Yeah, all out team fights definitely was their goal, especially waiting for that dragon, that first dragon objective. I mean, especially for a Camille, you can do things before that 4-minute mark. I mean, you're kind of like a Lee Sin-ish. Using that Camille, you do have that form of engage, and this was the moment that we thought we both thought there was a steal, but it was Chewy that landed that last hit, because both smites were most likely early, and this is the one where Chewy just press that go button in the middle of like 4 people, and then the rest of Team Secret just caught up. Tatsuri too almost fell in this 1v1.
Yeah, and they're actually just trying to be confident in this one, but I do believe that it was the Seraphine that has the right to be very much more confident because he's got 4 other members alongside with him nearby, and definitely even though the Mundo will be there getting a kill up against the Seraphine just in case, it's still gonna be a 1-for-1 exchange anyway. But I guess he probably has accepted the fate that, I'm not gonna be surviving this 1v5 fight. So he's just there trying to do whatever he can.
That's true, doing whatever he can to make it at least a get a kill before he would fall. But yeah, master of the match, a well-deserved score for Trevor here, as he was practically everywhere. He was the one starting the fights. He was the one sort of bursting someone down, isolating someone, and he was actually everywhere, even before that 4-minute mark rather, tried to help Azar at the side lane. So congratulations for Trevor for being this master of the match.
And I feel like he made use of master for his hair in this photo that he got. So really nice plays. And again, I think the key in here was just the balance between damage and sustain. You know, he doesn't really need to go for all out tankiness just to start, or even maybe start with a GA, because there's already a lot of protection even coming from both the Seraphine and the Braum as well. So that's very interesting. Both of the teams actually pulled off a 1-2-1 starting laning phase for themselves, and the idea there was to be informed as to where the opponent's junglers are, and it will now just boil down onto their decision making as to who they really would want to punish. So the key difference is just there as well. We were actually well, at least me, I was actually surprised to seeing the Ziggs actually being on top. But you mentioned a while ago that maybe the idea anyway, he's got long range and such, so maybe he just need to go nearby mid lane to just maybe try to help and poke out the dragon, which was from afar the top side of the map as well. But unfortunately it did not work out because, you know, the ganks happen on the top side.
Yeah, the ganks happen. I mean, maybe the satchel would save you. I mean, we did see it a few times, but without your flash and as well as your barrier, there's just too much burst from a Camille and as well as the Evelyn. But yeah, I think the mindset was definitely to get the Gragas near the dragon lane so that you have an easy way of engaging aside from that Lux.
And yes, we will take a look at the previous draft. So this is not the next one, guys, all right? So just to avoid confusion. So again, the bans were the Lee Sin as well as the Alistar. Definitely still gonna be respecting the Lee Sin of Xperia, because we did see that, right? Yesterday, Riku, where we were so impressed as how he's really gonna go for that place just to try to get the Seraphine. The insect plays, and I myself cannot do that as perfectly as of yet. You know, you have to be in a situation that the area is super, it's not that crowded to make sure you're gonna get the proper target.
Yeah, that's true. It's very challenging, especially if you do it with an Alistar too. Like, that's so much coordination, having to ping pong someone with a headbutt and as well as that insect kick. But yeah, looking at the bans and picks right now, a lot of them are very focused, target bans towards more on Xperia and as well as, you know, Draw, who's I believe the only maybe one or the two players that plays Alistar in, you know, Icon series so far, which is absolutely understandable, which means that for Galaxy Racer, they decided to remove Akali as well, which was, we discussed this during the draft, is because in game number 1, their very first game against each other, was Azar was winning and killing that lane, and Ikaros had no choice but to like sort of fall back very behind, and I think they really do respect that. That's the reason why it's banned out there, and I really love that Team Secret decided to go for something else in this draft in particular. Okay, we'll get the Camille, it's fine, go get the Ziggs Lux combo, and we're gonna do our own thing here with our Seraphine and the Evelyn.
Yes, for sure. But yeah, just a little bit of trivia though. Camille actually has a high win rate and is also part of the top picks, getting picked by around 7 times. Now 8 times out of the 13 games that we've got so far, and having that 71% 50% win rate. So that's huge in comparison to the Kaisa and Braum that got picked 100% times, having just around 50 to 58% win rate. So the Camille can do a lot of things. Although, even if you will put her in the jungle, yes, we do know she is kind of slow compared to other junglers that can, clear the jungle really, really fast. But, for as long as you perfectly allow or give some leash or help onto this Camille, then the engages once she gets the itemization that she needs. She just can go for the Hextech ultimatum. Like, you don't have to be shy about going for an Hextech ultimatum up against any target, right? That's what we've seen a while ago. That's the play style that Trevor has been pulling off a while ago.
Yeah, it does fit his playstyle so much. I mean, it kind of mirrors how he works when he's on a Lee Sin. So the concept is definitely quite the same. And it's really, really nice to see him shine. But this sort of puts Galaxy Racer, I suppose, in a tight spot. Do they want the Camille for themselves? Or maybe just ban it straight up? But that means you're either opening an Akali pick, I suppose, which is, I assume that they will ban on the blue side now, because they're going to be swapping.
I think here what's working best so far, not just for Team Secret, but something that I observed in the totality for League of Legends Wild Rift, the current meta, is that it's not just the tanky items that has been adjusted recently from the most recent patch, but at the same time you have to make sure you have at least one CC lock available for your team. It can be sure skill or a skill shot that you can use to get a target, whether it be a one target CC or an AoE CC. And I think that's what's been working so well for Team Secret. And if we will just observe in the games here at the Icon Series as well, that's what has been working. So I'm not sure if this time, by game 2, Galaxy Racer will get the realization, but, it's really now just all up to them. But, just share my observations.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what they will adjust with this time around, because now they're at blue side, right? That means you'd want to leave the Galio open, you'd want to probably leave the Camille open, so that people, rather Team Secret will just have to decide whether or not who to ban and leave something strong open. I'm not sure if they do want to prioritize the Ziggs blue side pick, so I'm assuming they would want the Camille first pick, and then maybe give the Ziggs and then the Lux later on. Maybe get Kaisa first, so you don't have that Kaisa Braum setup that we saw earlier with Chewy and James. So I think that's super duper strong. So take one out, get the Braum for me. They do definitely have a chance to do that.
Yeah, and we've seen though that Drew actually made use of the Braum already as well, twice though, but quite unfortunate, it got 2 losses as well, so it was not successful. But they could just try to pull off some good plays or better plays up against Team Secret, and I'm pretty sure maybe you just have to stop the idea that Team Secret has been pulling off. Then maybe they can get a win out of Team Secret, because it's just circling around this composition that they have been trying to pull off. But for the meantime, let's just head on to the drafting phase. I'm so excited to see what the plan is now in here for Galaxy Racer. Just like that, Piku? What do we see?
Same here. Absolutely excited, as that's an Akali ban for the side of Galaxy Racer. Looks like they want to keep things a lot open for the taking, as that is a very understandable ban. Do not want to see Galio ever after what we've seen in day number 1. Fiora, which is very, very interesting. That means either you want to ban the Camille here for the side of Team Secret, or maybe we'll just have to see, because that means they do have the opportunity to deny, maybe get that Ziggs first pick perhaps for Azar. We'll just have to see.
So I think, Galaxy Racer should be on the blue side, I believe. Yes. So it was just the naming. I think, we'll just fix that one out. So we're not going to be finalizing anything as of yet, but we did see those bans coming up already. but we're not sure as to which sides officially. But we're gonna be loading just in a bit. You hold on tight. But do you think that we'll still see that Kaisa and Braum again in this particular matchup, because they have been very consistent? I mean, well, when will there be a time that we will not see a Kaisa and a Braum in a series, in a match?
I think they should really try to separate. Yeah, it's kind of hard because they're really the top picks at the moment. They're very strong, especially when they're picked together. The stun is so easy. You're able to. It just scales so well from early. You can do a 1-3-1, maybe not. It's so good as well. But there we go. That's the Ziggs. That is the Ziggs getting first picked. That means that means Team Secret can get either their Kaisa Braum, maybe do not want to separate them, so lock in that Kaisa Braum already. But that means Dr. Mundo can be picked up by Galaxy Racer if they do want to go that route.
Okay, I'm actually thinking that maybe it's not really a good idea to first pick a Ziggs. I mean, what again has been working so well is the CC in here from the side of Team Secret, and now they're gonna be allowing them again as they are able to secure 2 prio picks, which is obviously the Braum and the Kaisa. So I'm confused as to why they're gonna give them the chance again to secure what has been working so well. And I don't know. Now I feel like again Galaxy Racer is forced to just steal away the Mundo from Team Secret just so that they could not use that again in their composition again, because it has been working. Why are you going to be fixing that something that is not broken?
That's true. I think that's the reason why they're doing this again. I think maybe we haven't really seen Team Secret sort of lose big at the early stages of the game, so it makes me wonder if Galaxy Racer wants to go that route. But based on their composition now, maybe they'd want to wait for the Dr. Mundo to scale, or rather get a bit more items to get a bit more tankier, so that you can just practically go walk up to 5 and then sort of try to kill everybody. But okay, so no Lee Sin, no Camille, but we're gonna be seeing a Vi, which is kind of similar, similar concept where you just lock someone down. This is a very fast draft, by the way. You can see Drew again here on the Alistar, though.
Yeah, and now, man, I mean, Galaxy Racer is just. I like how they're confident they are still, that they are wanting to prove us that they can beat this kind of composition that Team Secret has been pulling off. You know, there was no time that we'll be seeing that Team Secret is straying away from the kind of comp that they have been working so well. So again, Seraphine, Kaisa, Braum is just, and it's the same idea. It's not just the Camille. Yes, the Camille isn't there, just to make sure at least Galaxy Racer won't secure that. But it's the same idea. I mean, Assault and Battery pretty similar to what the Hextech Ultimatum can do as well. Lock on a particular target and that's gonna be it. And that could be a prio target either on the Ziggs or on the Corki. We'll see about that. But the idea is still in here. Yes, it's not a Darius. It is an Olaf, but that's going to give a lot of protection again for Chewy to actually free hit on the back line.
Yeah, and they got to be careful too, because again, most of the time when we see these two teams duke it out together, it's always Azar coming up on top in farm and in kills as well. So it's going to be a little bit worrisome when the Olaf just spins out of control and just tries to snowball. I mean, you've already got Chewy to worry about, but Azar on the Olaf can be that other headache that Galaxy Racer should be wary of. But for Galaxy Racer's composition, I think nothing much has changed aside from having that Corki and Alistar. I think they have a much better chance of initiating the fight because they do have that Gragas. They do have that Alistar. They can easily sort of wombo combo CCs, especially the fact that everyone is practically squishy on the side of Team Secret.
And I do think in here now that the win condition and the idea for Galaxy Racer is just to make sure that they're going to be giving that space for both the Corki as well as the Ziggs to free hit. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be worked around by the Alistar as well as the Mundo and maybe the Gragas as well if he's going to be building tank. So we'll see about that. But the damage wherein Team Secret can rely on to is just basically, mostly, at least the DPS source, will be the Kaisa. So we'll see about that. There's a lot of magic damage as well, or AP damage as well from Tatsuri as well as Chewy. And of course, the frontliners from the side of Galaxy Racer must make sure they will be ready for team fights to happen. So, MR will definitely, or magic resist items will definitely be handy in case team fights happen together with Tatsuri as well as Chewy.
Yeah, absolutely. And am I seeing that right?
Yes, we are in the loading screen. Yeah, we are here in the game 2 between Galaxy Racer versus Team Secret. Again, this is just the first series for today. We're casters. I'm Kizai. With me is Riku. Let's see how the laning phase will go.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this will pan out because we are seeing a pretty standard beginning. Okay, I thought there was like a ghost dragon in the middle. But anyway, going back to this is the laning phase that I like to see, to be honest. But again, this is like history repeating itself.
That was quite near. So it's either Ikaros getting punished or it is Azar getting punished on the top side. But for the meantime, don't we have a fight onto the bottom lane part of the map? Looks like this is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Let's see though if Trevor will make it out to get the life of Xpear. Gonna go for that armor pen, and that Mundo is not gonna be surviving any further. So that leads so far 40 kills, and just some slight gold lead as well will be onto the hands of Team Secret. But yeah, maybe we can go back to what has actually happened on the top side. Riku, could you explain as to why Azar is doing that kind of play against the Gragas?
Yeah, once you that was a pre-level 3 setup, but looks like there's gonna be a gank.
Oh yes, indeed. Look at that headbutt onto Azar, trying to punish him. Actually, a 3-man gank. Looks like there's no way out for Azar, as he will just fall down onto the hands of the members of Galaxy Racer. Really nice backup in here. And actually, I believe it's not just a backup, but already a plan in mind to give that early punish against an Olaf. As much as possible, you don't want to give an itemization for the Olaf, or he's going to be a headache later on.
Yeah, for sure. Ikaros definitely needed help there, as the earlier exchange already forced Ikaros off his flash. So that was definitely a good call from Galaxy Racer, especially that, Xpear perished as the first blood sacrifice to Team Secret. So I think that's a pretty good call. And hopefully we get to see more of that from Galaxy Racer. They do have the capability of doing so with that Gragas, and as well as, Drew's roam here on this Alistar. As we've seen, a lot of CC locks. You got the satchel, you've got the headbutt, the knockups, and everything. So as long as they execute this well, they can do it.
For sure. But for the meantime, an attempt just happened in the bottom lane part of the map just to poke out the Kaisa and just try to have him miss some of the CS from the minion waves that has been flowing. But yeah, for the meantime, everyone's just back onto their business, finding a way to catch up in terms of itemization and golds, and just be ready for the first dragon that is about to come out.
Yeah, still 30 seconds before the next dragon spawns, and as we can see, we've got James already ready, trying to roam the map a little bit, but I don't think they have priority. Team Secret does not have priority because the Ziggs keeps shoving and poking the wave, so it's gonna be a little bit tricky, as Galaxy Racer has a good foothold over mid and as well as bot.
And I think the Koki, I think not the first time that he's gonna be resetting, but everyone, I think, is in a fair condition as to who's gonna get the early positioning in the dragon. No, I take that back, because Ham is already in here, hiding in the bushes, getting that vision as to who's actually in there. Gonna go for the reset for the meantime, as Galaxy Racer tries to position themselves in the pit as well. So we'll see how this will go. Fight is about to happen anytime soon. Everyone's just gonna go try to bait out a sandwich. Might happen in here. Let's see who's gonna get the kill. Oh, they're gonna go for a turn for the meantime. Trying to find a target. Double kill gonna go on to Seraph. defeat. And there goes the life of the members of Galaxy Racer. And as you can see, Tatsuri doing a lot of things to slow down and started put some CZ up against the members of Galaxy Racer. Ikaros just forced to back away because he can't do anything anymore. And the rest of the members of Team Secret will just focus fire on the Mountain Drake. Will there be a steal? Unfortunately, no, not with you, Gragas. But nice try. But the last hit is going to go on to the Team Secret. Hold us stop because Azar in here is going to get caught up by some of the members of Galaxy Racer and he will fall down. But the lead is still so far on the hands of Team Secret.
Okay, so Galaxy Racer did not see that collapse coming for sure as Team Secret positioned themselves so well over the side near the mid lane, and that collapse is easy. Galaxy Racer was a little bit separated, but now they want a consolation prize.
Oh yes, the fighting indeed in here is happening in the bottom lane part of the map. They're gonna get the first turret, and I think that is because right after Team Secret gets the Mountain Drake, they're super low, and they are actually forced to just back away to the base, and it is not them able to actually clear off the minion waves in the mid. Thus the first turret going onto the side of Galaxy Racer.
That's true. Galaxy Racer did have priority at mid and as well as in the Dragon lane before they went to reset. That's the reason why GXR is at least able to get a consolation prize, and the fact that TS never got to reset after that Dragon take, after that fight. But now GXR, first dibs on this river. What will Team Secret do?
What will Team Secret do? We'll have to find out though, but look at the poke damage coming from both JC as well as Aziz, and now the fight is about to happen. He's gonna get the last fight, and look at him, Munter going in. They're gonna go for the might as well to take away that Rift Herald, and the rest of the members of Team Secret just forced to back away as Azar is already deleted from the map. Really nice confident plays coming out from Galaxy Racer, and seems like they're getting the momentum up against Team Secret.
We finally get to see, the sieging power of the Ziggs now. First down at Dragon Lane, they got the first turret blood, and now moving over towards top. Not only that, they did get the Rift Herald successfully, no steals whatsoever. This is looking pretty solid, and the fact that the gold is still neck and neck at 7 minutes, this is definitely not what Team Secret is used to. Usually, after the Rift Herald, they're in the lead. Maybe a 5k gold lead, but this is different. GXR is able to equalize everything out, and this is turning out to be a different story.
Yes, for sure. And now I think what has shifted onto the minds of Team Secret members is that, okay, we have to back away a little bit. Galaxy Racer members are just so confident about just going all out into team fights. And I think we have to just make sure that we're going to be going, or we're going to go for the prio in all of the lanes so far. But they haven't had time. Again, there's 2 DPS sources from the side of Galaxy Racer, JC as well as Aziz in the form of the Koki as well as the Sigs. And of course, in terms of objective takes, they're quite faster, especially if you talk about structures. Then again, it's just 20% HP life of the structure. Then, of course, the Ziggs is going to be able to take that one out. So in terms of poke as well, it's looking so well because Ikaros is doing a great job in throwing all of the barrel rolls as well as the explosive casks.
We're gonna backtrack a little bit, but Xpear though.
Here, Xpear though, but with the backup coming out from Ziggs, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have his ultimate available anymore, but this is gonna be forcing Trevor to back away. I think he was waiting for his Vault Breaker to cool down, but he's just forced to make use of the flash to just save his life.
Too close for Trevor there, but backtrack a little bit. Team Secret sort of neutralized the Rift Herald threat because Galaxy Racer unleashed the Rift Herald in mid lane, and everybody else were there. Everybody else from Team Secret, and they're able to eliminate that. So good job by TS for not making the Rift Herald as a threat. And now the dragon is now alive. That's the second dragon of the game. We'll have to see. We might see another fight as we see everybody converging at the dragon pit.
Look at how confident Team Secret in terms of starting the dragon is. And I think Xpear in here is just gonna go for an entrance. Gonna go for the ultimate, I believe, for him to avoid getting siege. He's gonna be flashing away right after that steal. Really nice play and decision making. But will they lose the life? life of the rest of their members. Yes, they get the dragon, but to what exchange? They lost Draw, they lost Ikaros, and now Team Secret has the position on actually trying to go for a push in the middle lane, but Ziggs is... Oh, look at that sandwich that just happened! Ziggs will fall down onto the hands of the full members of Team Secret right after that attempt to save the life of that turret. Really nice decision making in here by Team Secret. But I guess I gotta commend what Spear did as well on that confident steal from the Mountain Drake. No, from the Cloud Drake.
For sure, because again, this is what we were expecting off the Mundo pick. You're a Mundo, you just walk into 5 people and then pray that you live and survive. And that's what Xpear did. He survived enough time for him to just smite the dragon away from Team Secret. Now it's 1 dragon apiece. Team Secret now actually building the gold lead a little bit after that fight. But it seems that TS as well has a little bit of decent wave clear themselves. So GXR will just decide to back away.
And now I think what they should avoid in here, or what Team Secret must do in here, because we've been seeing in here that Spear has been doing so great so far in securing objectives, like in the Rift Herald a while ago, and next was the Cloud Drake. Again, just walking in, gonna go for the ultimate to avoid CCs or get that movement speed at least, and then just go for the smite while he's actually on fire. But for the meantime, Xpear in here taking a lot of damage, back up incoming from the rest of the gap from the side of Galaxy Racer. In here, some more CCs coming in from the members of Team Secret as well. They're trying their best to survive, but chasing in here, doing a lot of pokes. Missile Barrage is actually also doing a lot of things in terms of pushing away the members of Team Secret, and I think that was a successful strategy by Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer, I mean, they tried their best for sure, and managed to scare away Team Secret at least, but the mission still holds. Team Secret was able to destroy a tower at topside with, I believe, no casualties. I think JC and Zivs weren't there on time at the Baron lane, and that's the reason why, even though it was a magnificent setup by GXR, unfortunately the 2 DPS weren't there to dish out all the damage. Now Azar is gonna do split push things, and now Ikaros has to deal with me again.
You know what? I like Azar. I kind of, this time I kind of miss Azar being on a very mobile split pusher, like that of the Evely, like that of the Akali. But yeah, we just have to settle down for that for the meantime and see how this will go.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because at this moment, you know, there's another juicy target, which is the Baron, as that other objective that TS wants to take from their list, you know, checklist, how to finish a game. We get the first dragon, win that fight, win the Rift Herald fight, get the Rift Herald. But all of these things didn't really happen. So now TS would want to find an opportunity to get that pick, because at this point of the game, they're not really in a comfortable lead. They can't really do whatever they want. They can't take whatever they want at the moment. So that's the reason why they're looking for that perfect timing, get a pick maybe here and there, but they might actually get sandwiched.
But
or not?
no, their target is Zivs! But Zivs gonna be making use of his stasis and chat to save his life. But now the members of Team Secret in here, are they gonna get punished? I'm so confused as to who, but for the meantime, it is gonna be the Ziggs as well as the Koki gonna be the priority by Team Secret, not gonna be saving their lives. And now it's now just a lone Icarus alive here on the side of Galaxy Racer. There's an opportunity for Team Secret to actually go for a Baron start. They get the hunt for cooling time, get some foods, and now take the objective.
Yeah, that is Baron. That is a really, really risky play, but it worked, because they've got Azar standing in the back line. Okay, I'ma be your flanker. They won't expect me coming, and it worked out in their favor. I thought Team Secret was going to be sandwiched in the jungle, but because of Azar's positioning and the rest of the squad, the sandwich became another sandwich, I guess, in favor of Team Secret, and they are rewarded with a Baron. And now Team Secret aiming to use this for the siege, and Ocean Drake is actually now live.
Yeah, that was a very interesting, and that was worthy of a highlight as well. But I think we get now the idea of Team Secret here. What's making their life hard is actually both the damage dealers from the side of Galaxy Racer, JC as well as Zivs, and their priority target, as we can see, as we saw a while ago, Trevor actually tried to go for a focus fire onto Zivs, but unfortunately Zivs has the stasis enchant available. And oh, by the way, Black Cleaver in here was the first item of the Olaf, so definitely that's gonna hurt a lot against the frontliners on the side of Galaxy Racer, the Alistar as well as Xpear, so all their tankiness might just disappear. Even Olaf is actually here. Not to mention, by the way, of course, the true damage that he can deal with the Reckless Wing later on if he's actually ready for the team fight as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the reason. Even though Azar didn't have the best laning phase because Galaxy Racer kept visiting him, kept ganking his lane, he was still free farming after a while. After the laning phase was over, he was just split pushing, soaking up all the waves. And now, with this strong 1-3-1 that Team Secret is doing, they're knocking down towers one by one.
For sure, and now the pokes in here, they're not really shy about poking all the frontliners. Trevor in here is just gonna try to remove the armor of Xpear, not allowing Demundo to get his position in the front line. And now we are at the 16-minute game time. Definitely the itemization to counter the tankiness of that Mundo as well as the Alistar. But for the meantime in here, Zim's actually forced to make use of the stasis instead, gonna be flashing away as well. They're a little bit way too deep in here under the turret even, but they're getting the kills that they want in here, getting the lead. For the side of Galaxy Racer is JC the Koki, but then again, super low in HP, gonna be falling down onto the hands of the Seraphine, Hatsuri, and I'm not sure what that is, but I think some burn damage that killed off JC as well. Because yeah, as I can see, the item is he's not making use of the Ignite, right? So 2 heals for the side of Team Secret, so there's a lot of sustain as well.
Yeah, Leandri's actually being picked up, and Morelos making sure that the Mundo doesn't heal back up as he expected and able to live. And that's the reason why Xpear at the moment having a little bit of difficult time surviving throughout the fights, as TS have itemized their path towards, removing that pesky Mundo out of the way. But that's 18 seconds on the clock for the next Baron to spawn. Is Team Secret looking for another pick like earlier so that they're more comfortable? Or are they in a comfortable lead? Because that is already another pick.
Oh, definitely, yes, it is. Of course, apart from the armor getting deleted from you, you get the burn from the Leandris as well. So there's a lot of magic damage to take in as well, not to mention, by the way. So here we go with the second Baron take by Team Secret. Baron after Baron, and at the same time, look at what the Seraphine has been doing. Tatsuri as well as Azorin gonna be flashing in as well, trying to get the Zivs. And Zivs is in here, will fall down onto the hands of the Seraphine, and I think they can just put an end onto this one. I don't think Xpear will be able to do anything, just buying some time and just roaming around the map. It is gonna be a 2-0 score in favor of Team Secret.
What a wild finish. A little bit worried for Team Secret there because they didn't get their usual script of winning the dragon fight, getting the dragon, winning the Rift Herald fight, and then getting at least a 5k gold lead after that. Didn't snowball, but at the end of the day, they were able to climb up that gold lead into around 10k, and then that's the time they were a little bit more confident in starting these fights.
Yeah, and I guess the idea, they just realized that, okay, this Xpear has been stealing a lot from us, so we just have to buy time. We just have to find the right target. Was really making it hard for us, the pokes. Although we do not see kills from the hands of both JC as well as Zivs, but they have been doing a lot of pokes up against the members on the side of Team Secret. So that was sometime during early to mid game, but again, the realization happened. We have to make sure that we're going to be not allowing JC as well as so if we take a look at the damage dealt here, they have the highest from the side of Galaxy Racer. So Zivs as well as JC, basically they're doing their job to poke out the frontliners from the side of Team Secret. And of course, the realization with regards to we just have to prolong this. We just need to find the item that we need up against the Mundo, up against the Alistar. So in here, I like the draft of the Vi as well. Not just they will be able to get a lock on a particular target, but at the same time, of course, the armor penetration is definitely gonna help in not allowing the Mundo as well as the Alistar to tank for them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're going to be tanky earlier into the match, but just as you mentioned, as Team Secret starts to optimize either your anti-grievous wounds or armor penetration, slowly that will take a dip into your air quote defenses. So props to Team Secret. I guess history has repeated itself. We say history, even though it's just 2 days ago, but it's a 2-0 in favor of Team Secret. I gotta say, they look really, really solid right now, and it looks like they're super ready for another rematch against Nexplay later on today.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, that's going to be between Action PH versus Nexplay Esports. But you know what? We're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights from the previous match. And not to mention, by the way, I want to commend Galaxy Racer because they upped their play, right? There is definitely some sort of improvement compared to how they have met Team Secret for the first time here at the Icon Series. So it's a really good showing. They even had the chance, maybe, if they were able to just be consistent about the play style that they can do up against them. They have been stealing a lot of objectives. And in here, we did see that in the pit as well.
Yeah, I feel like, I think they have to be for sure as a 5 because most of the time we see them separated when TS is complete in their attendance in a team fight when they're ready. So I feel like it could have possibly gone in a different direction. Look at this. The Gragas Ikaros was not around, so he's definitely needed in tandem with the Alistar for additional CC support. So he wasn't around, and therefore I think TS was able to sort of get away with that fight super duper easily. And then they get picked off one by one. Some before the dragon is attained. And for Team Secret, that is their composition. They have a fight, they can isolate a target, and they look very clean. Team Secret, master of the match, Tatsuri.
Tatsuri, yes, master of the match. Definitely, he knows his role so well. So especially depending on the champion that he's gonna be making use. So are you gonna be the poke type, or are you gonna be zoning out and creating space for your teammates to take objective? But somehow he's doing both. He's doing both jobs as a Seraphine. So yes, he went in here for a heal, but the idea was there, of course, was to provide both sustain for both him and of course his teammates, and at the same time, the damage is just really on point, the plays, but of course it's just all out teamwork for Team Secret in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think might be a little bit sweaty on the first few minutes of the game, but at the end of the day, Team Secret was able to pull through, build up that gold lead. We saw Azar, even though he didn't have the time of his life in his laning phase, he continued to farm in the side lanes, and that's why he still proved to be a menace after quite some time, after around the later stages of the game.
Yes, for sure. And again, I did mention we kind of miss him being on the Kali as well as the Evelyn as well. But yeah, it's just to prolong the team fight, please, until we get the proper itemizations that we need up against that Mundo and the Alistar. And patience was the key basically for Team Secret. But again, Galaxy Racer, I commend you guys. We commend you. You did a great job. But of course, there's more fight that is about to come for you guys, and I'm pretty sure you'll do better up against next time to come back stronger. But for the meantime, up next will be Nexplay Esports versus Action PH. That's something that you can see later on, but for the meantime, we're gonna head on to a break. Once again, we're your casters. I'm Kaysaya, with me is Riku.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll We just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come, my tears, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
A valiant effort from Galaxy Racer, but Team Secret wins the race against the Galaxy and takes the first series 2-0. It is getting dire for Galaxy Racer, but for now, they have time to lick their wounds, recover, realign, re-strategize, and prepare for next week. For Team Secret, though, this could be their warm-up match against Nexplay Esports, which they will be facing off against later today. But let's first break down what happened, and Otilus and Yuko, our analysts, are here to serve. So game one, and a very, very short game, I might add. Yuko, just what are your overall thoughts on this matchup?
It was just TS rather playing to their advantage, and it was a beautiful series to watch.
Yeah, as we look into the series highlights, this is the Mundo by Xperia. It's going to be a sandwich, and look at this. Icarus just got separated from the fight, and Yeah, I think when we talk about Team Secret, we have to highlight the fact that Seraphine is really overpowered. This is Chewie going in and just doing the cleanup duty for their squad. We also have seen a close call for Tatsuri in a battle between Xpear. Tatsuri almost going down, but the heals are there. The sustain is always there for Tatsuri to just do the killing blow. And this is the combo in where our casters have been highlighting so far in the series. Seraphine's Encore with Braum putting the Glacial Fissure on top of it. It just controls choke points and controls clashes over and over again, and once you already have controlled the fight, that's the time that Chewie just goes in, goes ham, and just deals the final blow. This is game number 2, in where we also have seen Xpear prioritizing Dr. Mundo to its full potential. However, it wasn't really as effective. Here, we are going to see another very good encore coming from Tatsuri's Seraphine. Look at that. That's another choke point. Charm is going to connect onto Zivs, and Zivs is just going to go down because Olaf was there to do the cleanup. And that's the story of the game. They battle each other. They always battle in a choke point wherein it was very favorable over and over again for Team Secret. So I guess this is the time for the other teams to really check if they have to ban Tatsuri's Seraphine, because I think that has been very impactful of late. What are your thoughts on this, Yuko?
Well, if we're gonna go back to game number 1, I am honestly surprised with the hate spike connecting onto the Whiplash and then the Ikeathan Rain. Evelyn, we talked about this off screen. We did not expect an assassin type of Evelyn for Team Secret, given that last time we did see an Evelyn Baron Laner, she did have wave clear, but she wasn't the one that usually gets the kills. Also, James, he is not so allergic to deaths right now. However, do you know who are the two champions, or players rather, that were allergic to deaths in game number 1? Trevor and Chewie. Mind you, Trevor was Camille in game number 1. He was the one doing the initiates. The fact that he did not die even a single time shows how tanky he was. Also, Chewie, onto that Kaisa, just shows that he was really protected by Team Secret. Also, the beat drop and Glacial Fissure combo from Team Secret just blew my mind. So many amazing plays. They know when to come in. And moving on to game number 2, Gragas had really good disengage. It just so happened that during the latter parts, he tends to pop his ultimate at the later time. Also, GXR, they were usually in places where it's perfect for Seraphine's Encore, and that's something I would not want to happen if I were in GXR. Also, Tatsuri had less presence during the early parts. However, in the late game, you can just see that Seraphine going crazy in the map.
It's like what Audalus mentioned, those choke points that just let the Seraphine do what she does best, which is sing everybody to their deaths, so to say. But I wanted to ask, before we head into our second series of the day, I wanted to ask, this Dr. Mundo pick, we discussed this in the pre-show, that it could have been the key to defeating Secret, but why didn't it work? Why couldn't Galaxy Racer capitalize on this pick? Audalus, what do you think?
When we're talking about Dr. Mundo, you have to control the tempo of the game. You have to start early and you have to bully out your opponent very, very fast. But similar to what you have said earlier, Mika, I think when it comes to tempo, when it comes to speed, Team Secret has Galaxy Razor's numbers, right? They have been out-tempoed in the past couple of games that they have met. And it just goes to show that even if you pick Dr. Mundo, if you cannot really start early, if you cannot apply pressure early against this very good teams, then it's not really going to work into your favor.
It's interesting that we're talking about tempo, and we're reminded that Team Secret picked Seraphine, who clearly has all of the tempo, as the song stressed. Yuko, you highlighted Seraphine so much. Do you think that this was the very crucial pick to Team Secret's success in this series?
She definitely has tempo, literally and figuratively. And yes, Seraphine had a huge help in Team Secret both games 1 and 2. Like what I said, Seraphine had more kills in game number 1, but she became more on the backlines or just focused on the initiates in game number 2. Also, I guess that's just because Team Secret always has the Braum and Seraphine combo, I literally wrote Tatsuri in my notes. I did not write Seraphine. That's how close he is with the champion. But yeah, Braum and Seraphine, Braum is gonna pop his shield, and whenever Seraphine is gonna use the beat drop, Braum can just pop his Glacier Fisher or maybe pop his first skill, and that is basically the go signal for Team Secret. And the fights in the Dragon area, they mostly just wait for Galaxy Racers to go with the initiate, and from there they're gonna go with the counter gank or counter team fight. From there, it's gonna be their game.
Yeah, team fighting of Team Secret is really on point today. But I just want to commend Azar on that Evelyn again, making it work game number 1, punishing the Ziggs by Galaxy Racer. Remember, guys, that Ziggs is often put in the mid lane for a reason, because that's a shorter lane, that's a safer lane, and you put that long lane onto an Evelyn. Man, oh man, that is really a menace if you are an Evelyn user.
Well, Team Secret seems to be settling into this groove right now. We're going to find out if they can carry that on when they go up against Nexplay Esports. For now, though, we are jumping into our second series of the day, and it's going to be Nexplay Esports versus Action PH. Now, Action PH, they are in the eye of the hurricane right now. They have had a very difficult day too, and they now have to fight Nexplay Esports up next. The big question for this series is whether Action PH can weather the oncoming storm that is Nexplay Esports. Checking out their lineup right now, this is Nexplay Esports is going to be a Category 5, and these guys, Yamada, AIM, Eiko, Riots, and Simon, they have to stand strong. What do you think? Otlus, we'll start with you. Can they weather this storm?
Yeah, it all boils down to AIM's performance. Again, when we talk about the Summer Icon series in North Luzon, we have to look at the jungle, because Just is the barometer of the junglers right now. Another player that I would like to closely look at is Riots. Riots has to improve in his damage output in trying to just impact the game as he could, because he's against Uzi, which we all know is the late game insurance of NXP, so Riots really has to do a lot of legwork here.
Let's actually take a closer look at Riots right now. And Yuko, I want to get your thoughts here on Action PH just, going up against the Titan that is Nexplay Esports.
Alright, so basically one of my thoughts here is Riot's, he's usually the backlines, as you guys can see, Corky and Kaisa. However, I kind of want to challenge him in the sense that, will you be able to zone out Uzi in the team fights? I know it's easier said than done, but what if you can isolate Uzi, or at least have a beefy frontliner enough to withstand his attacks? That's going to be a huge advantage for Action PH.
This is very interesting, and this could be the key for Action PH. In the meantime, Nexplay Esports, of course, still looking incredibly strong right now. Even though Team Secret might have taken a few games away from them, they are still not to be underestimated by any team over here in the Philippine scene. Taking a closer look at their lineup for today, you know what? These guys, they have been so dominant in the Wild Rift scene ever since the game has actually launched. At Otlus, I want to get your thoughts on how these guys have been, so dominant, and is there any weakness actually in this team right now?
So far, we only have seen Team Secret winning a series against them. Other than Team Secret, Omega Esports, which is currently participating in South Luzon, has been one of the teams that can stand toe-to-toe against Nexplay. And the main reason for this is because when they were building around this team, around October, they were really looking for something. They want players that can stick to the plan. And Disaster and Just is just the best combo that we have, or that we can request for a jungler support synergy lineup. Now, you also have the Chule that is demanding a lot of respect on that Zed, but one champion that has been paired up with a player is Akali on that Horizon, right? Almost every time there is a ban that is being warranted by Nexplay in the Baron lane, because Horizon is just too good on that Akali.
Let's actually take a closer look at Horizon, and Akali just being one of the many picks that he shines on. I feel like he shines on every single champion that he picks. Yuko, what about you? What are your thoughts?
All right, so that is true. Every single champion that Horizon picks works so well for their team. However, this is something that Autoluz and I noticed in day number 1, the third series. Team Secret, they banned out most, if not all, of Horizon's star champions. And that was a time when they were able to get the wins in. So is it their plan to actually try to limit the choices that Horizon can have? But then again, it's very risky because you get to open Zed for their mid laner. You get to open Lee Sin for Just She. It's still a double-edged sword, but I'm glad to see that Team Secret, they were not afraid of just going with the risk. However, looking back into the series, Action PH, that's something that they could also do. But again, they could just try to work on their advantages, or they can work with what they're comfortable with.
This is really interesting because it might boil down to the draft that we have, because it just depends on what doors open and what doors close on the side of Action PH if they're going to take down Nexplay Esports. And you know what? We should be getting into game anytime soon, but before we do, let's have our predictions for this series. Autoluz, let's start with you.
You know that my hearts always go to the underdogs, right? And Action PH has been the underdogs of the North Luzon. Let's face it, with no wins yet in their belt. But so far, Nexplay has improved a lot since their since their loss against Team Secret. So I think that they will still ride that momentum, and they need that momentum heading into the third match today against Team Secret. So it's going to be a clean 2-0 for Nexplay.
And Yuko, what about you?
Okay, I'm rooting for Action PH. However, stats don't lie, performance don't lie. I'm going to have to go with 2-0 in favor of NXP as well.
I thought Yugo was gonna give us something spicy and suddenly, turn everything around. I actually do have the same sentiments as Yugo. Action PH, my heart is with you, but Nexplay Esports, they are just so good. And like we mentioned, they're in the eye of the hurricane. Can they actually weather the storm that is Nexplay Esports? We'll find out as we head into the game. Casters, you guys are up.
And thank you very much, panelist Des. And we're now down to the second series of the third day of week 1, wherein Action PH is now against Nexplay Esports. Can the weather defeat the storm, or can the storm outrun the weather? That is indeed going to be the question, but only one can stand at the top of this series. I'm Infinity. Together with me today is going to be Isaiah. We're going to be your shoutcasters for this second series.
Yes, indeed. And yes, talking about second series, history will repeat itself? That's the question. Or will it be changed by Action PH? So there were a lot of struggles by Action PH from yesterday, but I do hope that they will be able to make a good showing, or a better showing this time around up against Nexplay Esports. I heard a while ago that the panelists talk about are there any loopholes as to what Nexplay Esports can do? Seems like they're perfect, but I guess we did see that happen. Like even during the first day of the Icon series for North Luzon group stage, because one point in particular, I cannot remove this from my memory, wherein sometimes there will be some lack of checking in the bushes by the support, and that's one loophole not to mention already. But of course, at the same time, it is their playstyle getting bitten by Team Secret. So definitely there's something that must be worked around, or must still be cleaned up by Nexplay Esports. And at the same time, I do believe that Action PH can still make a great showing despite Nexplay Esports showing some, really great competitiveness here in the esports scene for Wild Rift.
100%. And I like how you talked about loopholes. Because the loopholes of NXP from day number 1 was made by Team Secret, right? They brought in a lot of new champions in the pool. They brought in the Seraphine from Tatsuri, right? They brought in Evelyn that just confused NXP on what they could counteract in terms of those champion pools. And I want to see it once again for this series number 2. Action PH can bring out unconventional, untraditional picks to bring out NXP in terms of like a confusion once more as they did from day number 1. That could potentially happen, but also Action PH could just dominate in terms of their strategy and rotations. That also could happen. So basically right now, a lot can be placed in for these 2 teams for this series.
One thing we noticed though for the side of Action PH is somehow maybe there is a lack of champion pool, or it's just them not really showing that much yet. But I do believe that, hey, I think this is the time to be more creative, because again, it is, yes, a triple round robin match, but we are now on our second round for this triple round robin up against each of their opponents. So I think it is best to show off some new strategies, maybe at least confuse their opponents this time. So I think sticking with the Vi all alone might not be that wise, or maybe they should they tried once to have that Lee Sin in their lineup, but unfortunately it did not work so well. But how about you, Infinity? What do you think is something that must be done in here by Action PH?
You've tackled about the junglers, right? And I want to say the same thing, because the junglers, I think right now in a Wild Rift meta is very important. The junglers are the ones that set up the lanes in terms of the ganks, in terms of the pressure, and in terms of objectives. So I think Action PH, if they have a very dominant jungler when it comes to this series against Nexplay Esports, they could par it up against themselves and get that win against them. And also, we saw how the panelists talked about the mid laner as well, because the mid lane is actually quite important. I think Action PH made it so that they have like a 1-3-1 type of setups in the past. So it has been actually quite devastating, and at the same time had a minor approach when it comes to the Wild Rift meta. But if they can utilize this very well, they can bring out Nexplay Esports once more in terms of a confusion and take the win for the series.
Yeah, I can even remember calling Josh G one of the best, actually not one of the best, actually the best jungler that is currently existing in here for Nexplay Esports. If we're going to be talking alone about his individual skills as a jungler, because he both can carry and at the same time he has that really nice macro sense in the game. And I think somehow, if we put it this way, if we're going to be comparing the level as to how AIM is actually playing in the jungle in comparison to how Josh G is actually playing in the jungle as well, sometimes, I'm not sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong of course, but this is my opinion and based on my observation, is that somehow AIM is good on aggression. His aggression is great, but somehow at the same time it is way too far, or he is quite overextending most of the time without timing it with his teammates. So I guess the synergy, not just the individual playtime, the synergy with the rest of the members of Action PH is still lacking and still needs some improvement in order to match up with the kind of play up against Nexplay. But now maybe this second round that they meet up with Nexplay Esports, they can prove us wrong. Maybe it will be much more cleaner. But yeah, just basing on the observation of the past games that we've seen from Action PH, I think that's something that must be cleaned up.
Absolutely. I mean, it's reflected from AIM's champion pool, right? AIM used up the Vi, AIM used up the Lee Sin, and I think you've talked about it a while ago wherein he was picking up that Vi very frequently, and with a Vi and the Lee Sin in their champion pool, they are meant to be aggressive, but I think you've said it enough, they need to be responsive, right? If AIM goes in, you need to have those follow-ups. If a champion goes in, there needs to be a response, and I think that's going to be very important and key for Action PH. And I like how you stated Just Chi is the king of the jungle. He is one of the top junglers right now in Wild Rift. If you give the Lee Sin to Just Chi, it's so powerful. He can respond very quickly into the early game, and considering the early power spike of a Lee Sin, he could respond to it and he can synergize with those early aggressive that is synonymous with the Nexplay Esports brand in Wild Rift as well.
Yes, for sure. And I just recalled you mentioned the king of the jungle. I just want to go back a little bit to one of the members of Team Secret because Trevor, his previous IGN that he makes use in the competitive scene from a different game, of course, was Jungle King. And I was so excited when he did the transition here in Legends Wild Rift. But of course, gonna go for his nickname, of course. And I'm just so excited to see him match up against, of course, Joshi as well. But for the meantime, we're gonna be heading on to the draft between Action PH versus Nexplay Esports. The Camille having a high pick rate as well as high win rate is gonna be the first ban by Action PH. Any thoughts about this one, Infinity, with regards to why they have actually have a prio ban on the Camille?
Camille is a very strong individual champion. He is flexible. He is very strong when it comes to the early game. It gives us a shield that gives sustainability. So overall, I think Camille is a very good ban when it comes to targeting for Action PH to have enough opportunity to defend their backline support. So that is going to be very important as we have the Lee Sin, Galio, and Akali to follow through for the next bans for these two teams right now. But Ziggs, though, is now going to be the priority for Action PH, and now Nexplay Esports is stuck to go for the reactive play.
Ziggs prio pick for the side of Action PH. I can remember Aiko doing a lot of good things with the Ziggs in his pocket, you know, just going for the priority push and even trying to punish even the farthest member up against their opponent. So I'm so excited to see Aiko again in his Ziggs, of course prioritized for the meantime by Amada. It's just gonna be like swapping it around later on. But for the meantime, they tried to deny that combo between the Braum and the Kaisa. No, not me. And the Kaisa. and the Kaisa. So I like this. Nice pick so far. There's a lot of just, you know, AP damage coming up so far for the first two picks of Action PH.
And Action PH actually picked up the Kaisa, right? When it was picked up, I was thinking Nexplay Esports, you know what, you can go for the Ezreal. But considering that Action PH still doesn't have the support up and available for them, Nexplay Esports responded with a jungler. He went for the Vi, he went for the Orianna, and that is a good champion to pick up against a Kaisa. Vi with Assault and Battery is going to be key for this game one.
For sure. They have a CC lock already, but to match that one up, in here on the side of Action PH, they're going to be picking up a Jarvan the Fourth for themselves, of course, to lock on a particular target. But so far, both drafts are looking good. I just find the draft of Action PH a little bit more squishier compared to what is in for Nexplay Esports. But for the pokes, they have a lot in here, of course, brought to you by the Ziggs as well as the Janna as well. So in the laning phase, I believe that the dual laners must make sure they're going to be reserving some of themselves in order to not get poked by the Janna as well as the Kaisa. So we'll see about that. But the question in mind is how they're going to go on to their starting laning phase, because that is the question. Are they going to go for a usual or standard 1-1-2 or the 1-2-1 laning? Because in the first day, it was Action PH going for that 1-2-1 early rotation or early laning phase, especially that they're making use of a utility support. So let's see if that's going to be the same thing in here against Nexplay Esports.
Absolutely going to be the question right now. It's efficient into the mid lane. It's efficient into the Dragon lane. But similarly, we have Nexplay Esports picking up the Ezreal and the Braum. We've seen it in their previous games. We've seen it in their previous series. This is the duo that keeps on getting picked up and is actually quite dominant when it comes to the early game for the Dragon lane, because you have the pokes from the Ezreal, you have the dashes, and that's actually quite key. And on top of all that, now we're on the topic of dashes. Jarvan 4 is very prominent when it comes to locking down enemy champions, but with Ezreal having the dash away, actually disengages or disables this potential of Action PH to lock down on the Ezreal. They have a lot of mobility champions right now, so I think Jarvan 4's target would be the Orianna. It may be something that could lock it down and could get the secure kill for Action PH on this game one.
For sure. And talking about after that discussion with regards to engages and initiates as well, then I also think both of the teams got some ways to actually disengage with the Gragas explosive cask and of course the Munson coming off from the Janna as well. This is gonna be very interesting. Now they just gotta be wise as to when they're gonna be making use of those ultimates later on onto the team fights, because you know what you would really want to avoid if you have the kind of composition is that you make sure you're well coordinated. If not, you thought you're gonna get the kill, but then again, the disengage was out there because of either the explosive cats or the Munton, and you just made it not work for us instead of us securing a kill or whatnot. But yeah, for the meantime, so far, who do you think in here got the better draft? Or if you cannot think about anything, Infinity, do you think what is the win conditions for both of these teams?
The prediction is gonna be hard because I think these two teams have like a pro and cons type of situation. So let's actually talk about the winning condition. Because
sure.
I think that's gonna be much easier considering we have like super close type of draft when it comes to the game number 1. So Action PH, let's talk about the Janna. Let's pick it off in where you have stated and analyzed for Action PH. Monsoon is going to be very important for them because you have a lot of hard engages for the side of NXP. You have the Assault and Battery from the Vi, you have the Body Slam from the Gragas, Brom that could just dash in, and you have the Ezreal as well. So having that Monsoon is actually quite effective. Ziggs needs to fall into the back end and not get any damage, but considering he still deals damage when it comes to the far end into the front lines of NXP. That's gonna be key for Action PH. The Fiora and the Jarvan 4 needs to protect these champions. So if that comes through, Janna with a Monsoon, perfect. The Ziggs into the back end, dealing massive amounts of damage. NXP would receive a lot of damage even before the game or the clash actually may start. For the side of NXP, I think those engages from the Vi and that Gragas are going to be very important against the Kaisa, against maybe the Ziggs. The access onto the back end is going to be very important for them. And now, it's just up to them to execute what may be the winning condition for this game 1.
Whew, yes, it will just boil down onto execution, and I like the fact that you just denied of. Okay, I'm gonna go for a prediction because I know how hard it is. Well, both of them has the pros and cons, just like what you have mentioned. But for the meantime, we're gonna go on to the game, and earlier onto the game, there's already some bits of folks coming from Yamada trying to going for an early punish up against Arisen.
With a complete disadvantage of Gragas in a level 1 type of matchup because the barrel is actually takes too long when it comes to the cooldown, right? So I think that was a very, very good early engage from Action PH, pressuring into the Gragas, and now he's left with a 2/3 of an HP in this early draft. But nevertheless, NXP still has the advantage when it comes to the Dragon lane because of Uzi's champion. That Ezreal is gonna hurt when it comes to the early game.
That's for sure. But a while ago, we are talking about, okay, is someone going to go for a 1-2-1 rotation this time? Or they're going to go for standard? So, question has been answered. But for the meantime, fight is happening.
Flag and drag onto Just Chi. Just Chi is going to be pressured. Flash in, flash out. It's now going to be aim going in for the kill. Just Chi is going to be the first blood. Action PH taking the kill. And Chule is forced to back away as we have low HP for both Chule and Eiko. But at the end of the day, Action PH got the first blood. But we have a response. Kaisa falls down. It's gonna be the ADC out of question, but with Fiora into the mid lane once again, gets another kill. It's a 2-for-2. It's dead even for these two teams.
Going back to that first blood, though, we realize the kind of playstyle that AIM really has in the jungle. So he is very aggressive as a jungler, and I do believe that Action PH members just needs to back him up, and that's what made them successful into getting that first kill. But for the meantime, though, we had a little problem that has happened in the bottom lane part of the map. Somehow, to those when we thought that the China could help out poke out the frontliner from the side of Nexplay Esports, which is in the front form of the Brom. Then again, it didn't happen. It is then getting punished somehow with a place that Uzi is actually putting on to the Ezreal.
Absolutely. So it's gonna be super close right now. And we've talked about the winning conditions, right? And I think Aiko did a very good job staying into the backside and getting those pokes, getting those siege, getting those bombs, hurting Chule and hurting Just Chi in that early matchup. So I think that's something that Ziggs needs to prioritize. He needs to stay safe and at the same time deal massive amounts of damage against NXP.
That's for sure. But for the meantime, everyone's just gonna go back onto their own business, try to get the itemization that they need right before the first dragon take, because it's gonna be very important. For the meantime, what we see in the itemization in here is a redemption already available for the Janna, so that's gonna be very useful later on into securing and a contest in this Infernal Drake, which I'm so excited about because again, the first blood, again, if you can recall, that went on to the jungler on the side of Action PH, which is AIM. Meantime, it is the Orianna that they must also watch out for the side of Nexplay Esports, because definitely although not completed yet, he's got some item already available to deal some bits of amount of damage into the team fight that might potentially happen as the dragon goes up.
And talking about the items, you already have the Bramble Breast for the Gragas. It's a direct counter onto Janna and the Fiora. When it comes to level 5, Gragas can now, deplete the amount of regeneration that the Fiora can have when it comes to his ultimate. On top of all that, Janna is not gonna have a good time when it comes to regenning his teammates. So overall, what a good item right now for Gragas. As we have another fight, Just Chi is coming in with Assault and Battery onto him, but we have the Flash coming through. 2-shot barrage, massive amounts of damage. We have Dragon 4 falling down onto the ground. It's gonna be the kill for the side of NXP, and they're gonna fall back because they're happy with the jungler of Action PH.
Yes, for sure. I mean, they wanted to shut down that Jarvan earlier on because he got the first blood, and that was such a nice idea coming from the side of Nexplay Esports. Again, you mentioned it a while ago, Assault and Battery right direct onto the face of AIM, and that he knows he is really the target. But not to mention, by the way, Mana Munes are already built in here by the Ezreal, and he has a massive lead in terms of gold as well, second to Orianna. So if you're also going to be comparing the amount of gold that the Kaisa has as well as what Uzi has as well, definitely Uzi got an upper advantage here as well. For the meantime, fight is about to happen.
Yeah, Just Chi's out, actually going in for face first in terms of the danger. We have NXP actually very, very sustainable as Fiora gets a kill onto Just Chi. What a good pickoff, but Fiora is now going to be pinned down by the enemy team. It's going to be Fiora falling down to the ground, 1v1. But we have Ziggs with a Mega Infernal Bomb securing the kill onto Horizon. Uzi is very low, but Kaisa is looking for the kill, looking for the shot. Ziggs goes for the flash and gets the kill. Uzi falls down and Action PH has the free reign onto the Infernal Dragon.
You gotta love the space that was created by Aiko right over there. They know what their role is gonna be in this fight, which is of course aim. Just go focus fire on the dragon, and then we're gonna be taking care of the rest. Because anyway, they're hurting a lot with the damage that we can pull off. Again, Aiko really far or range in terms of his abilities, and then again, that's helping a lot into shoving the members of Nexplay Esports. Now, go to the teams, but the position in the Herald pit. Let's see how this will further go, because I do believe the fight might potentially happen anytime soon.
Rift Herald is going to be initiated by Action PH, but they saw out Nexplay Esports and said, you know what, let's delay this for now, let's wait for a bit to then go for some kills, to then wait for a mistake for NXP to do so that we can get the advantage. Because now NXP is looking for those kills as Ziggs goes for the bombs, delaying the fight and dealing massive amounts of damage. So for now, no kills will still be done and the Rift Herald will still stay alive.
Yes, for sure. But in here as well, what I think Action PH needs to avoid is to get sandwiched in between the Rift Herald pit as well. But both of the teams still respecting each other. I like it. I like it. Like the balance in the minion waves in the bot lane is just there as well. If in case it's gonna be a 5v5 situation that is about to happen. But oof, I think they should have taken advantage of the reset that the Vi and also the Oriana did. I think they took some items. I hope we can see the items that they have actually bought in here. The reason why they actually went into the base. And I think in here, Infinity, we have a fight.
Ooh, it's gonna be the blue team action is here in the Rift Herald. Action PH getting that 2 objectives right now in the early game. Just she is very low, forced to back away as we have the Fiora pressuring against the enemy team. And that is gonna be a Ryzen falling down to the ground. Ziggs falls down as well. It's a 1-for-1, but the fight is not gonna be over as we have Yamada taking another kill. It's now gonna be the 2-for-2, but on the end of the day, Action PH secures the Rift Herald.
Yes, getting the Rift Herald, but unfortunately the minion waves in the middle lane wasn't managed, and thus the rest of the members of Nexplay Esports is just gonna be focus firing onto this turret objective, which is of course no longer gonna go up or respawn anytime soon in the game. So I think it is a good aggressive kind of play that came from Action PH, but then again I think they forgot to shove the minion waves in the mid, thus allowing Nexplay Esports to just go for that objective instead of just going for more kills up against Action. But for the meantime, more fight happening on the top side.
Yamada, 1v2 type of situation, Disaster going for the response, but the sandwich is gonna happen. It's gonna be the collapse here onto the top side as Yamada has another day to live, but 1 HP with a flash from Horizon, taking him down. Another kill secured by Nexplay Esports. Now the Rift Herald is now gonna be summoned into the mid lane.
Yes, for sure. I think they will be able to take this one out. The Rift Herald wasn't able to bump in onto the turret. I think they should have just made use of that in a different way because they got a Ziggs anyway that can easily take down turrets. You just have to wait for the 20% HP turret and then just make use of the bomb to just take that one out. But yeah, it's done already. But now I guess we can see Action PH really showing great up against Nexplay Esports. So meantime, the itemization that we can check for the meantime, Sunfire already available for the Vi, definitely gonna hurt a lot, and he will have all the reason to actually enter or go for and initiate anytime he wants. At the same time, Try First Manamune built by the Ezreal already gonna give him more reason to just poke out and throw all the abilities as much as he wants into team fight. So let's see how this will go. I think a team fight might potentially happen again anytime in the Dragon Field.
Indeed, indeed. As APH is now looking for the Dragon's Pit, Horizon is going to be onto the front lines of this matchup as Yamada goes for the poke. But Nexplay Esports, you know what? Let's ignore them as we go for the Cloud Dragon. APH is still looking forward to try and set up a play as we have Nexplay Esports securing the Cloud Dragon. Just he is hovering into the backside of the map, going in for the flash away, still safe, gonna be safe from harm as we have Yamada too far in deep as Nexplay Esports secured another kill, but we have Jarvan 4 coming right through, getting another kill in their favor. It's gonna be 2-for-1 favor of NXP as they get the Cloud Dragon.
Cool. Really nice take by both of the team. Yes, indeed, Nexplay Esports was able to take that dragon, but we still can see the potential by Action PH to actually win team fights. All the pokes that has been happening in here, but for the meantime, Vi flanking from the backside. Let's see what is about to happen.
Ooh, I flank indeed, but you know what? Disengage for now. The first skill does not connect against the enemy team. Just she is too low to sustain that fight, and NXP is just happy to just pressure in the Dragon lane.
Yes, and I believe he did not have the ultimate Assault and Battery available to actually prioritize a target. We can see in here Frozen Heart. Oh, hold up, because they're going to be taking down another turret in here. What is happening to Nexplay Esports? Somehow, I think it's also the draft that is working so well by Action on the side of Action PH. They know their capacity. They just need to poke out. Do not be shy into poking all the frontliners that is available on the side of Nexplay Esports. So Disaster we have been seeing in here, building really defensively against all the magic damage, all the AP damage that the members of Action PH has been throwing away, especially in particular coming up from Akos Ziggs as well as Riot's Kaisa. It's hurting them a lot, and I guess they do still have the potential to make a comeback up against Nexplay Esports.
100%. And we've talked about the winning conditions, and Action PH is doing very great job defending into the backsides, and Nextplay Esports cannot access it. So I think that's gonna be key for NXP. Access that backlines, and Action PH's draft will crumble down. And if they do that, that's gonna be the win for them. But if they don't, Action PH will take the win for game number 1. But it's too early to say so, as we have Action PH pressuring in to the tier 3 turret into Baron lane.
Yes, indeed. That's just the pressure. And as you can see, somehow Nexplay Esports is also becoming reactive as to how Action PH is rotating within the map. Just a little bit of trivia, though, for both of these teams. Action PH do have a coach in their team. Meantime, Nexplay Esports is currently just relying on all the 5 heads that they've got as players. So they are still looking for a coach to help them one out. So, but yeah, that's just a bit of colorful information for you guys. For the meantime, Josh in here.
Ooh, a sudden battery onto Kaisa. Actually a very smart move, but no follow-up. Just G went in too deep. We have Jarvan 4 with a Cataclysm actually connecting to Just G. Forced to flash away. The Kaisa, a King of Rain, massive amount of damage. Braum falls down. It's Disaster out of the fight. And we have Chule going for the 1v1 against Eiko, but the damage is just too far and deep. We have Horizon going in for the body slam against the enemy team. It might be the 5-man ace. It is indeed, as Nexplay Esports wipes out Action PH in that fight.
I do believe that Team Action PH almost got it. And again, Team Ace, of course, brought to you by Opal Reno, and they all have the reason to just go for this Baron take right after that really nice ace. But yeah, speaking of that team fight, going back to the team fight again, we did see the capacity of Action PH to actually potentially win that fight. But unfortunately, I think what was left wide open was Uzi just free hitting from the backline, and there's just so much protection, even to spend the life of the Gragas, even to having to spend the life of Josh G, or even a Ryton's Gragas, or even the life of Disaster's Braum. So as long as Uzi will be able to just juke in and out from the team fight, and then it's all good. Again, he's got one of the highest gold that is currently available in the game, 12k, also on the hands of that Orianna, 12.6k as well. So that's massive amount in comparison to what the Kaisa as well as the Ziggs currently has. But again, this time we have another potential steal or fight may happen. No, I don't believe so. I mean, they're way too far, so it looks like they're just gonna be giving it for free.
Like Action PH, you know what, let's respect NXP for now. Because if we lost that fight, it's probably over. The wave control is in favor of NXP. They done the Mountain Drake. So basically, they're on it for those defensive capabilities. And with Cloud Dragon, they have a lot of movement speed. So basically, you know what, let's chill for now. They have the Baron buff. They have everything on their favor. But they're now pressuring into the Dragon lane though. This might be the potential for Action PH to put this upside down in their favor, because they need to defend against the inhibitor turret. If they fall down, this is going to be the end. Now NXP is pressuring in. They're getting that tier 2 turret into the mid lane as well, as Justy actually dives in too deep with the Assault and Battery. Too tanky though to actually get all the aggro of that damage, as Yora Yamada tries to jump in with a lunge, gets the kill on the Justy, but he also falls down in the process. Now Eiko trying to defend the base, going in for some bombs, but NXT is happy with the 2 inhibitor turrets that they have received in that engagement. A lot of objectives secured by Nexplay Esports.
I do believe that Josh G knows that it is already a sacrificial move, because he know that he could potentially die from that dive. But then again, it's better to try than not. But ooh, look at that! Really nice flow of minion waves up top, forcing a Ryzen to actually go for a defensive play. Meantime, we just saw Vi as well buying that Randuin's Omen because seemingly they're having a hard time as well from the damage coming up from Riot's Kaisa as well as from Akos Ziggs. So we'll see how this will further pan out. But for the meantime, somehow I still do feel that for as long as there will be a mistake that might be done by Nexplay Esports in here, a potential comeback is still possible for Action PH. They just need to be very wary or like just get the pick off from whoever who might be overextending from the side of Nexplay.
And talking about the same topic, I want to talk about how Nexplay Esports built their team, their items, with a lot of grievous wounds. Right? Thornmail for Gragas, Vi with Executioner's Calling, and that Bramble Vest. So basically, they built from the ground up into building up grievous wounds, directly countering up Janna and that Fiora. Mortal Reminder also available for Ezreal, and Braum has the Bramble Vest. So overall, they're built tanky, they're built to defend and counteract Action PH, as NXT is looking for more. The Baron is still gonna be alive though, and they're gonna start it up for this objective.
Oh yeah, not to mention the Force of Nature. I think I saw 2 Forces of Nature from the itemization list of Nexplay Esports members. And of course, I do believe they are respecting the damage that is coming from Eiko. But ooh, Infinity, what is this?
Ooh, aim is just too far ahead. It's now gonna be the Cataclysm, actually locking onto 2. But we have Uzi going in for the Stasis entrance, goes for the flash, goes for the dash. But it's not gonna be enough as Fiora gets the kill, goes for the secured damage onto the Ezreal. The fight's not gonna be over as we have Fiora still gonna be alive. Yamada just delaying the fight, but we have him killed as well, as Aim and Simon are the only one remaining, with Nexplay Esports still having 4 members of their team available. And they're now rushing into the base. They're looking to finish the game. Now, the wave control is in favor. This is a lot of minions. They're rushing right to 2.5k HP remaining as we have Horizon with a full HP. Disaster falls down, but it's not gonna be enough as we have the kill from Chule onto the Janna. Aim is not gonna have enough AoE damage, and that is game number 1 going in favor of NXP.
Ooh, that was an interesting match. Well, because we did see how Action PH tried their best and somehow they actually got some lead from the first few parts of the game, wherein after they got the first blood up against the member, one of the members, I think that was from Horizon, if I recall it correctly, on the top side. Of course, no, that was somewhere in the middle lane part of the map. So, but then again, really nice job coming up from Action PH. But then again, I think what paid off from the side of Nexplay Esports is their synergy from in this game itself. But yeah, how about you, Infinity? What are your thoughts from this game?
I do agree. NXP, I think, went in full all into counter items, right? They have like 2 Force of Nature, 3 Force of Natures. They have Sunfire AGs for days. They have Grievous Wounds for days. And that just disables the attack speed of that Fiora. That disables the attack speed of Riots with a Kaisa, right? And on top of all that, that also disables the regen of both Yamada and Simon in that fight. So overall, in that aspect of the game, they had the advantage. So I think with their lack of backline access, they alleviated that disadvantage in getting those items to counteract Action PH, and that just crippled them down so that they can get the win at the end of the day.
Well, they did their best. I mean, it's not bad. The score is actually not bad, and how it actually panned through from the first few minutes of the game up until the end. It's just so happened that I guess they put it in a risky kind of play wherein the members of Action PH is just trying to rush in towards the Dragon Pit as well without even coordinating so well. Hey, we're gonna go in here until everyone else is open in the backline and getting punished from here and there as well. But nice try, nice try. That was just game 1. Who knows? They're gonna get the reset and the idea about trying to end the game as much as they can, as early as possible, and not allowing the time that would come wherein the members of Nexplay Esports will already get the itemization built out to up to counter them. So I guess that was the key.
Yeah, it's basically right now Nexplay Esports' move counter. You know what? Let's counter them. We can't outrun them in the draft. We can't outrun them in the early game. Let's just build some items and put them down. But nevertheless, let's actually look at some of the highlights of what had happened in that game number 1. It's actually quite close, to say the least. Action PH got the early lead against Nexplay Esports. So overall, it was a massive game number 1.
Yes, here we go with the highlights, of course, presented by PPGL, brought to you by Ocarino, our play of the game. As you can see, in the bottom lane part of the map, we saw that kills also going towards the hands of the Kaisa as well. But in the middle lane, more action happened, as well as in the Dragon Pit. I think it's pretty scattered at the same time. And in here, we also did see how much space was created by Aiko's Ziggs as well, while the rest of the gang, the rest of the members of Action PH was just basically focus firing on the objective as well. And in here too, they did actually manage to go for a contest in the Rift Herald, giving them some lead in terms of gold, or at least a catch-up. But I think what was left open, what was that Ezreal is actually free hitting from here and there, getting some shields from the Orianna, and it was all pretty something like that of a free hit given to that Uzi's Ezreal.
And I think NXP just went all in terms of a fight. I think when they're having that 5v5 and Action PH was separated, they are at an advantage. Right? They are at an advantage in terms of that aspect. Because if you look at this one, I like how Kaisa and Ziggs just played around to the backside, but Janna was dating that fight. Yamada just went all in. AIM just went all in. So at that point, Nexplay Esports had the advantage to just poke out the enemy team, go for all-in types of setup, go for all-in types of plays. So I think that's gonna be the important to take note in this matchup, is if you played in terms of a draft that is relying too much into their back end, you need to defend it at all costs, and you need to go full all-in. And if you're playing with a draft with a diving type of setup, with a Braum, with a Gragas, with a Vi, you go all in.
Nice try in here by, of course, Action PH. But of course, our master of the match from that game will be Chule, Aaron Bingay. Of course, I believe that all the shieldings that he's provided for his teammates was just on point as well, giving that sustain, especially for the Ezreal, for him to be able to free hit and get the shielding and of course the movement speed that he needs to be able to pull off the plays that he needs to do. But of course, the CC, of course, the shockwave connecting onto the proper targets. We did not see the massive shockwave, command shockwave, like targeted onto like 4 to 5 members, but I think it contributed a lot into stopping some of the members of Action PH into continuing the play that they have been doing up against Nexplay.
Absolutely, and I think Chule as well participated in a lot of team fights, so he was basically so proactive in terms of clashes, in terms of fights, that he was really just kind of a dominant type of support and type of mage that could literally just deal out massive amounts of damage against the enemy team. So Game 1, very exciting, very intense. I don't know what to expect when it comes to game number 2, because Action PH really did a good job in terms of setting up the play and toe-to-toe against NXP.
Yes, for sure. For the meantime, let's take a look at the previous draft of that match. So again, the champions that got banned, Camille, Lee Sin, Galio still getting the high ban rate. Let me just take a look at the high ban rate of, I believe it's around 85% already, if we're going to be including the matches earlier on. And Akali will still be some kind of a respect, because, you know, this Akali is just so slippery. And of course, if you give her the early lead, she definitely can just obliterate the hell out of you, especially if you've got, you know, even if you've got a very mobile champions like that of the Ezreal. That's something definitely that the Akali can deal with again. You know, you could just gonna go for that place, daggers connecting from here and there.
Yeah, and I like how you talked about Galio, because I think Nexplay Esports is now too afraid of Galio. Right? It was showed up by Team Secret for day number 1. It showed up very intense. His prowess was off the roofs. So right now, you know what? We don't want to see a Gallo against the enemy team. We don't want to fight against it. We're gonna ban it immediately in every single games because it's just so presentable in terms of a map, right? Gallo can go from the base and go proactive in terms of an objective. And that radius when it comes to the knock up, when you're going for an objective, is gonna be very key as well. So Gallo being removed just disables that potential for Action PH to utilize against Nexplay Esports.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the cooldowns are not too long. Especially the taunt is also contributing to stopping your opponent from doing their thing or from them from being that mobile. And talking about mobile, of course, that Israel can also be stopped into doing or trying to dash away. Go for that arcane shift to save his life. But with the Galio, of course, a lot can be done. CC. Of course, the taunt as well, and of course, massive amount of magic damage too, or AP damage as well. So, and the poke, not to mention as well, and of course, somehow the semi-global presence, right? So I cannot call it global, but of course, it's just some part of range like that of similar to how much the Ziggs can reach. So very interesting. But in the draft, I think it just boils down. A while ago, we were talking about, okay, what do you think of the better draft? And we did both think that both of them got the pros and cons. It just so happens that I believe Nexplay Esports was just being very patient. They just needed the itemization that they need to stop the rest of the members of Action PH to do all their thing. But I do believe that if Action PH managed to close the game earlier on, punishing one lane to another, then maybe they could potentially get the win up against Nexplay Esports and make another history about defeating one of the top tier teams here in the scene. What do you think?
I mean, absolutely. I think there's a lot of pros and cons, and we've talked about how patient Nexplay Esports is, because that's the thing. If you built how Nexplay Esports built their items, it's just absolutely crazy, right? They built a lot of Mortal Reminder, they built a lot of Grievous Wounds. I keep repeating it because it's really that highlight in that game number 1. So with that amount of Grievous Wounds, Janna's Monsoon was basically just for push. No more heals remaining. And that Fiora, that heal doesn't matter anymore. It was just a matter of, sustaining a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, it's not going to provide you much more heals to sustain more of a fight, to go for 4v5, to go for a 3v5 type of situation. So overall, Nexplay Esports just built their items very well, and that is because of their patience, as you stated, Kaisaya, in their early game.
Yes, for sure. And that teaches us, the casual gamers, it's really fun to watch this kind of competitive play because we will definitely know or realize how important it is to actually consider countering your opponents through itemizations. If you actually fail in terms of the draft, then just work on building the proper itemization. And in fact, anyway, we've got a buff somehow in the tanky item, so sure, why not just utilize. And actually, I think I did mention 2 Force of Nature, but then again we realized at the end of the screen it was actually 3 Force of Nature, just to negate all the AP damage that the Ziggs as well as the Kaisa has been throwing off the roof against the Braum, as well as the other frontliners like that of Vi and the Gragas against Team Nexplay Esports. So very interesting matchup, but this shows us a different level of Action PH compared to how we saw them from day 1 and yesterday. So I'd like to see more of them. I feel like how they drafted is just so well. They just need to make it work from starting the earlier parts of the game until the mid, and try to finish it as early as they can. It's easier said than done, but I'm pretty sure I have the confidence that more you give Action PH more experience, they can do it.
Yeah, Action PH has like a hidden trump card hidden under their sleeves, and I think in time they could release it and just dominate the arena. I think that's a huge potential for them right now. So I think for game number 2, considering we have a switch in size, we may potentially see some more changes in terms of champions, in terms of bans, right? Nexplay Esports is now going to be onto the red side, I think, and Action PH would be into the blue side. Basically just a switch in sides from game number 1 to game number 2.
Yes, and I'm so excited about the priority in here. Will Camille be opened this time? I'm gonna leave it for you for now, Infinity.
So yeah, actually, you know what? Let's talk about the champions, right? Why not talk about the champions? Because I think from day one, Nexplay Esports shook the whole meta of Wild Rift. They brought in the Dr. Mundo, they brought in the Lux. And I think that was very dominating, and that still has the potential when it comes to this match against Ashen PH to really go for those setups, because Nexplay Esports can now go for the dual pickups because they're now into the red side, right? And this just allows them to be more freely in their pickups, goes for those dominant duos, go for those dominant type of reactive play against Action PH. And now Action PH could now go for a champion priority. A Camille is going to be a good thing, and a Kali is still going to be a good thing. Those flexible picks, such as the Gragas as well, in game number 2.
Yes, for sure. And we'll see about that. I'm just so excited. I think it's more of like the execution as well as to how they're going to be bringing this onto the table, because Action PH, they got the action. They can live up to their names, and I do believe they can. It's just I think one thing we'll notice in here is that the confidence was already built up from day 1 up to here in day 3. So it's more like them trying to close the game as earlier as possible as they can. But yeah, other than that, I'm seeing somehow from the side of Nexplay Esports, maybe they also got affected. I don't know, maybe it's just my observation from how they actually lost from Team Secret, and it feels like they're also now trying to explore things right after that loss from Team Secret. And I was actually able to talk to one of their members, Horizon, as to how messy it was from them, that they need to clean up all their shot calls too, because all of them was actually making shot calls. And I think that's the reason why sometimes if we see some loopholes from the side of Nexplay Esports, it's probably because of the confusions. So I think that can definitely still be cleaned up, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, there are always loopholes, there are always counterattacks when it comes to the draft, when it comes to teams. There is no teams that's perfect, right? They can't pick up a perfect draft in their favor always, right? So there are times that you can counteract these champions. You can go for more of their active play than rather picking up those tournament power champions. So I think that could happen for game number 2 as well for the side of Action PH, thinking of what Nexplay Esports might bring out, then counteract that at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess one thing we'll notice in here is that the question in mind, if will Action PH go this time for a 1-to-1 rotation or starting laning phase, because that's what they have pulled off up against Nexplay Esports during day 1. But they could also not try to do that anymore, just go for the standard 1-1-2, because it worked out anyway a while ago, right? And they were able to punish the mid lane as well with the aggressive kind of play that was pulled off by AIM. It just basically needed some assistance from both the support as well as the mid laner as well. So they can try to do that once more. Just punish Chole as earlier as they can, and potentially also make a play into shutting down Just Chi as early as possible. But for the meantime, in the draft, we can see in here a Prio on the Braum.
Yeah, and typically that's not what we see, because typically it's the Baron lane, right? But being having that Braum actually enables you to go for those early supports, actually disrupts how NXP typically does their draft, right? They typically go for the Braum Ezreal, and now with Braum out of question, Action PH gets this out. Kaisa is now going to be priority for NXP to follow up with the Gragas, a very strong Baron laner.
Oh, and wow, this is very interesting, and I feel like Team Secret is also here in the game with the Braum, the Seraphine, and the Dr. Mundo in the lineup, of course, except the Kaisa, because we've been seeing a lot of combo with the Braum and Kaisa as well, but still 100% pick rate so far for the Icon series. So this is very interesting. I feel like everyone's just really watching what has happened from the previous series, Infinity.
Yeah, and I think history repeats itself. I think this is the trio that bit Nexplay Esports in day number 1 against Team Secret. So I think this can have a lot of potential for the side of Action PH. If they do the same thing with Team Secret beating out Nexplay Esports, they have the potential to bring this to game number 3. But with that said and done, we have the Ezreal and Fiora now being picked up at the 4th and 5th pick of Action PH.
A Lux support in here for the side of Nexplay Esports. They might have the potential on going for a 1-to-1 setup, because usually we'd also try to see the help of that Lux poking out the mid laners and gonna be trying to go for an early punish up against the Seraphine. So that might happen too. But the one thing I guess that I worry about the side of Action PH does. No, not really worry, but I guess no, it's safe. I don't mind that, because I was thinking that okay, they don't have a CC lock, but I guess it's also almost the same as Nexplay Esports, but except for the light binding that the locks has in here for disaster. So no, not for for disaster. He's gonna be support lock. So we'll see how this will go. But how about you, Infinity? What are your win conditions for teams?
If Lux gets the binding light onto Ezreal, I think that would be great. That just roots up Ezreal, that just disrupts how Arcane Shift would actually work for the side of Action PH, and that would potentially give Nexplay Esports the free kill onto the ADC of Action PH. And at the same manner, having that Seraphine and having that Dr. Mundo for the side of Action PH, now Nexplay Esports could do the same thing they did in game number 1. Built out Grievous Wound to counteract these two champions, and on top of all that, Action PH also has the Fiora. So this may be a lot of counter items that Nexplay Esports could do against Action PH. And now, let's look at Action PH's winning condition. That charm, that encore of Seraphine is going to be very important. In terms of objectives, you have a lot of choke points. So if Action PH utilizes this very well, they could follow through with the encore with the Glacial Fissure of the Braum. And after that, Dr. Mundo could just go in and just decimate with the AoE potential that it has built into his skill kit.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see about that. And I can see that both of the teams, of course, got their win conditions. Again, it's going to be tough to say who will get. Of course, if we're going to be setting aside all their experiences as a team, how long have they been formed, if we're going to be only taking a look at the draft itself, it is going to be tough to say who's got the upper advantage already, because both of the teams can go all out team fight. Both of the teams as well has the potential to poke out their enemies, because again, that's a Seraphine and Ezreal, and at the same time there's the poke that may come up from the Lux as well as the Orianna, and some assassination plays may come up from both the Fiora and the Kaisa as well. So this is gonna be tough and to just judge basing on the draft. So we'll see how the execution will go. Maybe the start of the laning phase will also be very important. Do you have any guesses in here if someone's actually gonna try to pull off that 1-2-1? I'm seeing there could be a potential from the side of Nexplay Esports, but I think if I'm gonna be taking a look at their strategy that they have been pulling off, they will go for a 1-2-1 only if they are on the red side. So right now they are on the red side, and I'm curious if that is gonna be really the case.
Yeah. So I think I do agree with your statement. I think Nexplay Esports has the potential to go for 1-2-1. Right, with the Kaisa, with the Lux, there is a lot of potential wave clear into the mid lane. And now thinking Action PH, what are they gonna do? Because they have the Ezreal and the Braum, the melee support can do something, but it's hard to go against a peeling type of champion with a Lux support being used by Disaster.
Everyone's gonna go standard this time though, so no 1-2-1. Everyone's gonna play that duo bot in nearby the Dragon Pit. Though we can see a hard leash coming in to help out the Mundo as well. So here we go. Everyone's just gonna be minding their own business and nothing much special. No aggressive kind of display so far for first few seconds of the game.
It's just a waiting game right now. Now waiting for some items for the side of NXP, waiting for some items for the side of Action PH, and maybe thinking Action PH has the advantage a little bit when it comes to the Dragon Lane against NXP, because that Ezreal's poke is actually too much to handle. So if that keeps on connecting with the passive actually being propped out by Riot, that's gonna put Kaisa in a very hard situation. But of course, if Uzi gets, the fast clear with the Lux, this may be the potential for them to go for a reactive play, a proactive play. And that just alleviates a type of disadvantage of Uzi having the late game potential instead of the early game.
Yeah, for sure. For now, just like what we mentioned, it's pretty standard, but both of the junglers are actually waiting somewhere in the mid, waiting for a potential gank to happen, but that did not happen, obviously. A contest on this coupler gonna go onto the side of Action PH, and let's see how this will go.
Horizon is too low though to go for some more fights. I think Action PH is happy with the Rift Scutter, is happy with the information that they've received, getting that Rift Scutter into the top side of the map, and they're going back a bit and they're saying, let's respect NXP for now, let's not go all in terms of a fight, and we're happy with what we've taken.
Yes, for sure. For the meantime, though, the rotation from both of the sides are still pretty similar. I mean, as to wherever the priority basically is that, of course, try as much as possible to get the Scuttler prio that we've got. Both of the junglers actually eyed on the top side Scuttler. We've seen that actually being contested by the Olaf as well. Unfortunately, it was just Aim was in the early position because he started from the red to the blue and then to the Scuttler. Meantime, the Olaf had to go through the mid first before even going to the top side Scuttler. But nice attempt. They actually almost even managed to do so. I think what was lacking is to just stop the... What was this again? Is to stop Aim from actually moving forward that top side Scuttler, and I think that was kind of missed by the Orianna because the Seraphine as well in the middle lane was poking him out and just clearing off the minion waves, making sure that he won't be able to rotate in some other parts of the map.
And if we're looking at the vision game, into Nexplay Esports has the advantage going in from the first dragon, right? They have the Rift Cutter into the bottom side of the map. They've gotten that ward into the hill of Action PA. So they have the information of where maybe a gank may occur, and they have the information if Action PH actually wants to dominate the Dragon's Pit into the first objective.
You're gonna love the position of the red wards in here from the side of Nexplay Esports, though I think the timing is just kind of off because it already went down right even before the dragon comes out. But that was very vital information just in case a gank might happen coming from the side of the Mundo in the bot side. So here we go with a potential fight that might happen again, but on the top side, so folks, it's happening in here and going back into the dragon pit. Here we go.
Eiko is forced to flash her way back to safety with the final spark, actually only connecting onto Aim, as Aim still alive with a regeneration, actually too much to handle against Nexplay Esports. But still, APH doesn't want to let this through, and now it's going to be the Anchor connecting into Disaster. It's going to be the massive play. It's a Glacial Fisher going for the 3-man knockup as Nexplay Esports gets the Infernal Break, but the fight is not going to be over as we have 2-for-1 trade-off in favor of NXP. The Smite just to slow down Eiko. He has a flash from Horizon, going in for the body slam, and that is another kill going in for the side of NXP with a 3-for-1.
Ooh, Yamada though. I think that was a bad timing though when he wanted to go for a backup, but I guess everyone will just help them or just back away and just go back into their own businesses, and that was it. So what just happened in there was that, of course, the secure from the side of Nexplay Esports, lots of fights has happened. But we cannot discount the poke that was given by Riots as well as Eiko's Seraphine. But I do believe that it's too early to tell that Nexplay Esports already got the momentum in this game because, again, we have to wait for Riots to go online, also for Eiko to go online. And again, this is the usual, or the first time we did see this kind of composition was coming from Team Secret. And if we're going to be basing it off from the kind of play that Team Secret has been pulling off, is that they make sure that they're going to be rotating as 3 to 4 members of one unit before contesting an area, and there's really just massive protection onto their damage dealer, which was in the form of a Kaisa, but I did not see that though. Right after we go into this bottom part of the map, a casualty already has happened.
Yeah, Ryzen went for the 1v1 against the Yamada, but Yamada getting that kill off, or being killed off by Ryzen, is now able to build up the Trinity Force. He's now available for the first core item. Now the Rifter is going to be alive, so that was actually quite perfect for them. But still, it's going to be the kill for NXP. Getting that lead, or getting that gold for Horizon to actually build up points.
Oh, in here, we can see an earned contest by Nexplay Esports. Unfortunately, aim is way too low already.
Oh, Anchor actually goes for the connect onto Olaf, but that Ragnarok actually disables that CC. And now we have Olaf going through to the back end, getting that kill. It's Kaisa going for the double, and that is a 4-for-1 trade of in favor of NXP as they look to go for the 30 turret into the mid lane.
This is the problem when you give the contest or the vision or the position to your opponent earlier on before an objective comes up, because definitely whoever gets the early position in that next objective will have the upper advantage onto planning out, right? And not to mention, by the way, again, Trinity Force is already available onto the Olaf. Gonna be hurting a lot. He's got some, he's got all the reasons to just go all out as well and just be upfront onto team fights. But yeah, going back to the discussion about positioning yourselves into the pit right before it goes up. Some will say, okay, let the opponent just start off and then we'll just follow. Yes, it can be done, but it also of course depends on the champions that you have in your composition. But in general, I feel like it is more important for you to be in the position first. Reason why is because you gotta prepare first as well. But for the meantime, fight is about to happen.
Oh, final spark trying to go to kill onto lane, but not gonna connect so far. The Anchor is not gonna push through as well. And two-shot barrage. Gonna connect onto Ezreal indeed, but not gonna go through as Fiora once again gets picked off by Horizon. Now with the Rift Herald pushing through the Dragon lane, they have the potential to go for the tier 2 turret and get the goal, but first plate will only be done as a shockwave with a Prima knockup. Glacial Fisher to just delay the fight, but we have aimed just the right time to go for the response. And is now forced to back away for now as they're happy with the 1-for-1 trade.
Oof, here we go. 10k gold lead this time in favor of Nexplay Esports. The Sunfire is also... Oh my goodness! Was that a Killer Instinct that was just done by Uzi just to get the kill? And yeah, that was quite unfortunate for Indo, dying onto the hands while just trying to farm in his own jungle. And BRK Infinity Edge already built up by the Kaisa. Gonna be hurting a lot even further later on. And we'll see how this will further go though. But for the meantime, again, this is a massive lead, Infinity. The question is now, how can Action PH potentially make a comeback from the lead that Nexplay Esports has gotten at this 10-minute game time? And again, we have an objective that is about to come up. I do believe, though, that it is important for them to make sure that they're going to be utilizing and connecting all those kills, all those CCs that they got in preparation for a clash. And I think the hard part in here, they don't really have a CC lock up against the species on the side of Nexplay. No one to just target lock either the Orianna or the Kaisa or the Lux. I think that was what's lacking as well. But here we go, Infinity.
Ooh, Disaster is gonna be picked off, pinned down by the enemy team as they get the kill. And I like how you stated how Action PH lacks in the vicinity of single targeted CC. I think that's the thing. They're relying too much on the ultimates of Eiko and the ultimate of Simon. And with those unavailable, they can't get the pickoff against Uzi. And I think Uzi needs to be punished. And that is the reason why, typically, when you have an enemy team with the Kaisa, you go for a Vi. because that's the thing. When that Vi goes for the Sultan Battery Uzi, that's potentially gonna get killed. And I think that is where Action PH right now lacks in terms of that one. But they can utilize this one in terms of going the 5v5 groups against NXT.
Yes, they're also gonna wait for the anchor of Aiko Seraphine because they just blew all the that up, just trying to kill Disaster. So we'll see how this will go. I think it's now just a few seconds before it goes up again, and looks like they're gonna be picking up Leandris for her already. So this is gonna hurt a little bit even further. But for the meantime, on the top side,
Just Chi,
can-
1v2, just pressuring in. I think they're utilizing the Baron buff, going in for the pressure into the Baron lane, pressure into the mid lane, and pressure into the Dragon lane. And I think right now, getting all the tier 2 turrets already down, they can now proceed into the mid lane and get that inhibitor turret. That is known for NXP. They've done it in the past, and they might potentially do it once again today.
oh look at that!
Ooh, the Anchor
the
connects
Anchor.
3, but no follow-up. Kusha Parag goes for the connect into Uzi, but there is no damage that could put them down. The Keita range is just putting the HP melted against Action PH with AIM and Eiko, the only one remaining as they have another league to live, but NXP is looking for all inhibitor turrets falling down against Action PH.
Yes, for sure. They have all the reason. And I think Yamada is having a hard time with the Fiora as well. No, it's really hard to get into his passive because, of course, there's just a lot of members from the side of Nexplay Esports roaming around the area. And that's the reason why Nexplay Esports is going to get the win here again in Game 2 up against Action PH. You know what, Infinity? I feel like somehow there's some nice try to actually try to try to copy or try to utilize the working composition that Team Secret got in their plays, but I think what was lacking again is the idea onto how to really execute it.
Yeah, and I do believe that if Yamada picked off maybe the Vi as the jungler or maybe something else, like only a single targeted CC, whatever that may be, I think that could have been perfect for the side of APH. They already have AIM to go for the sustain into the tank. You have Simon and Eiko to go for those AoE types of initiation. So they're lacking in that aspect of the game. Maybe they're planning to go for a 4-1 setup in mid-game, late-game fights. That is going to be a potential for APH. But at the end of the day, NXP has countered it with massive hard engages for their team.
Nice try. And yes, gotta repeat that CC lock for Disaster it was kind of easier because of course it wasn't an ultimate that he needs to spend just to lock some targets, and it's not just a single target CC. You can actually catch 2 in that light binding. But yeah, nice try. I mean, we get the idea in here, and we gotta love how AIM is actually aggressive in his kind of play. Again, there's just some lack in terms of backup. Many times when we hear you doing the play-by-play, yes, the anchor will get the targets, but the follow-up will be lacking. So I think in general for the side of Action PH, that is something that can still be improved on. But overall, their game 1, I believe, was something else that's even looking better. And if they try to just reiterate that kind of play, then maybe they can still even further up the improvements for their team.
Absolutely. So a crazy game for game number 2. We saw a lot of new picks. We saw a lot of old picks from day 1, day 2, and day 3. Though I really do like the game number 1. It was like absolutely insane of a game. It was very close. It was toe to toe against Nexplay Esports and Action PH. So that was fun. That was exciting. That was intense. And now we could actually look at what is the highlights of the game. What are the key moments?
For sure. So here's the play of the game brought to you by Ocarino 5. And as we can see, just some actions happening in here, punishing one lane from another. And I think what went so well again was was that Joshi is also just being aggressive as much as he can. Even sometimes he has to risk his life just for Kaisa, Uzi, as well as a Ryzen and Disaster, just free hit from the backline whenever there are 5v5 team fights that will happen. And I think though, in general, for the side of Action PH, what was not utilized was the split push capability of what Yamada can do in the Fiora. So Fiora, we say that she is good in a 1v1 if he's actually able to utilize into getting the passive work out for himself. But in a 5v5 setup, it's just hard to pull off. But yeah, nice try. For the meantime, we take a look at the master of the match, Chuli. I think again, right? Aaron Bingay in this game.
Yeah. Oriana, Chule in that matchup was just proactive once more. And I think that's the key attribute of Chule for an Nexplay Esports is he isn't mid lane, he needs to be proactive. He needs to react fast against the enemy team. He needs to go for those team fights, zones out the enemy team. He does it very well in that matchup. 80% kill participation. He goes reactive plays. So I think that's the perfect attribute of Chule. He is the master of zoning out the enemy team and going for the mid lane.
Yeah, really nice. And of course, the kill participation is just way too massive. The presence in the team fights. Not just that. I mean, that time, I believe Seraphine had a hard time in dealing with Chuli's Oriana as well. So the idea is that as much as possible, the Seraphine must join the team fights and the ganks wherever the Mundo would want to rotate. But that did not happen. And Chule was able to stop the Oriana from rotating because, oh my goodness, my minion waves are getting shoved and I have to defend this. And he just can't rotate, and thus the combination between the Braum, the Seraphine, the Mundo, and their ADC just did not happen most of the time because, again, the non-presence of the Seraphine is just not out there.
Yeah. And I think it was just so hard, basically. Like Seraphine's ult, Glacial Fissure ult, if that succeeds, that's super good. But if it doesn't, what's gonna be next? There's no fast CCs. Yes, there's roots from the Seraphine, but at the end of the day, it's just too hard to utilize. It's just a blink of a second, then the fight is over, right? So I think that was the thing. But absolutely, it's super exciting. That was an absolutely amazing game from both APH and NXP.
Yes, nice try. And gotta commend again APH or Team Action PH. You did improve a lot from your days 1 and 2. I think for as long as you just keep up and pick up from where you have left off, just move on and just get that improvement going on for your team. But for the meantime, still at the current stage of this competition, it is Nexplay Esports that reigns supreme compared to what Action PH has brought to the table. But up next will be the match again. Deja vu. I wonder what will happen in here. It's gonna be very exciting. Team Secret versus Nexplay Esports. So during the first day, it was actually Team Secret who got the 2-1 score up against Nexplay. I'm not gonna be there in the next cast, but I'm so excited to just see and watch what will happen in here in Infinity. Do you have any guesses or predictions as to what these teams might pull up on the table later on?
I think it's gonna be super close. I think it's gonna go straight to game number 3. It's gonna be 2-1. But who's gonna get that 2 is something that I really don't know at this point, because Nextway Esports still produced a dominant game even if they lost against Team Secret on day 1. But with more of that in the next series, we're gonna throw it into the panelist desk for now after the short break. Once again, I'm Infinity. Together with me is Kaisaya, and we're gonna go right back after this short break.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, back, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come, my tears, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Nexplay Esports continue to get closer and closer to getting back that top spot as they take the second series of the day. But Action PH bringing in a lot of action in there, but it just wasn't enough for Nexplay Esports. You are back with the panel. Mika Fabs over here with Otlus and Yuko. And while that series that we just saw was a 2-0, there are actually several noteworthy points, I feel, on the side of Action PH. And, you know, they were holding their own against Nexplay for a good while. Otlus, what do you think? How did that match go down?
Jarvan was picked. Okay, game number one. Yesterday was
You
Yuko
guys
and
called
I.
it. You guys
Yeah.
called it.
We were predicting that Jarvan is or fits the meta right now, and it was picked. And I still believe that Action PH did very good in draft. During game number one, you can see the potential of that draft. Even though they were behind in terms of gold, they were standing toe to toe. It just so happened that know this, Uzi is a very crazy Ezreal player and Chule is very good on that Oriana. We're just going to wait for the highlights so that we can see what really happened during games number 1 and games number 2. But if there's one thing that I would like to point out during game number 1, it's that Ezreal from Uzi. It's very good. I think it's the best pick of Uzi right now in the current meta. What do you think, Yuko?
I honestly do agree. He is very slippery with that Ezreal, and a lot of the members or champions from Action PH is forced to just take out Uzi first and then go with the cleanup or go with another team fight. However, they just commit a tad bit too much on this ADC. Yes, it's kind of worth it because that's a huge chunk of damage, but then again, in game 1, they still have an Orianna, still have a Gragas, still have a Vi. So it was a matter of they were kind of struggling in game number 1, but in the mid game, if I'm not mistaken, this is where we saw the magic of the J4 Cataclysm. So beautiful. They were able to go with the follow-up damage as well, but I guess that was also the time that we saw how much of an expert the Nexplay Esports is when it comes to tournaments, because they can still come back from a huge deficit.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nexplay, I think they are second to none. When it comes to team fighting, the peel is really good. As we look into the highlights, I guess I think it's now ready, and it's not just Disaster that is doing the peeling; it's also the Gragas. This is the first highlight, and this is aim being caught out, and you don't want that if you are the Jarvan. You want to be one initiating the fight. All eyes on Disaster. Look at this Braum shield. This is just very intense. The Icathian Rain will be swallowed by that Unbreakable Will. Look at this in a snap, and Uzi is almost dead, but there you go. Icathian Rain just swallowed by Disaster in full, and this is the next highlight in going in, and another team fight highlight. Look at Yamada. Yamada is against 5 players from NXP. NXP finds the isolated player in a snap, and that, I think, the reason why they're very good. The next highlight that we will have is, I think, another team clash on the favor of Nexplay. Again, this is the last clash, I think. Yeah, this was the nail in the coffin for game number 1, in where Chule was just doing a lot of damage as well as Chule. But before that, there was a 1v2 situation in where Chule went against the 2 damage players of Action PH, and it didn't really matter. For game number 2, I think we will have a separate highlights for that. And going into game number 2, what do we have when it comes to the analysis?
Basically, okay, I talked about Seraphine in the previous series, so let me open this series with Seraphine as well. Seraphine's encore, still on point, still beautiful, really makes sense. However, still very strong with when paired to Braum. However, I believe that the Olaf pick from Nexplay could be their answer, or at least a counter pick for this combo, since Olaf is very tanky, and once he pops his Ragnarok or throws his axe around, you really can't do anything about it, am I right? And sad to say, but Yamada was not able to play in his element. He is basically the poison for Nexplay. He can keep up, definitely, but that is also the reason why he was just not able to snowball.
I want to know though, I feel like there were some points that Action PH got right. And what do you think they did right that they can eventually carry over to next week? Autalus, let's start with you.
Well, game number 1, the draft was very good, right? It just made sense. Game number 2, the draft was also good because we all know that Team Secret can execute this draft of the Seraphine, Braum plus Kai'Sa to perfection. So I guess this in this coming weekdays, we will see Action PH just making sure that they step on that gas pedal, right? And just make sure to practice the meta strategies or the meta lineups right now, so that coming into next week, they will come in more prepared and they will come in to surprise everyone.
What about you, Yuko? Do you agree? Do you think that these sort of like elements in Action PH's strategy, do you think that they can carry this over to next week?
Honestly, yes. Like what Odolo said, when it comes to drafting, Action PH, they're very good. They know how to play around with the meta. However, I still believe they're very strong. But when it comes to execution, sometimes Nexplay Esports just outmaneuver them. They're both really good, but sometimes in the split decision making, that's where Nexplay Esports shine. And I understand because this is just them showing their expertise or the experience with the tournaments. And yeah, the mere fact that Action PH nearly got game 1, that is enough of a buff or a motivation for them to keep on going, and we'll probably see a stronger team next week.
That's actually why I don't see this as a total loss on the side of Action PH, because we actually saw them get very, very close. And you're absolutely right, Hugo. We did see some team clashes wherein the experience, I guess, of Nexplay Esports definitely showed, because they knew their win conditions with the team fights and the individual fights as well. They knew when to back off. They knew when to just patiently wait for their cooldowns. And, we saw Action PH, sometimes they would second guess their decisions. And it would really show. Sometimes we saw one member going this way and another member going that way, wherein if they went together, they possibly could have won. So that definitely shows, but that's the good thing is that is very, very fixable. Now, speaking of which, I actually want to know for the side of Action PH and Galaxy Racer, what separates Nexplay Esports and Team Secret from these two teams? We see them very, very dominant. Is it just the experience? Is it something in their strategy? Is it something in their draft? What are they doing that Galaxy Racer and Action PH are not doing? Autolus, let's start with you.
That's right. It's the thing that we call being decisive, right? And when it comes to executing the gameplay, I think Nexplay and Team Secret has a better hold on that. One thing to note when we see Arizon was known for his assassin in the Akali, but so far in this tournament, we have seen his flexibility, just being that Gragas and peeling for Uzi and Chule, making sure that they can deal enough damage is the reason why I think Nexplay has the advantage when it comes to these both teams. Now, it's not to say that the Galaxy Racer and Action PH cannot really stand toe-to-toe against them. Again, we have a full week that we can see them prepare for next week, so I expect that they will have a better showing next week.
I did see that Galaxy Racer did post a status message, and they are promising that they will come back different. I'm sure it is the same case for Action PH, but you did make a very good point there, Autolus, about their flexibility. And these teams, Nexplay Esports and Team Secret, they are already comfortable with several lineups. They are already comfortable with several drafts, and they have experience on all of those. So that is where the experience actually comes in for these two teams. Yuko, I know you have thoughts on this as well, and it's just so fitting because we are going into Series 3, Team Secret versus Nexplay Esports. What do you think separates these teams from the rest of the crowd? What makes them so good?
All right, so my answer is kind of similar to Autolus, but instead I'm gonna word it as they just know how to play in their strength. And early on, of course, there are times when we see them struggling. We see that they're not able to get the objectives, gold, EXP that they needed. But the fact that they just know how to work around it, and I do not know why, but our players, they just have this time, or they have this stopwatch in their heads that they just know when to recall, when to go with the reset, when the buff is available for invade, and all these small things, they translate to bigger things, which basically just builds the word victory on their screens later on.
You know what? That is the perfect segue into our last series of the day. It will be Team Secret versus Nexplay Esports, the big one, because these two teams are the most dominant teams we have seen so far. The lead has just been shuffling back and forth between these two. And you know what? We were just discussing this just a few seconds before we went live. This is the match that we actually can't really predict. These teams are the great rivals, and we can honestly say we are not sure where this is going to go. But let's take a closer look first at Team Secret's lineup. Again, one of the superstar lineups in the Wild Rift PH scene. And panel, what advantages do these guys have against Nexplay Esports? Autolus, let's start with you.
Azar with that Evelyn pick, I think, is a massive advantage. Tatsuri's mastery on the Seraphine is also something to noteworthy about. When we talk about Team Secret, we have to talk about Tatsuri as well. Now, Tatsuri is also a known Yasuo player. This tournament, we haven't seen any Yasuo, 0 picks just yet. So maybe in this series, that Team Secret will surprise Nexplay and go for that Yasuo Blade or Wasagi Blade, because I think Nexplay has a counter for the Braum plus Seraphine combo already in that Olaf.
You know what? You guys did call the Jarvan last time, so who knows? They might bring out that Yasuo. And you're absolutely right. If they are familiar already with the Braum, then why not bring out something that they might not expect, which Team Secret has been doing anyway throughout the the entire group stages. And Yuko, what about you? What advantages do you think this team has against Nexplay Esports?
Let me take you back a few months back. Let's imagine that we're back to the preseason where Otlus and I
Imagine.
shoutcasted for 10 hours. Imagine that. Just kidding. Anyway, it has to be the fact that the Baron laners, they are hot. Not literally. That's difficult when you hold the phone. But their play style is all about being aggressive, getting so much kills, and their supports are Hammers is a tad bit more aggressive than Disaster. But yeah, when you talk about aggression, safe to say that Team Secret, they can match the aggression that Nexplay Esports can dish out. And the fact that they can disengage and re-engage, they have so much. They actually have the luxury to go with disengage and then jump in again. They have a lot of skills and they target perfectly. I'm not sure if anyone noticed or maybe our audience noticed, but they just know which champion to target at the proper time. And Team Secret, they usually fight in closed spaces because that is where their lineups usually shine. Again, I'm supposed to not say this again, but the Seraphine, also their ADC, and we're probably gonna see an Oriana on Tatsuri, maybe. But going back to what Otlu said, I'm looking at you, man. I'm judging you right now. Yes, Yasuo is gonna be a good pick, but I'm not sure if a Yasuo is gonna be good against an Oriana, assuming that Nexplay is gonna pick up Oriana. I mean, we have been seeing Oriana for the past few days. But yeah, I am looking forward to an Orthodox picks. Team Secret, Nexplay Esports, surprise us.
Well, we do know that Team Secret is full of surprises. Just taking a quick look at Azar, who Otlus brought up a while ago. Otlus, why do you think this guy is so crucial to Team Secret?
Very crucial, because when we go back to what happened 2 days ago, Azar on that Evelyn just absorbed so much pressure coming from Nexplay in that Evelyn pick. Again, there has been no other player that is playing this stealthy champion aside from Azar, and he can impact the game not just by doing kills, not just by doing damage, but also by absorbing the pressure from the other team. So, we have seen his highlights over and over again, and if there is one thing that I am so excited about, it's this Baron laner. How would he again influence the game? Will he be the decoy or will he be the assassin? He has shown flashes on being that damage potential on that Evelyn. He was able to solo kill the Ziggs earlier, so I think it now has a potential of doing a man games on Nexplay as to how to answer Azar really.
Very, very interesting. But you know what? On the other side, we do have Nexplay Esports. Just checking out their lineup one more time. What advantages do these guys have against Team Secret? Going on the other side of the fence. Yuko, let's start with you this time.
Alright, so one of the advantages that I can think of right off the bat is the fact that they just came off from a 2-0 victory. So of course, their momentum is still up. They're very motivated. Yes, those were long games, but coming out victorious is going to be a huge help for them. And I would like to commend Arisen because we have been seeing new champions from him and Justchi. You know what? He doesn't even really need Lee Sin to be very good. I'm gonna call him George from now on because George of the jungle, if you get it. Anyway, anyway.
Okay.
Looking at the mid lane and then of course at the dragon lane, Chule, he has high presence early on up until the late game. Uze, again, conservative, ADC, unless he is on edge, he does not care even if he is a few gold behind. He will just go all in and try to win the gold that he lost. Disaster, Autolus said this. Disaster on this Braum, shields for days, very tanky, very smart, awesome sidesteps, and if you just put all of these pieces together, it forms out Nexplay Esports.
I am actually very, very surprised that Yuko knows that reference. But yes, I guess it's gonna be Just You of the Jungle this time. I was surprised with that. But yes, we talked a lot about Disaster and Autolus. You mentioned something over here. I know you both have a lot to say about Disaster as we check out how powerful this guy actually is on the side of Nexplay Esports. Yuko, let's start with you first.
All right. So Disaster's strength here is he's not aggressive, like nada. Just she is usually the one that does the initiates, but he is in charge of follow-ups and basically protecting his team. He's the meat shield. I know it's very cliche to say this. We said this time and time again, but what separates Disaster from the rest is that it doesn't matter if his champion is squishy. It doesn't matter if he is taking heat or damage from 4-5 champions. He gets the objectives done. Top one being protect Uzi. The moment Uzi pops off, you can just see Disaster smiling at the back lines like a proud mother. Or father.
Or father, it could be. And you know what? Just Disaster over here. Autolus, I know you have something to say about just how amazing this guy is, especially on that Braum.
Definitely just one of the highlights earlier in the game between APH and Nexplay, just making sure that Uzi lived on that Icathian range, just making sure that Unbreakable will be on point is a trait of a very good support player.
And you know what? Those guys aren't the only ones we should be looking out for. Just checking out our Globe key player clash over here. We do have two very powerful ones. And Yuko, tell me about this guy over here on the left side, Tatsuri on Team Secret.
Alright, so if I were to translate all of these numbers into words, he tends to join his teammates more. However, in retrospect, Chule has more damage. So I guess Chule just gets his win conditions or his win conditions first. However, for Tatsuri, he is a slightly more conservative major mid laner. Yeah.
And Autolus, what about you? What can you tell me about this guy over here on the right side, Chule of Nexplay Esports?
Chule just demands a lot of Zed bans, right? And another fun fact is we haven't seen Zed in this tournament just as of yet because it's always banned against this guy. If Tatsuri has a Yasuo pick, Chule has his Zed. And I think the main reason there is a difference between the damage per minute by Tatsuri and Chule. It's because Tatsuri often goes for the safer utility mid lane champion in the Seraphine. If he's on that Yasuo, expect that number to pile up.
Well, it seems like Team Secret may be able to back Nexplay Esports into a corner with their picks, but we'll just have to see because Nexplay Esports, once again, can never be underestimated. Let's have our panel predictions really quickly. Autolus, I know this is hard. I know, I see your faces. This is going to be really, really difficult. Autolus, let's start with you.
Okay. So right now, Team Secret seems to be the strongest team in North Luzon. I do not want to count out Nexplay just yet. I'm favoring Nexplay in this series because I do know that they will come in prepared against the Evelyn pick, against the Seraphine pick. So this is going to be a close battle, yes, but it still is going to be a 2-1 in favor of Nexplay.
And Yuko, what about you?
Alright, so right off the bat, I'm just gonna throw in something spicy just so I can have a different prediction from Autolus right here. But yeah, Team Secret, they are still at the top of our first group stages, and I believe that they can keep that momentum up. Even though Nexplay has different plans, I believe that Team Secret still has something in their sleeve for us. So it's gonna be a 2-1, but in favor of Team Secret.
Okay, I don't want to say I'm just following Yuko, but my prediction is actually the same simply because I love the adaptation and evolution that Team Secret is bringing to the plate. But most definitely a 2-1 because Nexplay Esports is definitely going to give them quite the show. And speaking of the show, let us get right into it. Team Secret versus Nexplay Esports casters. Take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Mika, Otlus, and Yuko. Now, it's the rematch of the Titans. Will Team Secret be able to keep their undefeated series score, or will Nexplay Esports tie that up in a 1-1 on the board? My name is Riku, and that is Infinity, actually. That is Infinity. And I'm very, very excited for this series. I think this is one of the most awaited matches by everyone. And I'm curious, Infinity, I know the panelists have already shared their predictions. What are your thoughts about this one?
I actually am siding with Otlus on this one. I think it's gonna be 3 games. Sure, it's gonna go straight into a best of 3 with 3 games coming right through. But in favor of Nexplay Esports, it's gonna be 2-1 in favor of them. So I think it's really gonna be so close. But at the end of the day, Nexplay Esports is gonna take this home.
That is actually very interesting because that means a 1-1 on the series because both of these teams have really shown how stable they are. So I feel like it's one of those things where how is the draft going to go later? I think the panelists also, I think it's cheating if I don't say my prediction too because everybody else shared theirs, so I'm gonna share mine. I think it's gonna be a 2-1 in favor of Team Secret. I like the clash between us co-casters here. We're gonna have different predictions. But moving over to our player matchup, but we'll talk about that later on as we get into the great game. But we shall start the draft of game number 1 between Team Secret and Nexplay Esports.
There are a lot of champions open. Right off the bat, Alistar is going to be picked off by Team Secret as the ban against Nexplay Esports. The Seraphine, the Evelyn is going to be open for NXP to ban out against TS and Galio as well. The champion that beat them in day 1. So that added question now leaves Team Secret open for the Baron lane.
Yeah, definitely, because just as you mentioned, a lot of open picks for the Baron lane because there's a lot of support focus as Team Secret removes Alistair and the Braum, and meanwhile Galio and Vi off for the taking. What are your thoughts on the first pick right now? I think that's a Camille.
Camille, very flexible in the matchup. You know you have the potential to lock into a champion and he or she can go for a split push into the Baron lane. So very strong as an individual champion. Now for the side of NXP though, with Camille being picked off by TS, the Akali is open. It's now going to be picked up. Very strong dual champion in Kaisa as well. With Vi being banned out, there is potential to go for a Lee Sin as a counter to it.
Yeah, that's true. What else? What are the other choices do you have? You don't have the Vi anymore. Lee Sin and Camille are both taken. So you're kind of shoved into a corner into, maybe a Jarvan 4 pick, maybe the Dr. Mundo again, which I'm sure Team Secret will definitely be prepared if they do pick that up because Seraphine has been taken away from the Mundo Seraphine that we usually see since day number 1.
Janna is open for Nexplay Esports though. Lee Sin and Camille is a diver champion against NXP, and having that Janna would potentially go for the Moonsoon, the disengage of NXP on this one. And there it is. It's now gonna come right through to follow up from that Orianna pick.
Yeah, looking like a lot of utility on the board for Nexplay Esports already. They have a ton of damage. Very, very balanced, if you will. They've got the AD, they've got a lot of magic output. So curious to see what Team Secret decides to pull up. And that will be the Ziggs pick that we keep seeing time and time again.
Team Secret is playing a bit defensively, more so utility in this game. They have the Ziggs going in for the backline damage against the enemy team. You have the Seraphine, a very strong individual champion. Gives a lot of utility for his team. But Nexplay Esports answers that with an Olaf to defend against the Seraphine charm. And that Anchor is actually pretty much annoying, but with that Olaf, with the Ragnarok, this might be the answer of NXT.
That is true. I mean, you do have the Ragnarok, just as you mentioned. Just press the R button or press the last skill button, your ult button, and then just storm ahead. You do have the Oriana as well for that extra movement speed to propel your team and catch up with that initiation. So it works so well. I imagine Nexplay Esports will be just as explosive as what Team Secret has in store as well, because they do have a lot of bombs, they do have a lot of rockets on their side.
And yeah, I think they prepared a lot for this game. Nexplay Esports, they were watching the games in day number 1. What is the weakness of Team Secret? We need to answer that one. We need to counteract, and Olaf is a great champion. And with Akali as well, this may be a potential for Nexplay Esports to go for the assassin mode. You know what? Let's go to the backlines, defeat Seraphine, defeat the Ziggs, so that we can scale out in a 5v3 setup.
That is true. They do have a lot of backline access. You know, Akali, just as you mentioned, can set up for a flank. You got Olaf, who will ignore the front line, and as well as the killer instinct coming from the Kai'Sa. So I guess it will depend if Team Secret will be able to peel as much as they can. They do have a lot of utility. They do have the satchel. They do have at least the kick, the Dragon's Rage coming from that Lee Sin. But usually you do want to use that as an initiation for the squishies on the opposite side.
Yeah, and having that Janna as well for the side of NXP, right? You have some disengages. Lee Sin is not gonna have a great time in this matchup. And considering you also have the Corki for Team Secret, he can't go in to the front lines of the matchup, go for the Gatling gun, deal massive amounts of damage. So I think Nexplay Esports is gonna have a great time when the Moonstone is up and when the Ragnarok is up for their team.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Very, very scary. A lot of utility on defense mode, a ton of shields from the Janna and the Oriana as well, and a lot of chasing power, I suppose, for Nexplay Esports. So I'm excited to see this because, again, when we look back into day number 1 where these two teams have already fought, it was Nexplay winning the first match, and then the rest was Team Secret finishing the series into a 2-1. Just as you mentioned, we don't know what's going to happen. Yes, we don't know what's going to happen. It could repeat the score from last time, or Nexplay can change destiny, if you will. But I think the beautiful part of this matchup, I know a lot of the viewers out there are very, very much looking forward to this one. But if Nexplay does win this one, it's going to be a 1-1. But because this is a triple round robin, we get to see a air quote tiebreaker between these two teams.
And that tiebreaker would potentially be up next week after this one. So it's really just super close at this moment. So we talked about Nexplay Esports. Let's talk about how Team Secret could actually potentially act up against NXP. Lee Sin and Camille. Targeting that Kai'Sa is going to be very important for them. If they remove the Kai'Sa in this game, they have potential to just go ham, go all in against Nexplay Esports.
Yeah, I think so too, because of how strong their potential level 5 game is with that Lee Sin, with the Hextech Ultimatum as well, and a lot of sieging power and poke power. So, I mean, it's not a Ziggs and a Lux combo, but you do have that Seraphine with pretty much almost the same. You've got a root, you've got the heals, you've got the shield, so it can work similarly as well, combined with the Corki. So I'm pretty much very, very excited to see how does Team Secret execute this composition. How will Nexplay be able to make their composition work as well? We're at game number 1 now between Team Secret and Nexplay Esports.
Now I like the hover here from Nexplay Esports. They went into a 3-man roam into the mid lane before the 13 seconds mark. They were, I think, thinking maybe Team Secret is looking for the early engage. Considering you have Chewy with that Corki, they need the items up and running very early into the matchup, and Trinity Force is not that cheap. So maybe they really want to punish Chewy in that matchup, but considering no engages will be done, Nexplay Esports is now hovering from the Kai'Sa and that Janna back into the Dragon lane.
Yeah, that's true. It is still Team Secret deciding to retain the lanes, as considering that, you know, Helmet still wanted to assist Trevor here in the jungle a little bit more. The biggest question is whether or not this laning arrangement will retain, as a lot of vision being dropped down in the jungle of NXP, so that information will definitely help Team Secret.
Yeah, and I like how he stated how Hamiz went into the jungle, leashed up Trevor so that he can get the red buff early on. He could go and translate that to a fast clear into the bottom side jungle to then go for the blue buff and then go for the Rift Cutter, which is actually quite important. And Hamiz went into the mid lane, supported Corki, went in for the wave clear. So an absolute mindset of Ham is to go for the response for his teammates, to go hard support for his team, which is actually very smart. But NXP now going for an old mid. They showed up. So I think this gives information on Team Secret on what could happen next.
Yeah, we'll have to see, as that's going to be a 2v2 as the Rift Scuttler is secured by Just G. Now, Trevor decides to just back away, as, again, mid lane did not have priority at the time, which is Chule had the advantage of joining Just G first.
So having the Rift Scuttler in favor of an Nexplay Esports, they have a lot of lead in terms of information, right? They have 2 ward placements into the mid side. They have the Rift Scuttler. So Akali would know if there is someone trying to kill him. If there is some roam, the jungler to be more specific, Trevor, if he is looking to kill Horizon. So that is actually an advantage for NXP right now into the early matchup. Early rotations are now hindered by NXP against PM.
That is the reason why we have, just as you mentioned, the normal 1-1-2 for the bottom duo lane already. It seems that both Rift Scuttlers, just as you mentioned, have been secured by Nexplay Esports. So off to a good start by NXP here. All lanes are in favor, or do have priority rather, in favor of Nexplay Esports. So they're, thinking in advance, already trying to set up for the first dragon of the game, which is usually where we see any sort of decisive outcome. But that is, we'll have to see, as I'm excited to see that first.
No Horizon though, versus Azar.
Just a little bit of poke here and there. It has been a very, I wouldn't say passive lane, but because of Azar's shield, little bit difficult, I suppose, to trade here and there. But Horizon actually winning that poke game on the Akali.
The 3 minutes and 30 seconds are now up. So the Dragon is going to be the next contest for these two teams. The resets are now coming through for NXP. So if they go for the clash, this is going to be the advantage for their team, as there is still no resets for Team Secret.
Yeah, still no resets at this point. I suppose they're trying to make moves at the top side. Try to burn a flash. Try to burn some summoner spells away from Horizon. Here they go. A flash burned, and that is what they hope for. Right, just on time for the dragon as it spawns. But now, NXP already starting this dragon. They don't want the air drake. They're like, okay, we'll give away the air drake. We will see if we can prioritize this tower instead and push and dive and see if they can actually kill Horizon. But here comes Chewy. But at this point, look at the Hextech ultimatum. Very clean, very nice insect. And at this point, that is a very smooth move from Team Secret.
I think Nexplay Esports says, you know what, we have the information that Team Secret has a 3-man roam into the Baron lane. So let's go for the Dragon. But they didn't expect that they have their ults up. So Team Secret just bursted down NXP and got the first blood.
I love the setup. I love the idea. You get that first blood, but looks like there's a revenge kill. Chule is able to eliminate Trevor, but Azar is here. There could be another kill. There's the sweep, there's the hit, and there's the exchange kill 1-for-1. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Disaster a little bit low, but mission accomplished for Team Secret. They are able to get first blood turret, rather.
And I like how we're seeing in terms of the statistics, right? In the top of the map, we're looking at a 20k for Team Secret and a 20.1k for NXP. They're dead even in terms of gold. No one is upping one another. But Trinity Force for Azar and Trinity Force for Corki is a good thing. They now have their power spikes.
Yeah, that's a really good spike. Just as you mentioned, they're ready to fight. They're ready to dive. Just as we've seen from earlier, we're looking at package timings later on, maybe when the Rift Herald arrives. And now Just trying to scare them away, scaring Chewy away out of the jungle. But now Nexplay Esports does have control at the moment. Hama is very, very low, as good discipline though. No summoner spells used. You do need that for the next fight, but you're quite far away. Here comes the Rift Herald, already started. All of NXP already here. Azar hovering over the pit, but they're so far away. There's the Mega Death Rocket. That's not Jinx. That's the ball. That's Ziggs. But unfortunately, no steal whatsoever will happen, and NXP will just retreat. Will Tatsuri let them though? That is the question. A lot of bouncing bombs happening. Lots of cancel! And actually finds disaster. It is indeed a disaster. Unable to port back in time. And now Team Secret is able to cash in some consolation prize. They are sweeping towers here and there. They are unstoppable at the objective game.
It all started on the satchel charge, but we have another fight.
Another fight indeed. Team Secret non-stop. Nicely done. Tatsuri with a 1v1 situation with Chule. There's the barrier. A barrier for barrier. And the shield survives as Azar will wait for Uzi's golden to finish, but here comes disaster respawning back from death. Uzi's pretty low. They're on the chase. They want the kill. And nicely done Moonsoon, but another dive happens as Justy will secure the kill on towards Promise. And that will be a very prolonged exchange, but we'll see as it's a 3-for-2 exchange in favor of NXP.
I think Team Secret gained the advantage when it comes to the early type of matchup against Nexplay Esports. Right? They got the Mega Infernal Bomb up, so that plays Nexplay Esports at a very low HP. They followed through, they got kills, but I think they overstayed in that fight. So Nexplay Esports were able to counteract that one. Kaisa was just kiting against the enemy team, and we have Jana just goes for the flash, goes for the barrier, and just helped out his teammates, and therefore getting the kill in their favor once again. So at this point, it's still even in terms of gold for these two teams.
Exactly. It was such a prolonged fight that the people who were killed at the first few minutes of that engage happened to respawn and join the fight again for a second round. Now, Next Dragon has spawned. NXP again is in this pit, and it is getting obliterated quite quickly. No steal from the bouncing bombs from Tatsuri, and Just G doing a great job, but Azar uses the Hextech ultimatum on towards the Olaf. We'll have to see as the package is used. That's the second Valkyrie towards the front line. The rest of NXP wants to back away, and that's what they're gonna do. Unfortunately, nothing will be taken from Team Secret, or rather from Nexplay Esports, as they're able to back away. I guess the party's not over, as Justy does have the rest, does have that movement speed from the Orianna. It looks like they decide to retreat instead.
I think Team Secret having the diver type of champions enables them to go very aggressive when it comes to their game. They went in for a lot of kills, they went in for a lot of objectives, and to follow on to that one, you also have Tatsuri with the Ziggs, and that enabled for them to get that tier 3 turrets just to wipe out against NXT. So right now, I think they prioritize getting those so that they can have the map control. Disable the potential for NXP to gain those farms in the lanes. And that is actually a requirement for NXP because they have the Akali, they have the Olaf, and they have Uzi with a Kaisa. So with that actually being taken down, I think it's actually quite hard for NXP right now to just scale out real hard against Team Secret. So it's still going to be even matched, but TS is just going in for a lot of pressure.
Absolutely agree with you there. They definitely have been using, Team Secret definitely have been using their composition to their strengths. They do have the Ziggs. Azar getting really, really close to Justy, but there's 4 more members there as Azar is incredibly low, but he's trapped near 3 members and he will fall. Trevor will decide to back away instead, but NXP, do they want more? It looks like no. That is their Baron laner gone. So Nexplay Esports, what can they do in the time being?
What they can do is to go for pressures. They have the advantage. It's a 5v4 in favor of Nexplay Esports. So they can either go for a split push, bait out Team Secret to separate against each other. So that was basically putting them in a 4v2 type situation. So I think that's going to be very smart. Considering they have the lack in terms of advantage in turrets, they're going to prioritize in getting this to even out the level playing field in terms of map control.
Package is online. Just as you mentioned, NXP just wants to even out the map control by taking out this first tier tower. And that means more space for them to move around in the Baron pit later on. And more pressure if the waves are going to be building towards that side if they do want to secure that dragon. Now, just as you mentioned, a lot of these champions, a lot of these players are already online, moving towards their second item completion already. Heading towards that, which is going to be incredibly scary. We've yet to see the 5v5s we've been looking for, considering the fact that NXP just wants to get the objectives and get out of there.
Absolutely, but with Lee Sin having no GA yet and prioritizing the U moves, he is deadly. He is an assassin, and this might be it.
This might be it indeed. Look at that. Just G just hammering down the rest of the members from Team Secret. Now, we can see Trevor going golden, axe being thrown, but here comes a Rising Spell joining the fight. Azar is getting focused on. There's the dive, there's a Rising, there's the shurikens just non-stop, and he's trapped in the backline here. But it is enough for Team Secret to back away and respect the power that NXT has.
And Team Secret has to pay the price. Trevor having to prioritize that Yumi's blade disables the potential for them to go very aggressive. On top of all that, he was just into the sidelines waiting for the right opportunity, but it was a mistake because he had Disaster to go for the defensive capabilities onto Uzi. So I think that was a perfect play from Nexplay Esports in the perfect moment.
That's true. I mean, you would think we'd be a little bit worried because Team Secret was trying to set up a death rush because they weren't aware that Trevor was on that river brush. But in the end, at the end of the day, NXT was able to jump first, and then Just G just dived in with a lot of burst with Horizon as well on the Akali. I mean, Horizon wasn't even there in the first few seconds of that fight, but it was impactful when he arrived. Now, third dragon of the game for NXT. They are taking everything. They got the Baron, they got 3 Drakes on their side, and they are in a very comfortable lead at the moment, but can't count Team Secret out yet because the gold lead is still quite not too distant, I would say.
And talking about gold, let's go back to items. If you're looking at items right now, Nexplay Esports actually built some Grievous Wounds items. They have Kaisa with the Executioner's Calling, while on Team Secret, they have no Grievous Wounds item. And having that Harmonic Echo and Ardent already present for Disaster, that's a lot of HP heals for NXP. So this is going to be a very interesting fight. And top of all that, he also had the Redemption.
Heals for days for NXP here, just as you mentioned, but there's a clash, there's a tower dive, Horizon, Golden, doesn't matter though as they have eliminated Tetsuri. Now Trevor, the next one is Zonias, but he is surrounded by the rest of Nexplay. This is a 4v4 situation, and Nexplay Esports comes up on top. They are now barring down the Nexus towers, and let's see what they do next, but they're pretty satisfied with that so far. It's a 1v1 at the top side of the map. Nicely done. The flash will not help, but Just G wins the 1v1 duel.
On top of all that, he secured the tier 2 turret into the Baron lane. So it was not just a kill onto Azar, it was more gold for the side of NXP. And now, they're sitting at an 11k gold lead. They're probably sitting at a 3 to 5 core items built in favor of them against Team Secret.
Huge lead, just as you mentioned, and a huge amount of map control as well. They are most likely waiting for the next Baron to spawn for them to try and end the game for themselves. Now, what can Team Secret do right now? All they can do at the moment is to try and play defense and see if they can make a Baron play. Catch Nexplay Esports busy taking the Baron. I think that is the only opportunity at the moment, especially even the Elemental Drake is spawning soon.
And at this point in time, with less of an item for Team Secret, they need to come back to it. Because Nexplay Esports is sitting at a very good position. They have the whole map control. They got 2 inhibitor turrets, so wave control is in favor.
Hold that thought, Righteous will already pop. There's Justy in the middle of everything. That's a 1v5 situation, but the rest of the squad from Nexplay is already here. Justy focusing his efforts onto Hamed, but never mind. Azar is in the Hextech Ultimatum as Horizon escapes, but the rest of the squad from Team Secret is already on the base, but NXP knock it on the Nexus door, and they win game number 1 just like that against Team Secret.
What a game from these two teams. They were trading favors. They were trading advantages against each other. In the early game, Team Secret was getting a hold of themselves. They got the first blood, they got the first turret, and on top of all that, they got 2 more turrets after that. And they got a lot of kills, they got a lot of gold. But Nexplay Esports played it patiently, as they did in the series back. They played it patiently, they waited for items to come through, and they went through with a bang. They went through with a dominant play against Team Secret. And I think I've talked about how Team Secret did not build against the Janna. And Nexplay Esports went in for the counter items and a counter champion against Team Secret. So having Disaster really go for the heals, it was just a couple of seconds, even milliseconds to say the least, to fully heal out Nexplay Esports' champion pool. And that alone gave NXP enough more time to gain that sustainability up for their team. So basically, they were battling like 7 champions overall for Team Secret.
That's true. I think it was a choice whether or not you want to sacrifice your damage over having to get that Grievous ones in and delay your items a little bit more. So it was a choice, definitely, that it was definitely hard. But at this point, it was a very different Team Secret for sure, because we usually see them, the Team Secret script. Once you draft something that you're comfortable with, you fight at the dragon fight. But they assembled a composition that's a little bit different, I suppose, more focusing on sieging towers and fast turret damage, I suppose.
Absolutely. So I really like how it's turning right now. Nexplay Esports, you know what? Pick out the Seraphine, because we have something else prepared for you guys. We have something else prepared from our pockets that we're gonna bring out onto the table, so you cannot have a good time with that Seraphine. And that Anchor did not have a good time indeed, because he just went through Olaf like it's nothing. Like, Olaf just went through with the Ragnarok, just slayed out the Seraphine, and decimated one by one Team Secret's draft, and overall, their draft crumbled.
Yeah, Nexplay had a very strong all-rounder composition. I mean, they had everything. They had the split push, they have strong 5v5s, they had the backline access, they have a ton of damage from their damage output from their side as well. So it was pretty amazing to see, just hammering down everybody else. And I want to see that again, actually, as we're ready to take a look at our highlights over here. As, again, this is the play of the game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5. And we see Azar and Chuli play a little bit on top side, actually.
And after that, we're looking at the Rift Herald. I think this was the thing. Team Secret was just too far back. They went in for the resets, rather, very late. And that enabled Nexplay Esports to prioritize the time that it takes to go back into the Rift Herald. So after that one, it was actually pretty massive damage coming in from that Ziggs, putting Nexplay Esports' life very low. And they translated to a lot of kills, but Nexplay Esports answered because they overstayed. And after that one, you talked about how Nexplay Esports has a lot of backline access. They utilized it very well. They jumped under the turret. They got 2 kills. And overall, at this point, they were taking 3 dragons in their favor. They took down 2 inhibitor turrets. They utilized that very well. They bought some items, and they got the massive advantage against Team Secret.
Yeah, a massive advantage indeed. Just focusing, they're fine giving away these turrets as long as they're able to build up all of these objectives, just piling on in their favor. All the dragons in the world, all of the Rift Heralds. But of course, we have the master of the match. It is Chule on the Orianna.
And if you've seen Chule, he was so reactive. He went into the Baron lane and actually responded against the Camille. He went to 1v1 type of situation and held up his ground, delayed the fight for them so that his teammates could then go for some objectives, to then go for some turrets, and to then go for some more kills in other lanes.
Yeah, that's a huge kill participation for sure. Was able to build imbalancedly, if that's a word, a lot of damage output and a lot of safety as well with the Seraph's Embrace and as well as Zonia's. That was not, I have to say, it was a little bit close at first because of the goal lead and everything, but they didn't really interact with each other. Team Secret had a different mission in mind, having to tear down the towers early as much as they can. Meanwhile, Nexplay Esports is just fine taking out these dragons for themselves earlier on. But when they interacted, it was a different story.
Yeah, and I do agree in that statement. And a while ago, I saw how Seraphine went in for the Harmonic Echo and Ardent instead of building some items. Because typically, what I see in a Seraphine in the previous games was to build Roa, Morello, and some more damage items like the Leandris to actually deal massive amounts of damage. And I think that is also the reason why Lee Sin actually picked up the Yumus Blade first, because they lack in the damage aspect of their pool, right? So I think if it were to become Seraphine having that damage items and Lee Sin to maybe pick up the GA as the first item, they could be more aggressive and try to set up a play that is more dominant against Nexplay Esports, so that they could delay Nexplay Esports and put them in a shock.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to see their composition now. You mentioned how Seraphine was used here with all of these utility, because they've got the Ziggs anyway to compensate for that. They have magic damage anyway in their comp, but at the same time, it's not as reliable, because you know that they're more on the caster's side of things, like the Corki, who doesn't deal faster damage output, if you will, in comparison to an auto attack champion, an auto attack AD carry. But now we're looking at the bans in as well as the picks for the first game of Team Secret and Nexplay Esports. Anything you'd like to point out that's that catches your eye in the first game?
What catches my eye is Team Secret is just too squishy. I'm not sure if that is something that you're seeing as well, because if you're looking at Team Secret's draft, you have Corki, you have Ziggs, you have Seraphine, and Lee Sin. And Lee Sin went in for the attack type of situation. So overall, their tanking capabilities highly relies on that Camille, and there is no other champions that could deal much so. And with the Olaf for Nexplay Esports, with the Ragnarok, Anchor was out for the CC against NXP. So Olaf can just come through inside the CC, go for kills, go for hits, go for damage. And for the side of NXP, I just like how the Janna is there, like the Orianna is there. I think you've talked about how Akali is just so dominant into the backlines to get a lot of pickoffs.
Yeah, you can see Horizon was just really fearless diving into towers here and there, even though he would be up against maybe 3 people from Team Secret. But that was such a beautiful thing to watch, and there were so many highlights from earlier, and I'm looking forward to more highlights as well. But just as you mentioned, no tanks on the side of Team Secret. For Nexplay, I think they compensated the fact that they didn't have a real tech with so many shields. Okay, let's make ourselves a little bit tankier, a little bit more of that shielding power. And makes me wonder whether or not Nexplay Esports would go back to this sort of composition. I mean, it's solid. It's an all-around thing. It can work early game. It can contest first Drake takes, and it can scale so well into the late game. So I wonder what Nexplay or what Team Secret will do, because now I believe they will be towards on red side.
Now I'm thinking, as you stated, there is a potential change in draft, right? Maybe Hamis might pick up another champion, might not actually go for the Seraphine at the moment, and maybe go back into the Alistar pick. It's actually quite strong in the preseason, and he utilized it very well once again in this current matchup. In similar ways against NXP, you can disregard against Kaisa, you can disregard against Orianna, and even the Janna at this point. So that may be the potential. The support is going to be the key so that the ADC can scale out.
That's true. I think maybe we could see, the Gragas in again in combination with maybe an initiation jungler, perhaps, because I mean, Team Secret got so many good picks on their side. They got the Camille first pick, they got the Ziggs first pick, and they got the Lee Sin too, which is usually banned when you're up against maybe Trevor most of the time, or maybe when you're up against Just G, because he does use a pretty mean LS as well. So makes me wonder, because I think that Nexplay's move to ban out the jungler, which is Vi, puts them in a tight spot, which is pretty smart as well. And for Secret, I don't know, maybe we wouldn't see support bans this time around.
Absolutely. And on top of all that, I also want to tackle on how this could turn out as a counter for Team Secret, because they now know Olaf is in the champion pool of Nexplay Esports to counteract their Seraphine. But on top of all that, you also have the Jarvan 4 to go for the counter against the counter of NXP. If that makes sense. That sounds redundant, but that's just the reality of things. If you go for the Cataclysm onto Olaf, he cannot do anything.
I think that works out pretty well too. And if you combine either or, because Oriana is such an air quote neutral lane, but at the same time it works well with many junglers such as the Jarvan the Fourth or maybe even the Olaf as Nexplay presented. And the thing is, both Tatsuri and Chule actually both play. I don't think I've seen Tatsuri play Oriana yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but usually it's like maybe the Seraphine, the Galio, maybe even the Ziggs. So what I like about these two mid laners is that what do you call this? They're both could be initiator or they could be on the Ziggs. What do you call this? The Ziggs duty.
The Ziggs roll.
Yeah, the Ziggs role basically.
Yeah. To answer that question, I think Tatsuri went in for like one Oriana only. The rest was like Seraphine, Ziggs, and Galio. And I don't think Galio is gonna be picked up by Team Secret anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we'll see the Gargoyle anytime soon. Especially how it enables a lot of things, a lot of compositions, too strong. But one thing that we did not see, which is very, very surprising, is the Lux Ziggs combo. Makes me wonder what the train thought was this time around to sort of exchange the Zig or the Seraphine instead of the Lux this time around. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I think the Lux is mainly for the Kaisa, supposedly, but since Team Secret already locked into Seraphine in their second rotation with draft, they need to respond in other sorts of way, and that is the Lee Sin. So I think if ever they want to change it up, Lux is still a potential open for Team Secret to punish maybe the Kaisa or an Ezreal later on, and maybe go for another jungle that is more dominant that could lock in and go for more of a flexible pick.
I agree with you there 100%. You're right. I think it's due to the fact of how they also needed the Seraphine there for a bunch of sustain, considering there's a ton of shields on the opposite side of Nexplay. And yeah, I think because Seraphine worked wonders yesterday as well. So I suppose actually one thing I want to ask you, Infinity, because in this composition for some reason I am not convinced with the Corki pick, mainly because I think because of how slippery these champions are from Nexplay Esports, so you have to like land your skill shots all the time. You're not gonna deal as fast of a damage as, again, an auto attack champion. So what do you think would be a better replacement, perhaps, or maybe another replacement just as equally impactful?
I was actually thinking about the Ezreal. Ezreal was actually open, but the problem is that Chewy doesn't actually play that champion, but I think it would have been played perfectly because you have like some of the front lines, you have like Camille, you have potentially even a Lee Sin as well, and having that Ezreal enables you to just dash out from maybe Olaf's aggressiveness, like Akali's surprise attacks, and Kaisa as well. But it really depends on what Team Secret would be doing. Because considering you have the Ziggs already, so they could play out with the poke composition. As I've stated, Ezreal is also present. But they went in for more of the balance type of situation, right? The Corki to go for more of the front lines of the ADC, Ziggs into the back end, Seraphine as a sustain, Lee Sin to go for the surprise, and Camille as sort of the tank of Team Secret.
Yeah, that's true. I think they needed more AoE on their side. I mean, they do have the Ziggs already, but I think the package also does make a huge help of that additional safety, especially you know that there's an Olaf in the opposite side of the map, so that's easier for you to run away. But then again, we didn't really get to see that because whenever we see Team Secret in as well, Team Secret wants to start a fight, NXP just decides to disengage and like, see you later, see you later in the next objective.
Yeah, see ya, right? And speaking of objectives, I think Team Secret could punish Nexplay Esports potentially for game number 2, because Nexplay Esports just had the free reign over the 3 objectives. Right? They went in for the first dragon because Team Secret went for the 3-man roam on the top side and only gained the first blood. There's no turrets that was traded off by Team Secret against the objective that was taken by NXP. And that, I think, was the Cloud Dragon first objective, right? And considering you have the Cloud Dragon, it gives you movement speed. So having that movement speed, you could easily rotate from lanes to lanes.
Yeah, I mean, We'll have to see if that's going to be the same pick that you mentioned earlier. Maybe an Oriana could be a contested pick. Maybe I guess it was the battle of utility. I suppose you do have that Oriana and as well as that Seraphine. We didn't really see big shockwaves, but Chule did a huge amount of help for the team. Curious, I mean, that was such a convincing win. That looks like, I'm not counting out Team Secret just yet, but because of how Nexplay played that game unfazed, very clean, very confident, very objective focused, it's like if they have the same draft, if they win the draft, it looks like it could be a 2-0 tonight. I could be wrong because you voted for Nexplay earlier, 2-1. So it's looking really great for Nexplay.
And yeah, I think the draft is a whole nother minigame. I think it states what happens in game, and I think that's a thing. Some people might think that draft is actually not quite important. You need to have a much better mechanical play and micro play, and yes, that's exactly true. But draft is also important because that enables for your team to envision what might be the counter, what might be the play that we need to do against the enemy team so that we can win, right? So I think if you win the draft, since Nexplay Esports and Team Secret has their power level at an even field, they're toe-to-toe, right? As the panelists have stated in day number 1.
Yes.
If they win the draft, they're probably gonna win in terms of the matchups.
Yeah, the battle starts in the draft for sure, and I'm excited to see that later on. But I remember bringing up, let's talk about the player matchup that the panelists got to talk about, but we didn't get to share our insights as well. I believe the player matchup was Trevor and Just G, was it? Or are we making up matchups of our own? Are we making up matchup? Well, then again, we'd like to talk about Trevor. Oh, okay. It's actually Chule and Just G. Was it Chule and Just G?
Tatsuri.
Tatsuri. And Chule. So again, I think we touched upon that a little bit with the Oriana and Seraphine pick. But of course, we want to talk about their mid and jungle synergy as well, which we are going to talk about Trevor and Just G in the jungle. I mean, they do have similar play styles because of their, early game aggression. But what happens if they don't interact in the early game? I think that is the biggest question, which was answered earlier. So perhaps maybe we might see something different this time around. Maybe put the Camille. Maybe we won't see the Camille. Maybe the Camille will be banned this time around. We'll have to see.
Yeah, indeed, gonna be a situation that may potentially come up in the matchup. But because of their champions that was picked a while ago, they picked up the Lee Sin, they picked up the Olaf. They're aggressive. Innately built into their kit. They said, you know what, we were built to be aggressive. Our champions are built to be aggressive, and I think that's a thing. If they don't utilize that aggressiveness when it comes to the early game, they're gonna fall off. They're gonna lack off when it comes to mid game, late game fight. So I think that was just a utility coming in from Team Secret, and Nexplay Esports done very well in game number 1.
We'll have to see how game number 2 goes though, as we are heading on over to the draft. As you can see, Team Secret already on the blue side, while Nexplay Esports on the red. Now, Alistar is the first one banned at the moment, then we'll have to see what the next ban is going to be.
Yeah, so I think Alistar is a good champion. It disengages actually quite quickly. It counters potentially Camille, right? And I think this champion is just so hard when it comes to tanking capabilities. When you have your ult up for an Alistar, it's just so hard to just put him down in a blink of an eye. But you know what? We're gonna go for the draft once more, as we have maybe the misban a while ago, as Team Secret goes for Ziggs.
Yep, this is the Ziggs, just as you mentioned, being firstly kicked out of the game for now. As Galio, no surprises there. Now, are they going to be banning the usual supports, Braum? Because Ziggs, we didn't really see Ziggs banned earlier, as they are afraid that will go towards Nexplay Esports side. That's an Oriana ban.
Indeed. So this leaves up Corki, Seraphine in the mid lane, or maybe a 1-to-1 type of situation, but Nexplay Esports still gonna prioritize that Vi. They don't want to fight that Vi or that Galio, with Team Secret prioritizing the Camille in the Baron lane.
Makes me wonder, what are they falling back towards the Mundo this time around? That could be a potential Braum. But looks like they are having a very, very fast draft. They're gonna pick up Horizon's Akali once more. Let's see whether or not Team Secret wants to deny that Braum away from Kaisa.
Yeah, and they're bringing back the game 1, right? Kaisa, Kali, first 2 picks of NXP. So they're putting it back in this game. But like I've stated, how Braum is now going to be cancelled by Team Secret against Nexplay Esports. They're picking it up, and this actually alleviates their draft from a while ago. They lack in tanks, and they now brought in a tanky champion.
Yeah, that's true. They do have the Braum for themselves. Now they do have very, very strong top Baron laners, rather, which is the Fiora and Camille. But seeing the Fiora now, that is going to be a Camille jungle. I like this hover. If they do pick it up, I will love it even more. That's going to be a Gragas secured. Do not want to give too much on Team Secret side. So I love the double disengage lock-in from Nexplay.
Yeah, you have a lot of safety right now for that Kaisa to actually scale up, go for free hits into the back end. But Team Secret, you know what? Seraphine, we're gonna stick to it. It's our trump card and we want to have it. But Team Secret is now going in for the Ezreal. We talked about how Corki can be changed up onto this champion, and Team Secret is now gonna pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to discuss this earlier, and you're right, Ezreal here being their AD carry on Shui. Now, who is the missing link? Who will be your jungler? It is going to be a hover onto Lee Sin, and that will be a final lockdown onto that champion. Looking pretty solid, looking pretty similar actually to game number 1 for Nexplay Esports back in the Kaisa Disaster Uzi duo, back at it again with Horizon, with the scary Akali, and I guess more tankier champions on the side of Nexplay Esports as well.
And now the question would be, who is the true king of the jungle, right? Just Chi with the Lee Sin, and Camille being used by Trevor. And Riku, we talked about it a while ago before the game even occurred, right? We talked about who is gonna be the better jungler, because the jungler is very, very strong and is someone that could put the game back in their favor or put the game upside down. And Just Chi is a Lee Sin king. He is very strong with this champion, so now I'm excited to see on how it's gonna turn out. And this is also their answer on the Ezreal, because the Vi is not available.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to, just as you mentioned, it's going to be a king of the jungle fight, I suppose. Who's going to be the better jungler? And at the end of the night, who's going to be the bitter jungler? Okay, I had to pause just for that. Okay, so I'm sorry. But yeah, I like this Camille and Lee Sin pick. I remember we brought it up earlier on how Camille sort of has the same aspect or concept as the Lee Sin. You have strong engage early, and you can sort of isolate a target. Although I feel like Camille's Hextech ultimatum is so much easier to execute. It's all about that timing, insect kick. However, the Dragon's Rage, however, is more challenging, but more flashier. But yeah, a lot of CC that you can pile on the Nexplay Esports side. And we get to see the Glacial Fissure, and as well as, not the Echo, you know this, the Encore. The Encore of the Seraphine. We see that so good. And I feel like the cherry on top is the true shot barrage of an Ezreal. After that, really good spread of damage.
Absolutely. And we've thought about how Team Secret has their synergies up, and now we can talk about how Nexplay Esports has the counter engagement, right? Team Secret, the Hextech ultimatum is gonna be key. It's gonna be perfect. But because of the Lee Sin with the kick, and because of the Gragas with the explosive cast, this can now be counteract. So it's Hextech ultimatum rather. Okay, that was a wordful. But if that connects onto Kaisa and you have that explosive cast and kick coming through, that's gonna get completely cancelled out. And Kaisa is now free to kite and go for the killer instinct into the back end and maybe pick off the Seraphine, the Ezreal. We never know, but that is gonna be the important champions right now for Team Secret to remove if they don't want to deal with those massive damage.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's absolutely scary to think about. Team Secret, imagine, just as you brought up, Hextech ultimatum into Kaisa. but then the explosive casket or the monsoon will just completely throw off Team Secret's positioning in a fight. And I feel like that's when Nexplay will be able to come up on top, even though Team Secret does have such a good wombo combo going on for themselves. As long as they're able to sort of disrupt their positioning, I think Nexplay will be able to come up on top in some of these fights. Now, I'm curious whether or not we're going to be seeing an early 5v5 in the first Dragon, because that's usually what we see when we see these two teams. I think the game number 1 was the first time we've seen them not interacting at all in the first, 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And going to the aggressiveness, I think it would happen where it comes, you're gonna have a fight. Because Lee Sin is a champion that is very strong when it comes to early game and falls off in mid-game, late-game fights. So I'm thinking Nexplay Esports is gonna prioritize onto this champion. He wants to go for roam, he wants to go for the kills. And we talked about how Jax previously is farming champions instead of monsters. And I think we can see it once more here in Nexplay Esports versus Team Secret. And we saw in game number 1, Team Secret just let the Dragon be on Nexplay Esports. And having that Braum, Ezreal, and Seraphine right now, I think they're going to contest this in terms of objectives. So I think the 4-minute mark is going to be something that we can look forward to.
Yeah, the 4-minute mark, or possibly before that, as considering that I just realized we are going to be late realization for sure, but we are going to be having a Chule Tatsuri matchup, but a very tough one for Tatsuri, considering that is a Gragas Lee Sin. We might see a little bit of lane swap, maybe. We'll have to see. Maybe the Ezreal Braum in the mid lane, maybe a 1-2-1 perhaps. But we're now in the game. This is game number 2 between Nexplay Esports versus Team Secret. Nexplay Esports already 1 game ahead. Again, this is a BO3 series. Very excited to see how this pans out.
Ooh. But you know what's interesting? We have Chule with the Gragas mid laner against Tatsuri of a Seraphine. It's untraditional, it's unconventional, but it worked out for NXP in their previous tournaments. I saw Chule use this Gragas in a very dominant way, in a very dominant fashion. So I'm expecting something new in this game number 2.
Oh, for sure. It's gonna be very scary for a Seraphine. Expect flashes to be burned, barriers to be burned on Tatsuri, because you have to deal with a mid-jungle duo who is amazing at these engages, at these ganks. So gotta be careful of that flash body slam, gotta be careful of that sonic wave coming from Just G. So now, Tatsuri gotta be careful, just as Trevor will have to probably try to match the aggression.
Absolutely. So we talked about the mid lane. As you know what, it's something that is very dominant. But now let's look at the Baron lane. Fiora versus an Akali. And I think Horizon has the opportunity to go for some shrouds and go back to safety. But overall, Fiora into the early matches can just go for a post. But we have another fight into the great fight.
Yeah, that is a 3v3 fighting towards the Scuttler. Nicely done body slam. Trevor insanely low at this point, and that will be first blood, not yet, as the shield from Trevor kicks in. But there is the kill. There is the dive. That's 2 kills already for Nexplay as Trevor and Hamas falls. And NXP, you may not have secured the Scuttler, but you have secured the kills. That tornado, that knockup turns into a follow-up kill. Nicely done by Disaster. That is enough for that go button for NXP to dive in.
Yeah, and we talked about how Chule with the Gragas mid lane is a very dominant champion. He is dominant in terms of his aggressiveness and in terms of his response. So I like how I'm seeing right now 0-3 in favor of NXP. With 2k gold lead, they can now have those items up and running for their team. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Disaster already has the redemption knock.
That is crazy. That will mean a huge extra utility on top of the monsoon available for the Dragon. That will come up in a minute or so. But at least for Rift Scuttlers, it's 1 apiece. But for sure, Nexplay Esports has gotten the best deal out of that exchange at the bottom side of the map.
Absolutely, but let's look at the Dragon lane right now. We talked about the Baron lane, we talked about mid lane. Now, Kai'Sa, Ezreal. I think Kaisa is more of the mid-game, late-game type of champion, but considering they got the first 3 kills, now the Bee of Sword and Executioner's Calling is available for himself. So that's actually quite huge. It's like 1 longsword remaining for his first kill, a Kaitian Rain, to be upgraded, while Ezreal has the Manateer and the longsword alone. So Maramune is still not going to be available for that Ezreal.
At least we'll be able to get that stacks on the tier early. But for now, you're right. It's a little bit... it's going to be a little bit air quote chill in the bottom side of the map till the next dragon spawns for these two teams. Right now, it's still going to be a duel on the top side of the map a little bit. But it looks like we're not going to be seeing the Team Secret style of having to go up and see if they can burn a summoner spell. They are just going to see whether or not they can position themselves early into that dragon.
And interestingly enough, Riku, I think you have a prediction in mind because Camille is going to the top side of the map. I think they want that turret instead of the dragon. They're going in for the Tower First Blood, which gives every single one of Team Secret gold. And I think this is done to alleviate the negative pressure of Nexplay Esports with a 2k gold deficit right now with the 3 kills instantly from the early game.
Yeah, 2 of your Baron laners-ish, picks-wise, wanted to dive into Ryzen, but still no flash being burned. But here comes Chule with the Gragas. Is he even needed as Ryzen is super low at this point? But Azar as well, and there's the casket for the final blow as Trevor dives into the tower with a Hextech ultimatum used towards Just-G. He is eating tower hits, but he has the Guardian Angel activated, and 1 more smash from Chule will secure the kill, and that is a 2-0 in favor of NXP.
And that's what I'm saying. If a Lee Sin has a GA first item, it enables him to dive under turrets and become more aggressive. And that is how NXP has utilized this item. And with that kill, with that damage against Team Secret, they now got the Tower First Blood. And now they're sitting at a 4k gold lead, now coming right up to a 5k gold lead. So basically, they're sitting at a very good position.
Yeah, that is huge for Nexplay Esports. Not only did they get the first dragon out of the game, I mean, it's an air drake, still very important when it comes to roaming the map and making map plays. But at the same time, they managed to get first blood tower, which is so huge because they didn't really have to exchange anything off of the map. They even got more out of it.
Absolutely, and now with the wave clears from NXP Chule and with the wave clears from Akali, the Rift Herald is going to be open. This is something that Team Secret wants because they lost a lot of gold already. And having that Rift Herald may potentially alleviate this disadvantage to go for turrets. So that is the reason why we're seeing Team Secret now hovering into the Rift Herald's pit.
Yeah, this is the thing. Will we be able to see the Encore Glacial Fissure True Shot Barrage combo that we've been waiting for? But oh no, Chule is in the middle of it all as that's 5 members just trying to focus their damage onto Wharton. Horizon dives into the fight, backs away immediately as the stun kicks in. No one falls so far, but it is an exchange of ultimates and as well as summoner spells. But now, no one will be at the Rift Herald for now.
That was looking in favor of Team Secret in the early matches. It's an Hextech ultimatum on Chule with no ultimate. But because of a Lee Sin with a counter engage that lead NXP to become more dominant in that fight. But now we're looking into another fight as Team Secret hovers into Rift Herald.
Yeah, this is going to be a Rift Herald fight as Horizon will dive in, and because of that, we've got Just-G securing that Rift Herald. And now Trevor unfortunately falls down, and as well as Azar, and that's 2 members down for Team Secret. And now NXP will be satisfied with that as they summon the Rift Herald immediately. Look at Disaster! The flash! Second skill just to secure the kill. Disaster, you are so bloodthirsty. The rest of NXP will be happy about that.
The reason why Disaster is named Disaster is because he brings disaster to the enemy team. And that is just perfect for NXP. And they got into map control with the tier 1 turret breaking down in the mid lane. Now, Team Secret needs to play a bit more passively in this fight because they can't go in a 5v5 to set up against NXP in a face front type of duel because they are lacking in the gold aspect of the game and they're lacking in terms of their ultimates because Tatsuri is not gonna have that ultimate and Trevor is not gonna have a good time because they have Chule and Just Chi to counter it out.
Yeah, Encore. We didn't really get to see that wombo combo we keep talking about earlier. I think that was one of the few instances where we get to see a 5v5. And unfortunately, because of Horizon diving into the fray, the rest of Team Secret were a little bit distracted, and Just Chi was able to secure that objective. Now, next objective has spawned. NXP again, first dibs on this area, but the rest of Team Secret are far away. They are going to give this up.
And we're looking at a repeat in history. It was Cloud Dragon first, and now another Dragon scared by NXP. But now, it's a massive gold deficit for Team Secret. It's so hard to put them down at this point. And I think having that wombo combo type of setup is gonna be very hard. And that is, I think, one of the reasons why we don't see that huge reliance on those wombo combo drafts. Right? There more of times there are two huge AoE CCs, but the other is more on the balance type of situations, the single targeted CC. And I think that's the thing that is gonna be very important. So if Team Secret utilizes that very well, maybe Tatsuri with a charm immediately, with a Hextech Ultimatum, and the Glacial Fissure, I think that is their opportunity to make it a comeback. But now Just Chi goes for the jungle invade.
Yeah, blue secured. Stealing that away from Team Secret. Nexplay Esports very comfortable now, just moving around, but their target is Chule. He's all alone as Disaster's walking towards the river. I don't think he will make it out alive as he is bursted down. Disaster tried his best, he was nearby, but the damage was just too much coming from Team Secret.
But at the end of the day, there were a lot of ultis actually breaking down as Just Chi goes for the flank.
There's the killer instinct, and Trevor might be in the middle of it all, but he is a Camille. He is fine. Good attempt from NXP at least to try to even out the kill score from 1-1. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see that as Hamiz just burned summoner spells.
And speaking of burning spells, Team Secret burned out a lot of ultimates. I think I want to say that earlier, when after they got with a 5v1 type of gank against Chule, they got the Trevor ultimate out, they got the ultimate of Tatsuri out, and Hamiz as well, not having any of these ultimates. So right now, Nexplay Esports is looking at a very good situation because they have the explosive casket. They have Horizon with the ultimate as well, so they can just go in, go for some pickoffs, and after that, go for the Baron Nashor. Indeed, gotta be the situation right now. And now, it depends on Team Secret if they would allow Nexplay Esports to just go ham into this fight.
That's true, they do have the capability of catching someone off guard, considering the fact that Team Secret is a little bit separated at the moment. They have to push the waves. Just Chi looking for a pick towards Tatsuri. Looks like the Sonic Wave will not connect, but they're now starting the Baron for the bait. Trevor and Hamiz sees this though. Now, Horizon jumping in towards Hamiz. He is all alone, but he changes targets. He's aiming for Chewy. He's all alone as well, but Azar will exchange blows with the rest of the squad. Now, he's got the first blood. That will be Tatsuri, as the rest of the squad from NXP just chasing down Azar, and as well as Chewy. And Trevor retreats. That is 2 members minus. The wombo combo that we've been waiting for will not be available for Team Secret as Nexplay Esports starts the Baron.
Absolutely. You talked about the bait, and I think that was the perfect description of how Nexplay Esports was playing it. They were baiting out Team Secret, and that was Akali's moment. That was the perfect time. He went in, dashed against the enemy team, killed of the ADC, killed of Tatsuri, and killed of Hamiz. And after that, they were done for. They just went back, went in for Baron Nashor to then go for the reset. Right? They want to go for those items because they have those gold already in their pockets.
That's true. It's a little bit early, 12 minutes into the game, and little bit too soon. The death timers are very, very short at this point of the game. So might as well for Nexplay Esports to set up a dragon instead. But so far, Team Secret doing really well. But Uzi will find Azar here as he's the one being focused on. Here's the redemption being dropped, but that's 3 members. But anyway, nicely done kick onto Trevor, but not again. It's like deja vu, but different people dead. Azar and Trevor have been eliminated 20 seconds or so, and that is a free Baron.
Free Baron rather, indeed. Because Trevor is not going to be available for Team Secret. That is the jungler of TS. And without the smite, they cannot potentially get that Baron for the steal. So Nexplay Esports has the free reign onto that one. Now it's going to be the utilization of NXP onto the Baron buff, going all lane pressure.
Yeah, doing a 1-1-1 as the 2 members from NXP, Uzi and Disaster, tries to finish the dragon at this point. Not wasting any time to utilize this Baron buff. And now, Justy actually just gonna play with Azar a little bit. But take note, Trevor is nearby. He still does his job, as the rest of NXP still are in the mid lane, but it's gonna be a 1v2 situation. Justy is golden, but he safeguards towards safety. He is A-okay.
A-okay indeed, but what's not A-okay is how NXP is now pressuring into the mid lane and into the Baron lane. They're gonna secure that inhibitor turret in the Baron lane, so now 2 more turrets are gonna be remained.
2 more turrets, that is a cast, that is a flash used by James. And at this point, you have Disaster, the rest of the squad rather, as the Seraphine Encore being used, flashes and summoner spells being exchanged over here as Horizon decides to join in the fight. There's the dash, there's everybody else from Team Secret diving into their own base, as now 5 people are still complete and they're hitting that tower and Nexus down with Nexplay Esports 2-0ing Team Secret this time around.
They made a comeback. From the day 1 loss, they said, you know what, you can't have it because we're gonna win this in a 2-0 fight. We're gonna sweep it down and we're gonna win that match. Now let's break down a bit on what had happened on game 2. Nexplay Esports had a lot of hard disengage against Team Secret. So Trevor's ultimate with the Hextech ultimatum was rendered useless. And Tatsuri and Braum wasn't really able to capitalize on their ultimates to go for that wombo combo that we're seeing because of how Nexplay Esports, Horizon to be more specific, just goes to the back end and kills off those squishy supports. And Chewy wasn't really able to just outrun, wasn't really able to just outscale the enemy team. So at that point, it was so hard. So Nexplay Esports got the early objective, they got the first dragon, and after that, Team Secret wasn't really able to go for the trade-off in terms of their turrets. But I like how Team Secret went in for the pressure. They went in to try and capitalize on some of the setups, to some of the plays against maybe Chule onto the Gragas in some parts in the early game. They went in for the Hextech ultimatum, but was just counteracted by Nexplay Esports.
Yeah, there were so many factors, I guess. Aside from the summoner spells, there was the Zonius to buy some time. You've got the Janna as well. You've got the additional movement speed from the Air Drake, and the response speed is just too fast. And you can't burst someone down as fast as you could, and the next thing you know, the rest of Nexplay Esports is all up in your face. And it was such another strong and convincing win. It felt like Team Secret wasn't able to do much. I mean, they did try in the first Dragon and as well as the Rift Herald, but I think props to Horizon as well because of how proactive he is and just doing Akali things, basically just diving into the backline, just making and creating chaos for Team Secret, and that reason why Justy is able to have more space in securing these objectives.
Absolutely. Objectives, space, everything that we've seen in game number 2 and game number 1 was utilized for these two teams, with Nexplay Esports just stepping out forward and 1 bit against Team Secret. But overall, it was pretty close. Team Secret did a good job in terms of parrying out Nexplay Esports to try and get back the win against them. Their early engagements are actually pretty on point. They went in for the top lane. They tried to punish against champions of NXP, specifically Horizon as the Baron laner. to then go for the turrets, to then go for the trades. So I think that was actually a good initiation and good setup from Team Secret.
I think we'll get to see more of those initiations as we take a look at our highlights. Play of the game presented to you by Oppo Reno 5. And as you can see, this is the tower dive that we see during the early stages of the game. And I think that explosive cast finisher was really, really flashy.
Yeah, and I like how the Hextech ultimatum, that instant stasis entrance, just canceled it out. I think that was like less than a millisecond or less than a second type of reaction play from Chule. So I just want to highlight that real quick. But here, on to the setup. How Horizon went into the backside, disrupted and crumbled down the setup, the foundation, the structure of Team Secret, having a safety into the front end and just having some pokes into the back line.
Yeah, I think it was NXP just sort of steamrolling and taking whatever they want. It's like they're in the candy shop, except the candies were Team Secret over here in game number 2. And with that, NXP, not only did they get all of the dragons, but as well as the Baron and the Rift Herald as well. And they just basically did everything by the book. Managed to get some picks here and there, and then attack the Nexus.
And that was the end of game 2. The master of the match, it's going to be Chule once more with the Gragas mid lane.
Yeah, he did so much. He did so much distracting. He not only helped initiate for Nexplay Esports in that match, but also, became a damage soaker as well, and was able to distract a lot of the team members from Team Secret. And again, we mentioned the Zonias was able to buy them some time for the rest of Nexplay to run to his aid.
Absolutely. A very dominating, responsive champion, Chule. I think he was master of the match consecutively for today. Right? Like 3 or 4 master of the match in a single day for Chule. That is impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely his day, and it shows how versatile he is. He can go on the Orianna, he can go on the Corki if he must, he can go on sieging duty, but now in this match in particular, he is on initiation duty. He may not be on the Galio because we probably will not see him anytime soon because he's banned most of the time, but Gragas does work for Chule. So congratulations for being master of the match for our game number 2, 2-0 for Nexplay, and Chule for sure will be utmost happy.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm thinking, I'm just reminiscing on what had happened on game 1, game 2, because this is just the excitement, like the excitement, the anxiety, the pressure on these two teams right now, because Nexplay Esports was 1 point behind against Team Secret, and now with its 2-0 win, I think right now they're standing like 1 point or 2 points, or 1 point in front of Team Secret. So they just switch it up. So now it's like, how many points? Like 8 points for NXP and then 7 points for Team Secret? Or
you're the math genius. I will leave it up to you.
10 points and 9 points, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so that means this series in particular makes it a 1-1. They actually, Nexplay actually ended Team Secret's win streak, actually, because they were on an undefeated streak series-wise since day number 1, and now Nexplay is able to end that momentum today. Again, even though this is, the second time we're seeing these two teams duke it out, we still got one more in the third last round robin, which is going to be happening next week. If you're really, really loving this rivalry, this matchup. But yeah, just a reminder, only the top 2 teams will move over to the playoffs and represent North Luzon. And for those of you who are curious of your favorite teams and how are they doing? Did they get in? Better follow the PPGL pages, because again, South Luzon qualifiers are already ongoing or are already done. Please do check out those updates.
Absolutely. You can have more info about... We have some giveaways actually in our Facebook, in PPGL Facebook page. So if you want giveaways, more updates on what is happening in the Icon Series Philippines, you can check out a page, you can follow it, give it a like, and be more updated on what's actually happening in North Luzon.
Yep, Suri, that's what a wild series we have for Team Secret and Nexplay Esports. I mean, last time we saw them in day number 1, it was very, very close. It was very back and forth. But this one, Nexplay Esports solidified why they are, the Goliath of, this particular region. Why they have been, proving how their synergy is all intact. They've been together since October 2020, since last year. They've been winning tournaments and championship titles left and right since January, even the preseason championship title for the Icon series. So they're proving their might, they're solidifying their ground, and I'm excited to see how these two teams will match up again next week. But of course, we still got more matches on Friday. But yeah, unfortunately, that is all the time we have for us casters, at least, as we are going to a short break. But when we come back, the panelists will be there to break down what happened for tonight. Once again, my name is Riku, together with Infinity, and also from Kaisaya. See you again next weekend for week 2 of the North Luzon group stages. Have a wonderful evening.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' mess up your thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know something, be strong. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. Keep up with me, come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, Light of the Home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow? May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Nexplay Esports exacts revenge as they take the last series of the day from Team Secret, getting that 2-0. And with that, Nexplay Esports takes back that top spot in our standings, knocking Team Secret back to second place and winning 50,000 Globe Cup points, like all the winners of each series in the group stages. You know, this was really surprising because this was so different from how we saw Team Secret previously. Or was this Nexplay Esports just upping their game, or a combination of both? Autolus, please let us know exactly what went down.
Nexplay just came in prepared, Mika, and we're talking about Team Secret not being able to show their cheese peaks as we look at the highlights of the game. This is basically how it went down during game number 1. Joshi on that Olaf is just not respecting the amount of crowd control coming from Team Secret as we look at this unstoppable Ragnarok just going inside, just going ham. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to have any of it coming from Team Secret. You might have that encore, but I have this Buddy and Arisen. And again, we have noticed that many times before that Arisen on Akali is just a cheat code for NXP. You give it to him once, twice in a row, it's just going to be a bad time for you and your squad. So we look at the highlight plays here. Arisen still just doing Arisen things, and this is the final push. Game number 1 goes over to NXP. Now heading over to our second game. This is Chule's game, and this was the only pick that they were able to get. Look at the score, 8-0. Yes, the Stasis Enchant was there, but it was not enough. But do not be fooled. It was NXP really steamrolling this game. Again, this Arisen finding the backline. Tatsuri had no chance here, as well as Chewy, because Chule was there for the 3-pointer, that explosive cast, and just doing a lot of damage on the side of Team Secret. So NXP just came in prepared here, my friends. That's what you get that's when you know that a team is world class. They will learn from mistakes, and this is the final push. All lanes are being pushed all at the same time, just a lot of pressure. And if there are 3 lanes that are being pushed, you don't really have a choice. Your encore can only do so much on choke points, but if the pressure is on all 3 sides, then yeah, that's just going to be an NXP win, 2-0. We do get a half point. I mean, I do get a half point though, because I predicted NXP winning. Although I did not expect it to be a 2-0, it was a 2-1. Still, half point goes to Autolus.
Wow, okay, Autolus, I guess, wins that half point. I will not contest that. Yuko, maybe you might be able to contest that. Let us know your thoughts on this. And just before you do, oh my gosh, Chule, how many Master of the Matches did he get? Was it 4? Was it 3? Like, we might as well not take him down at this point. 4. My goodness. Anyway, Yuko, let me know your thoughts.
Okay, so my initial thought was, no, you do not get half points because you guys did not give me half points yesterday. So we're gonna have to be fair here, okay? If I don't get a half point, you guys don't get half points. But anyway, going back into the series, it was just Nexplay showing us a different side of them. Yes, they're still strong. Yes, the rotations are still on point, but they can adjust in the draft just as quickly. Autolus said this. The Olaf was actually a counter to the Seraphine and even the Braum combo. Also, I honestly would like to raise the question as to why they did not ban Akali. If you guys watched preseason, you probably know this, but Super Cutie is added again, just causing so much ruckus all over the map. Most of the time, whenever Arisen jumps in or pops the perfect execution, I stop breathing because I really think he was in too deep, but he just keeps on surviving, and I do not know why or how is that even possible. But I guess that just goes to show how much Nexplay knows how each of the players move.
Well, you know what? Nexplay, I don't think anybody is contesting them at this point. Currently, they are on top of the standings. You know, Team Secret, they might have won one, but Nexplay Esports are like, okay, we'll give you that. We'll take it back later on. And just checking out the standings that we have. Nexplay Esports in first place. Team Secret following not too far behind. Galaxy Racer and Action PH trailing just a little bit behind. Now, This is going to be do or die for Galaxy Racer and Action PH next week. This is very, very crucial for them. And at this point, I don't think they can lose any game. They can't lose any game. They can't make any mistakes. So all eyes will be on them. I'm just looking at how that pans out in our overall standings. Yes, do stay tuned because this is just the start of the summer season. We do have the South Luzon stage, Visayas and Mindanao. I do believe the South Luzon qualifiers have wrapped up already or are in the process of wrapping up already. It looks really exciting, guys, and it's going to be really, really spicy. And again, we're only taking the top 2 of each group stage. So as we mentioned here, next week is going to be very, very dangerous territory for Galaxy Racer and Action PH. So we can just hope that they come back bigger and better and faster and stronger to put in that Daft Punk reference. But Otlus, Yuko, just really quickly, do you guys think it's too late for Galaxy Racer and Action PH, or can they come back? Just really quick thoughts on this. Otlus, let's start with you.
I think it's too brim right now. If they are going to really qualify, they have to perfect the next couple of games, and that is a very tough task against Team Secret and NXP.
What about you, Yuko? Can they make miracles happen?
You know what? Given that this is possibly their last chance, give it all you've got because what's there to lose?
That is absolutely right. What is there to lose? Well, you know what is there to win? We have a lot of wild cards to give away because as a thank you to the community that has been so supportive, we will be giving away 380 wild cards as minor prizes and 1,650 wild cards as major prizes. Let's head on over to the minor prizes first. Yuko, who are our winners?
Okay, our lucky winners are 5 people: Kenneth De Chavez, Hans Book, Do Celeste, and Raymark Purakan. Yeah, so congratulations to everyone, these 4 people, rather that won 380 wildcards. Guys, imagine this. You just watched a stream, you just shared or posted the photo in public and liked the page and did the hashtag, and you guys were able to win 380 wildcards. That's awesome.
Exactly, and we have 1,650 wild cards to give away to 10 people. This is our major prize that spans over the broadcast weekend, which was since Friday and Saturday and now today, Sunday. Let's check out our winners, our 10 winners for our major prizes. We have Joshua Ferrer Mediavillo. I am so sorry if I said that wrong. Princess Trixie Salvador, Eileen Dimambro, Vern Christian, and Carl Girard. I'm so sorry again, Casuela. And who else do we have, Otalus?
Yeah, cue the Itbulaga music. We have Francis Irang, Marco J. Aludo, Ken Zadro, Mark Excel Sarsaba, Rian Lowell P. Zapata. You just won 500 pesos worth of wildcards, I think, or to be exact, 1,650.
Yay! Congratulations to all of our winners, fans and teams alike. And you guys can send a message over to the PPGL Facebook page so that you guys can claim your prize. And that is our thank you to you. Who else we have to thank? Of course, our dear sponsors for making this whole tournament possible. Thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon series here. And of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe.
Get that ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 and Oppo A94. Enjoy all-day gaming with your Wild Rift with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor, and a vivid screen display. Picture live together with Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999 and Oppo Reno 5 5G for 23,999. For Oppo A94, get it only for 13,999, and for more details, check on shop.globe.com.ph. Also, bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. Wanna play like Chule? Well, use Master. Sikreto na mga guwapo.
That was a beautiful segue. And of course, let's get hashtag all together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports bring event and programs like no other. They have apprenticeship programs led by pros. They have tournaments, local and international. They also have stream raids. what's there to look for, right? So do not forget to download the Globe One app and tap on the virtual hangouts, and through that you'll be able to stay updated on our Globe virtual hangouts. And even though you guys might not be lucky to win in the raffle, you can definitely still top up your wild cards on Shop via your Globe Sim.
And don't forget, there is still next week. We are still giving away wild cards next week, so please do tune in. Can Galaxy Racer and Action PH catch up to Team Secret and Nexplay Esports? Time is running out, but for now, we will know the answer to that question next week because our time has run out. And that is a wrap on Day 3 of the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Season Philippines North Luzon Group Stage and the end of our first week. Yay! Congratulations, guys! We will see you next week for the conclusion of the North Luzon Group Stage. Mika Fabs, Autolus, and Yuko over here on the panel deck signing out, and we will see you back in the Rift.
See you next week!
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back.